Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter's love was his greatest sacrifice. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's love for Ginny drove him to protect her at all costs, but his sacrifice came at the price of her trust and their bond. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Ginny Weasley finished writing with a pretty flourish and a small sketch of a snitch. It was her turn to send a check-up on Harry note. She was glad to have the chance. She knew she couldn't show her brothers how she felt. Ron was shameless about promoting Harry Potter to Ginny. All summer he had been dropping hints about how well suited they were. How Harry deserved someone more cheerful than Cho. He had also been dropping hints about how unsuitable Dean Thomas was. If Ron wasn't so thick, he'd realize that Harry was the love of Ginny Weasley's life. She had been starstruck when she met him, dazzled by his reputation and his handsome face. Then he saved her life. She'd felt like she belonged to him ever since. Even in the most awkward phase of her crush, he was always kind and considerate. Her brothers made fun of her, but Harry always had a kind, softly spoken word. As the years went by, her crush had become much more. Now that she knew the real Harry Potter, she admired everything about him. He was brave, handsome, honest, modest and self-sacrificing. Hermione said he had a saving people thing, but to Ginny that noble attitude was just a part of his personality. He always had to do the right thing even if he wasn't sure what that was. He had to try. She'd do anything for him, including setting aside her deeper feelings and befriending him. That is what Harry wanted from her, so that is what Harry would get. Life at the Burrow had been sweet this summer. Homework and chores had been broken up by Quidditch practice with Ron and helping Fred and George. She heard a loud series of knocks on her door. Had to be the twins. "How is the new Gryffindor Queen of Pranks today?" asked George as the two burst into her room. Fred gave her a swift peck on her cheek. "Don't you two ever wait to be invited into my room." "What if I'd been getting dressed?" Ginny asked with her hands on her hips. She released Pig out the window. The two looked at each other. "We just never think, do we, Fred?" mocked George with a fake look of contrition and slow shake of his head as though he was reconsidering his actions. "We should have thought of thinking years ago, George. Might have saved us some trouble," added Fred. "Enough," cried Ginny as she dropped back onto her bed. "Show me what you brought. What have my genius brothers concocted today?" "First tell us who you were writing to," said George, waving his hand at the window where Pig had disappeared. "Was that a secret message for the lucky Dean that Ron keeps complaining about? How can I become a woman of mystery, if my older brothers know all about me?" Ginny replied with a giggle and a small smile, making George and now Fred even more interested in what she may be up to. "How can we defend your honor, fair sister, if you won't tell us any of the juicy details of your love life?" Fred asked. "Love life? Stop with the big brother stuff. On with the pranks. What have you brought me?" demanded Ginny. The twins turned her around to face her mirror. She had blue hair. "Check it out. A new hair color. Did you even notice the key on your cheek? That's how you apply the charm. It lasts for 1 hour and doesn't affect the prankster unless they forget to put the protective undercoat of lip gloss on first." Ginny squinted at Fred. "I thought your lips looked especially shiny and moist today, but I didn't want to say anything." She laughed. "Better not let Mum see what you did to my hair. She will have something to say about this. On second thought, better hurry down to breakfast." With a grin she slipped out of her door with the twins chasing her. Screaming with delight, Ginny raced down the stairs looking back to see Fred and George gaining on her. Smack! She ran into a solid object and tumbled down the last few steps. The object turned out to be none other than her hero, Harry Potter. She landed on top, straddling him with his arms pinned at his sides. She was breathless, still wearing her white summer nightgown, blue striped dressing gown and sporting long blue locks. Staring up at her blushing and laughing face, Harry said quietly, "Surprise." She let out a loud laugh and said, "Surprise yourself." With that she released him and helped him up off the ground. As she gave Harry a hand to help him up, Ginny's expression changed from merriment to reflection as she took in his new height and appearance. She recovered enough to say, "I haven't hurt you, have I? Fred and George are trying to keep me from showing Mum my new hairstyle." She leaned in and whispered, "A word to the wise, don't key Fred this morning." She stared at him as though lost in thought for a moment, then quickly ran into the kitchen in search of her mum. Harry and Fred exchanged manly grunts as if to say that neither would be requiring a key. Fred and George were both looking at Harry as if considering what to say. "How's your summer been?" just didn't seem the right thing to say. They knew he must still be upset about losing Sirius. Harry broke the ice with, "How's the wheezing business? What's it like to live in Diagon Alley?" The twins were living above their new store in Diagon Alley this summer. Soon all three boys were busy discussing their best new jokes. The twins told stories about the Hogwarts students that had been in to see the store over the summer. A few minutes later, Mrs. Weasley poked her head out from the kitchen and said, "Anyone for some breakfast?" "Come on, Harry, I know you must be hungry. Come tuck in." Harry had eaten well at the Dursleys, but he was still quite lean. All three boys went into the kitchen. Tonks and Moody were sitting at the kitchen table with Ron. They had been Harry's guards on the broomstick ride to the Burrow. Tonks' hair was the same blue as Ginny's. The two of them were laughing at Mad Eye, who was telling them a story about an old partner who unfortunately kept an extra wand in his hat. It was meant to be a cautionary tale, but the girls were amused. Harry's move to the Burrow had been a big secret. Dumbledore decided that it would be safe enough there since the Weasleys had the Fidelius charm placed on them. Oldest brother Bill was their secret keeper. He was still working for both Gringotts Bank and the Order of the Phoenix, living in London and going out properly with Fleur Delacour. Harry wanted to surprise the younger Weasleys by showing up for breakfast, but now he thought Ginny was the bigger surprise. Not just because of her landing on top of him with blue hair. Watching her eyes sparkle as she laughed at Moody's story, he thought, "She's definitely different and it's not the hair color. She's not a little girl anymore. Why didn't I ever notice how much fun she is before? She's like a female Fred and George, only beautiful and... Whoa, where did that come from? This is still Ginny, Ron's little sister." Aloud he said, "I took your advice, Ginny, and avoided keying Fred. It's working for me so far. Thanks." He was a little curious about why she gave him such absurd advice, but mainly he just wanted her to talk to him. Any subject would do. He just wanted her talking to him, looking at him. Keying advice, Ginny, for young Harry. You can do better than just telling him to avoid me. Don't you have some more useful tips on how to key a teenage witch?" teased Fred. Then he grabbed at his knee under the table as though he'd just been kicked. As they settled into a noisy and cheerful Weasley breakfast, Pig flew back in the window and straight to Harry. He snatched the wildly fluttering little bird from the air with ease of a seeker and detached the note. He read it quickly and smiled at Ginny. "I'm fine, thanks. Nice snitch, Ginny. You draw so well." He held up the note for everyone to see her little snitch sketch. George frowned and turned to a grinning Fred, handing him what looked like a galleon. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were both busy with the Order of the Phoenix, so they weren't home very much. Between his work at the ministry and his missions for the Order, the teenagers rarely saw Mr. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley was usually home for dinner, but she seemed to be gone before breakfast no matter how early Harry woke up. She was always friendly and nice, but Harry realized that he wasn't really alone in fighting the evil that was rising up in the wizarding world. People like the Weasleys were resisting every way they could. Thoughts of fighting evil were mostly set aside during Harry's stay at the Burrow. His days were full of Quidditch and picnics by the pond. In quiet moments, Harry had been able to speak to both Ron and Ginny about last June. Sometimes they talked about Sirius. They'd all spent time at Grimmauld Place with Sirius during the past year. Harry was starting to remember some of the good times he spent with Sirius instead of constantly reliving the night he lost him. The sun was already high in the morning sky. The three teenagers had decided to go swimming and the boys were upstairs getting ready. Through the window came a gray owl with a letter addressed to Ron from Hermione. "What does she say?" Harry asked casually, not bothered that Hermione wasn't writing to him. She probably figured he was still at the Dursleys. "She's coming to visit soon," answered Ron. Rolling his eyes at Ron's quick answer, Harry quickly put on a pair of old baggy shorts and grabbed a t-shirt. "Come on. Ginny's already down at the pond. Let's go swimming." Not surprisingly, Harry beat Ron down to the pond to find Ginny standing in a small grassy area picking flowers or something. From far away she seemed to have a yellow ribbon suspended in the air around her, turning slowly as she turned and swayed in the little meadow. As Harry got closer he realized the ribbon was actually a stream of small yellow butterflies. They seemed to follow her as she sang a quiet little song. Her voice sounded sweet. It sounded like a children's song. She was a lovely vision, youthful and magical. Harry couldn't help but laugh. She stopped when she heard his voice. He was grinning at her, his eyes intense and sparkling. She studied her hands to avoid his gaze and tried not to blush. "So you caught me, Harry. In my spare time, I like to chase butterflies." Harry had stopped laughing when she noticed him. She looked wonderful. He struggled to speak, swallowing hard, but his voice cracked anyway. "Looked like the butterflies were chasing you, Jin. How did you do that? I don't see your wand." She was wearing a blue sundress that didn't seem to have any pockets. "Didn't you ever make magical things happen when you were a little boy, Harry?" she asked. "Why do you think the Dursleys locked me in the cupboard?" he answered lightly. Ginny winced, knowing that Harry's light tone covered his true feelings about that cupboard. "Well, when I was a little girl, Mum taught me a song about butterflies and I used to wish for them to follow me. It's just wishing magic, but it still works for me." Her eyes were sparkling. Ginny's summer growth spurt had included a graceful rounding out of her figure as well as a couple of inches in height. She still had big brown, half-moon-shaped eyes and freckles sprinkled across her nose and cheeks, but the freckles had faded as her face matured. Her hair had grown past her shoulders. Her version of Weasley red had darkened over the years, but the summer sun had brought out beautiful gold highlights. Harry took in the whole image, noticing every detail, as he watched her explaining the butterflies. He was close to her now, close enough to see the golden flecks in her smiling brown eyes. "He's close enough to touch," thought Ginny as she looked back into his brilliant green eyes. She dropped her gaze, staring at her feet, then stole a glance out of the corner of her eyes at his smooth, broad chest. He was still slim, but toned from fitness training. His voice sounded deeper as he said, "Does wishing magic work like this?" He waved his hand in front of her and produced a beautiful white lily. She gasped and took the flower he held out to her. She looked back up into Harry's eyes, which were now staring darkly into hers. Before she could speak, they heard Ron shouting, "Last one in has to do all Mum's chores for the rest of the day." He passed them both at a run. "Flowers and butterflies all forgotten," Ginny shouted. "Not fair, Ron." She quickly pulled off her sundress, revealing a plain, one-piece swimming suit. It may have been plain, but, like all swimming suits, it concealed nothing of her pretty, slim figure. Harry was stunned, unable to move. When did little Ginny Weasley start looking like that? He didn't trust himself to speak. Without noticing Harry's reaction, Ginny ran off to jump into the water after Ron, making as loud and big of a splash as she could. Harry inched toward the water and waded in slowly, glad to cool down. He'd never really learned to swim at the Dursleys. Ginny and Ron were splashing each other. She was yelling at him to do his own chores. Harry just enjoyed the show. She'd gone from charming butterflies to screaming and splashing her brother within a few moments. She was fascinating and full of life. Harry suddenly wished she was splashing him instead of Ron, so he snuck up behind her and sent a wave of water crashing over her head. Maybe a little magic went into the splash because it was a tremendous, drenching wave. Both she and Ron stopped. Ginny turned on Harry, laughing and gasping for air. "You're not supposed to use magic, Harry. You're not old enough. And Ron, are you going to let Harry drown your sister? Help me get him." They both started splashing Harry. They splashed and paddled around the pond until lunchtime. Mrs. Weasley was busy with the order today, so they were on their own for lunch. As the three of them were lying in the sun drying off, Ron and Ginny were teasing each other about which one of them should make lunch. Harry closed his eyes and said, "Let me." With a wave of his hand, a tablecloth covered with food appeared. plates piled high with sandwiches, fruit, a bag of crisps, chocolate biscuits, a bowl of strawberries, a jug of pumpkin juice and some metallic cans. Whoa, what did you do? Harry, you're in trouble now. No kidding, you shouldn't be doing magic. Remember last summer? They'll have you up on charges," said Ron, genuinely distressed because he was sure Harry was in serious trouble. "Relax, Ron," said Ginny. "Harry didn't use his wand. He just wished the food here. Right, Harry?" She was wearing her sundress again and looking up at Harry trustingly. "I've been doing it all summer, Ron. At first it was kind of an accident, but when I didn't hear from that Mafalda Hopkirk at the ministry, I figured it must be all right. Either the ministry doesn't care if I make myself some food or they can't detect wandless magic." Tuck in. Harry already had a sandwich in his hand. As an afterthought, he added, "Maybe we should keep this wandless magic thing to ourselves." "Okay." Ron and Ginny both nodded. They knew how hard it was for Harry to be different all the time. This would just be one more thing for people to comment on. Imagine what Rita Skeeter would do with it. "We can tell Hermione when she gets her, of course," said Ron. Nodding his agreement, Harry asked, "When is Hermione coming?" No one answered his question. Instead, Ginny held up one of the shiny cans and asked, "What's this, Harry? Haven't you ever had a soft drink? It's a Muggle beverage. I would have thought that your dad would have brought some home." "Well, you pull the little tab on the top and it opens a hole and you drink. There's pumpkin juice if you'd rather," Harry answered with a twinkle in his eye. She knew something was up. Harry had that look. Her eyes narrowed and she said, "You first." Harry popped the top of one and took a long satisfying drink and softly burped. "Pardon," he said, smiling. He went back to eating his sandwich. Still a little suspicious, Ginny copied Harry. Her burp was softer. "Does it always make you burp?" she asked. Ron took one of the cans, shook it up and said, "Let me try." Before Harry could say anything about shaking it, Ron's soft drink had sprayed all over him and was continuing to flow out of the can. "What the?" Ron sputtered as the other two laughed at him. Ron stood up, towering over them. "I can't believe you tricked me, Harry." "It wasn't a trick. I forgot to say, never shake the can." "Sorry, Ron," said Harry, still laughing at him. "It's the bubbles," he added lamely, trying to stifle his laughter. He was starting to worry. While Harry was over 6 feet now, Ron was even bigger and still frowning at him. "Brother, dear, why don't you go jump in the lake to get the sticky stuff off of you?" said Ginny, still grinning her amusement. Ron glared, but looking from Ginny to Harry as though he had a sudden idea, he surprised them both by taking her suggestion. Alone for a moment, they smiled at each other. Harry said, "I really didn't mean to trick him. Soft drinks are one of the few things about the Muggle world I miss. I thought you guys might like to try it." He shrugged. "It's his own fault. We all warned him to take Muggle studies. These things can be tricky for a wizard with no Muggle experience. And the drink is very good, Harry. It tickles. Thanks for the whole lunch. These are my favorite chocolate biscuits." "I know," answered Harry without explanation. Ginny and he continued to have a quiet conversation while Ron was gone. They smiled and laughed, enjoying the sunshine and each other's company. Watching Harry and Ginny relaxing together, Ron decided to take an extra long time washing off in the pond. The chess master in him had formulated a plan to help his best friend and his sister get to know each other better. "If only they could see what I see," he thought. Ron's summer had been restful so far. He had recuperated fully from being attacked by the brain in the Department of Mysteries. The whole experience had given Ron a new attitude. He was the same old silly Ron most of the time. He just seemed to be taking some things more seriously. Harry's new resolve to control his emotions and plan for the future struck a chord with his friend. They had a common goal. Both boys wanted to be Aurors, so they talked about the training that they would face. Both Harry and Ron had easily provoked tempers. They knew they had let Malfoy and Snape set them off in the past, but not anymore. "Do you reckon Snape will let me take the Potions NEWT class?" Ron asked Harry. The two boys were getting their brooms out of the Weasley shed so they could practice a little Quidditch in the meadow. Ron had received an E on his potions OWL, while Harry had received one more OWL than Ron. Ron's overall scores had been higher. Like Harry, Ron wanted to go into Auror training after Hogwarts, and that meant taking NEWT potions with Snape. I don't know, Ron. Remember me telling you about my campaign to get into NEWT potions myself? Why don't you try writing to Snape or Professor McGonagall? Maybe she could help. If worse comes to worse, Hermione and I can share what we study with you and you can take the NEWT independently, Harry offered, wondering if they allowed independent NE. Anyway, don't let Snape stand in the way of what you want. He may be a big git, but we can't let him sabotage our plans. Nice try, Harry. Snape never gives a Gryffindor a break and McGonagall has no authority over him, Ron said, not convinced. Don't you see? We have to decide what we want and then go after it, Harry said. If we don't know what we want, we'll never get what we want. If we know what we want and don't do everything in our power to get what we want, we'll still never get what we want. That's possibly the most logical thing you ever said to me, Harry. Maybe we should play some wizard chess and see if you've improved, said Ron, laughing. Nodding his head, he paused, then said, do you think that applies to girls? Do you mean do girls get to go after what they want, too? Of course, answered Harry, puzzled. I mean, do you think we should decide which girl we want and then go after her? Ron's eyes were glazing over. Harry looked at his friend and said, yes, Ron. I think you should go after Hermione. Ron stared at Harry with his mouth open like he had something to say but wasn't sure what, so Harry continued, it's obvious to everyone, Ron. Except maybe you and Hermione. All that fuss over Viktor Krum. Ron sputtered, what are you on about, Harry? Can't one friend be concerned about another? Watching Harry just roll his eyes, Ron changed the subject. How about that Dean Thomas? Not a word from him for 2 weeks. Some boyfriend he's turned out to be. Ginny deserves much better. Harry nodded. Ginny is amazing. How do you know Dean hasn't been writing to her? Oh, by the way, when is Hermione coming? Harry asked. I pay attention, Harry. She's my sister. I have to look out for her. Ron seemed to be studying Harry's face, not rising to the baiting question about Hermione. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Harry asked. Ron stared at Harry, wondering how his friend could say that Ginny's amazing like it was just the truth and had nothing to do with him. Shaking his head, he said, no, your face is fine. I'm just trying to figure something out. Here she comes. Ginny sprang out of the back door of the burrow as though she had been released from captivity. She was dressed for the hot summer day in baggy khaki shorts and a white tank top. Wisps of golden red hair escaped her ponytail and her brown eyes shone as she spotted the boys near the broom shed. Quidditch, she called, delighted to have some morning activity. Harry handed her the clean sweep with a lopsided grin. Bursting with energy, Ginny kicked off the ground and away. Looking over her shoulder at the 2 boys still on the ground, she shouted, come on, you can at least try to catch me. With that she raced toward the meadow. Harry took off like a shot on his firebolt. Ron took his sweet time following. Harry slowed as he caught up to Ginny on the faster broom and said, what did you have for breakfast, Gin? Maybe we should feed it to the team before our matches this year. Then he zoomed out in front of her, laughing. Flying was his element. It made him feel powerful and free. Add in flying with Ginny, and he was blissful. He felt like nothing could touch them. Ginny loved hearing Harry laugh like that, really laugh out loud, like he was really happy. When did he start calling me Gin? She wondered as she sped up to follow him. The 3 teenagers played Quidditch all morning. Ron said he needed lots of practice goalkeeping, so Ginny and Harry teamed up as chasers to pound him. Ron's plan to get them together gained resolve while watching Harry and Ginny happily playing tag and flying chaser routines like they were performing some graceful airborne dance. They responded to each other's movements like they could read each other's thoughts. They returned to the burrow at lunch happily exhausted. They had promised Mrs. Weasley they would gnome the garden after lunch. They didn't get started right away. Ginny wandered outside saying she was going to read for a while. Ron and Harry went into the lounge to finish their game of wizard's chess. Of course, Ron won. Harry's king finished by throwing himself to the board and quivering in front of the knight who had trapped him. Ron offered to put the pieces away, so Harry went outside. He found Ginny asleep in the back garden under the dappled shade of the apple tree. She was stretched out with her head cushioned on a pillow, her head thrown back slightly. The book she had been reading was slipping out of her hand with her index finger still marking her place. Her hair was fanned out around her and the angle of her head exposed her white throat. Harry thought she looked beautiful. He tried not to make a sound so he could look at her a while longer. Remembering Ron would be there any minute, he decided to wake her up. Conjuring fairies with a charm he'd learned from Professor Flitwick, he had them shower her with little sparks. The fairies circled her sleeping figure, throwing multicolored flashes of light that flickered like glitter and went out. Soon a glowing rainbow of color surrounded the sleeping figure of Ginny. Harry smiled. She was still sleeping. "Oi, Ginny," he called. "Wake up." Her eyes flew wide. She gasped and dropped her book. "What is it? What's happening?" Then she saw Harry looking at her with a crooked grin, so she tried to regain her composure. "I'll get you for this, Potter," she said, but she smiled when she said it. "What is the payback for waking someone up with fairy dust, Weasley?" He returned, still grinning. "I couldn't let you sleep all afternoon. We have chores to do." As they spun the tricky gnomes over the back fence, Harry listened to Ginny tell gnome stories from their childhood. Ron laughed. "Remember the time Fred and George made those apples chase you, Ginny?" Ginny was about 6 or 7 years old when Fred and George decided to play a prank on Percy. He was being a prat about something and they set up their revenge in the garden, so they wanted Ginny to stay away. If you ask the twins, they were just trying to protect their little sister from the target prank zone, but they decided to convince me that gnomes were evil and scary by telling me all sorts of stupid stories, said Ginny, holding up a gnome that was shaking its little fist at her while she smiled sweetly at it before spinning it over that back fence. Instead of scaring her away, curious Ginny crept into the garden when no one was around and began to play with the mischievous gnomes, continued Ron. She thought they were really funny. She was laughing and playing a sort of hide-and-seek game with the gnomes when she accidentally tripped the Percy prank Fred and George had left. A whole bushel of apples that the twins had charmed started flying through the air toward Ginny. They surrounded her head. "They just circled around me, blocking me view," interrupted Ginny, starting to blush. "She screamed like a banshee until Mum came out of the house to rescue her," finished Ron. Mum was furious that the twins would scare sweet little, defenseless Ginny. It didn't seem to help when they said they were just trying to prank Percy. They were grounded for a month. When Ron's back was turned, Harry reached over to Ginny and with a wave of his hand conjured her a big red apple. "Here's a good apple memory to replace the bad one, Ginny," he said. She gave a little gasp of surprise as he reached up to her face and tucked a wisp of red hair behind her ear. "You've done that a lot for me this summer," he returned to denouement with a smile. Ginny smiled, too. Their time together had been full of little moments like that. Ron didn't seem to mind, or maybe he never noticed. Anyway, she was falling deeper in love with Harry every minute they spent together. She knew he only wanted her friendship, but she couldn't help how she felt. She could tell it meant a lot to him to have her undemanding company. He needed friends to support him. It was helping him heal. He talked about his childhood with the Dursleys, the painful experiences that helped make him so determined to be kind to others. He told her about Hagrid rescuing him from Uncle Vernon and his astonishment that he was a wizard. Hogwarts, Sirius and flying, these were the stories Harry told. Ginny talked about life at the Burrow. Harry was amazed that she never seemed to need air when she spoke, not that he minded listening. In return, Ginny just listened when Harry talked. He felt like she just understood no matter how dark and desperate his story. After all, she had been through some difficult experiences herself with Tom Riddle and the diary. He could tell her anything. He definitely told her about things he didn't feel like telling Ron, such as his fear that Professor Lupin blamed him for Sirius' death. He even told her about the prophecy. Talking to Ginny alone, in a sunny meadow next to a beautiful pond, was like having their own private world. One warm August night found the three teenagers crowded around two telescopes in the back garden. Ron had read in his astronomy textbook that August 19th would be the best night for falling stars and suggested that they should try to stay up late enough to see the show. They had sleeping bags, snacks and telescopes all set up. The Weasleys owned 2 wizarding telescopes. Percy had left a small one behind. The other telescope was ancient and bulky. It had probably been around for centuries. They could share. Ginny sat between Ron and Harry on top of her sleeping bag because it was a warm night. It was her turn with the ancient telescope that she was sharing with Ron. She had her astronomy book spread out on her lap. She was absent-mindedly twisting a lock of her hair that had escaped her messy ponytail. Her face was scrunched up with the effort of finding Cassiopeia. Harry and Ron were both snacking on pumpkin biscuits and talking about the Chudley Cannons. If they could trade Jeffrey Smith Knightley for Ryan Miggs as their chaser, they could win more games this year, said Ron with feeling. Ron clung to the prospect of a victorious Cannons season each year despite any evidence to support his hopes. You are such an optimist. What can the Cannons offer Miggs? He'd be leaving the team that won the cup last year. No amount of galleons would make it worth his while, argued Harry gamely. Whoa, said Ginny. Check this out. She had her eye glued to the telescope. Both Harry and Ron could see the shower of meteors without the telescope. Harry quickly used Percy's old telescope to see what Ginny was so excited about. It was worth losing sleep over. Showers of light shot through the air and disappeared. Wonder what Firenze would say, thought Harry. Here, Ron, he said. Harry moved closer to Ginny so that Ron could have a turn with the telescope. Ginny seemed mesmerized by the show. She had on the same khaki shorts and white tank top that she usually wore. The starlight made her glow. Her face shone. She had pulled out her ponytail so her hair fell in waves down her back. It's so beautiful, she said. Do you want to look through this telescope, Harry? It's just as beautiful without the telescope, Gin, Harry replied. Was he still looking at the sky? Ron coughed and said, Be right back. I need my book. He hurried indoors. Ron's been so forgetful lately, said Ginny, glad that she had Harry alone under the stars. Harry laughed and said, Did you find Cassiopeia yet? Funny you should have trouble with that one, being a Weasley and all. Which Weasley is known for their gift for astronomy, Harry? What are you on about? Good point. Well, isn't Cassiopeia the one shaped like a W? Here, I'll show you. He reached his right arm around her shoulder, took her right hand and reached toward the sky. He drew the letter W with her index finger held up to the constellation. Her eyes followed their arms up to the sky, hardly daring to breathe. She could hear Harry's soft breathing in her ear. Did he know how he affected her? Struggling to force her heart to stop pounding so loud, she said softly, There it is. Harry laughed quietly and said, What else shall we look for? How about Sirius, the dog star? He seemed completely at ease as he pointed out the star that gave his godfather his name. Seeing that he was calm, Ginny breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed against his chest. What's your favorite constellation, Harry? She asked. Funnily enough, I don't have a favorite, Gin. But Sagittarius seems particularly bright tonight, he answered, continuing to point out constellations with her finger. She felt so warm in his arms. He never wanted to let her go. Neither one noticed that Ron was still absent as they sat there peacefully staring up at the sky with Harry giving Ginny a tour of the heavens. They were lost in their own little world. From the kitchen window, Ron watched them laughing and talking out in the yard. He wanted them to have their moments. He wasn't quite ready to leave Harry alone with Ginny overnight, but watching them together looking so happy and at ease convinced him that Harry and Ginny were meant to be together. They both deserved to be happy. As a good friend and a good brother, it was his job to help. Hermione arrived for the last week of August. She took the night bus to Ottery Street, Catchpole and walked to the Burrow. The Flow network was blocked for security reasons. 2 weeks in Spain had brought out the highlights in her hair, which she was wearing at shoulder length. She was wearing a yellow sundress that showed off her tanned shoulders and practically dragging her heavy trunk and Crookshanks' empty cage. She had let the cat out when they were within sight of the Burrow. As she walked up the drive, she saw Ginny and Harry disappear into the forest on their broomsticks before Ron burst out of the front door and greeted her with a big shout. At least someone is happy to see me, she thought. wondering if maybe Harry and Ginny had forgotten she was coming today. "Let me take your bag, Miss Granger," Ron said, giving her a big goofy grin. He hefted her trunk onto his shoulder as if it was a box of feathers instead of a large trunk full of books. "We didn't think you'd be here until lunch. That explains why I just saw Harry and Ginny heading out toward the woods," said Hermione. She looked at Ron curiously. "So, why aren't you joining them?" Ron's ears colored slightly as he listened to her. Even though he towered over Hermione, he still stammered, I've got some chores to do for Mum." Hermione's eyes narrowed and she pursed her lips before replying, "And you wanted Harry and Ginny to spend as much time alone together as you could manage." She nodded her head as if to show that she at least agreed with herself. As always, she saw right through Ron. "Got it in one, my own. Wow, you've only been here for a couple of minutes and you already have me figured out," Ron said, smiling down at her. "Now you're here, you can help." "What about Dean? Remember Dean, your roommate, Ginny's boyfriend?" Hermione began. Ron cut her off with, "He's not right for her, my own. Harry and she were meant to be. Besides, she hasn't heard from Dean much this summer. Are you sure he is really her boyfriend? Wouldn't he owl? Wouldn't he visit?" Just as Hermione shook her head thinking maybe Ron was only clueless about his own heart, he leaned in close and said, "If he really liked her, wouldn't he wait around staring at the front lawn just in case she showed up early?" Then he swept past her and into the house, leaving one Hermione Granger stunned into silence. As lunchtime approached, Ginny and Harry hadn't returned, so Ron and Hermione went to look for them. They weren't playing Quidditch in the meadow. As it was a hot day, the second place they checked was the pond. Quiet voices and laughter broke the stillness. Ginny was stretched out on her stomach along a low, wide branch that hung over the pond. Her long hair was hanging down on one side of her face. Harry was shirtless. His hair was dripping wet as though he had just finished swimming. He sat on the bank, leaning against the trunk of the same tree and looking adoringly up at Ginny. He reached up and tucked something behind her ear. She was laughing at something he'd said and looking at him with an equally adoring look. Neither had heard the other teenagers approaching. They were lost in conversation and they both looked very happy. Ron is a genius, Hermione thought. She knew that Ginny's old crush had deepened into love over the years, but she could see with her own eyes that Harry had begun his own Ginny Weasley fan club. It was written all over his face. She had never seen him look like that. He looked so relaxed and so happy. Ginny saw them first and cried out. Harry frowned at the interruption until he saw who it was. Then he was on his feet and racing to greet Hermione, crushing her in a big hug. "Hermione, it's so good to see you," he said with a big smile. Whatever she was expecting, it wasn't this suddenly tall, tan, smiling, cheerful, obviously wrapped up in love Harry. Harry, wow, you've had quite a good summer, haven't you?" Hermione responded with a smile. She looked pointedly at Ginny, who blushed. "And Ginny, you look like life is good, too. Where did you get a lily?" she asked, touching the white flower behind Ginny's ear. Ginny pulled it off and blushed. "The end of the summer has been better than the beginning, better than I thought it could be at the beginning. I'm lucky to have such good people for my friends," Harry said while staring at his feet. He still had his shy moments. Looking up at Hermione, he continued, "You must be starving. Ron, have you finished clearing out that closet for your mum? Let's go in for lunch." To Hermione, Harry said, "Ron has been doing extra jobs around the house to earn pocket money and he won't even let me help." Harry put his shirt on and slung both broomsticks over his broad shoulder. He turned to Ginny and held out his hand. "Shall we?" Hermione watched in wonder as the two turned to walk toward the burrow, comfortably holding each other's hand. She turned to Ron and said aloud this time, "Ron Weasley, I think you are a genius." "Right you are, my own," was his response before he reached for her hand to follow them. "I probably am." She ran her hands through his hair, giggling softly. He reached up to her ponytail and pulled the holder loose, making her red and gold hair fall all around their faces, which were suddenly very close. The smell of strawberries and honey surrounded them. Her lips were moving. Ron let out a loud snore, waking Harry from his dream with a start. Thankful that Ron was sleeping and couldn't read his thoughts, Harry rolled quickly out of bed, putting his feet on the cold floor. Harry realized that he had fallen in love with Ginny Weasley. He'd been dreaming about her every night. How could he stop himself? She was a wonderful mass of contradictions that fascinated him. Smart, but silly. Bold, but shy. Kind, but wicked in her sense of humor. And she was beautiful. While he could admit it to himself, he had no clue what to do about it. Ginny had offered him her friendship this summer without reserve. He could set aside his deeper feelings. If she wanted his friendship, then that is what she should have. Her friendship was quite something. It had become very important to him. Harry smelled sausage as he so often did on awakening at the Burrow. Mrs. Weasley was probably already setting up their breakfast, although the sun seemed to be barely up. The sky was still slightly pink. Many days she left so early they wouldn't see her until dinner, so Harry hurried through his morning routine hoping to catch her. He must have been too quiet to be heard as he came downstairs, because he couldn't help but hear Mr. and Mrs. Weasley talking. They shouldn't ask Harry to get involved. He is still at school. We need to stand up for him, protect him. Who else does he have? Mrs. Weasley sounded upset. Arthur answered, "Try not to worry, dear. Dumbledore agrees with you that Harry needs to be protected. You should have heard what he said about the Dursleys. He's happy that Harry is here with us. He won't take him away until school starts." His voice trailed off as Harry came downstairs. "Good morning," Harry said, trying to sound normal so they wouldn't think they'd been overheard. Molly and Arthur froze. Harry figured he might as well drop the pretense, so he said, "Sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Please don't worry about me. I'm all right. Whatever happens, it will be okay." Molly sighed and said, "Let me get you some breakfast, dear. If you are all going to Diagon Alley today, you'll need something good to eat." "Thanks. That's what brought me downstairs. The smell of your cooking," Harry answered with a grin. Mrs. Weasley glowed with his compliment. Feeding hungry teenage boys was her thing. She loved it when it made them happy. Arthur relaxed, too. "Tonks and Moody will be tagging along on your shopping trip today, Harry. You won't recognize Tonks, of course. Moody will be invisible." Arthur thought that Harry took that well, considering he didn't usually want to be tailed. Harry was glad that Aurors would be tagging along with them today. He was nervous about showing his face in public, not because of the attention from regular people, but from the very real possibility that Death Eaters might attack. "It's good that Moody and Tonks will be there. I haven't been to Diagon Alley for such a long time. It will be great to see Fred and George's store," answered Harry. They planned to take the Flow network to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Anyone watching the network wouldn't be suspicious of flow traffic between the Burrow and Twins store. Then to Gringotts Bank and the various other shops. "That's right. You haven't had a chance to see your financial investment at work," Mrs. Weasley interjected. "Thanks so much for helping the twins make their dream come true, dear. I'm glad you believed in them. You've all convinced me. Their wheezing business is booming. I've never seen them happier." The twins had started their joke shop with the money Harry earned winning the Triwizard Tournament over a year ago. They made their own dreams come true, Mrs. Weasley. "Besides, the wizarding world needs something to laugh about, now more than ever," Harry answered between mouthfuls of porridge. A sleepy Ginny appeared at the door, still wearing her pajamas and dressing gown. Harry couldn't help but smile at the yawn she tried to cover up. "Let me get you some tea, Gin," he offered. He knew just how she liked her tea. Ginny took the cup without comment. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley didn't seem to notice the interchange. A loud crash in the living room announced the arrival of Fred and George. "Don't anyone get up. We can help ourselves," said Fred, grabbing a plate off the counter and approaching the breakfast dishes on the stove. Almost at the same time, Ron and Hermione arrived together at the bottom of the stairs, looking very fresh. Hermione was ready to go shopping. Ginny groaned, looking up at her neat, crisp outfit. "I bet you wrote a shopping list, too. Didn't you?" she accused. "I'm just not ready for today. Maybe we should put it off," Harry began. Hermione and Ron both interrupted with, "No." Ron continued, "The Aurors have scheduled themselves to be there. We had the Flow network reopened for the day. It's just too much trouble to reschedule." We don't have too many days left before we have to be on the Hogwarts Express, finished Hermione. It's okay, said Ginny. I just need a little time to get ready. She left the table with a last glance at Harry as she began to climb the stairs. He had indeed followed her exit with his eyes. They smiled at each other as their eyes met before she was out of sight. When they arrived in Diagon Alley, Fred stepped forward and said, "Welcome to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Today is Harry Potter Day. Step up to meet the boy who lived in person." Fred and George were grinning broadly. Harry was thankful that the store was all but deserted at this early hour. Then he noticed a counter devoted to Harry Potter memorabilia, t-shirts, photos and cards. "What is all of this?" he asked, sounding annoyed. "The Harry Potter 1-hour lightning bolt scar chew. The boy who lived snitch catcher." He held up a fake floppy hand. "Patterned after that unfortunate moment when Gilderoy Lockhart removed your broken arm bones." "Great for parties," said George, raising his eyebrows and grinning. He pointed to a photograph of Harry in his Gryffindor Quidditch uniform getting his arm broken by a bludger and then catching the snitch. "Well, I guess not all of your wheezes can be a canary cream. How are these selling?" Harry decided it was hard to be angry with the twins. They meant no harm. Sales of the hands have been a disappointment, but the Scarchu is quite popular. Fred and George were nudging each other and whispering. Harry noticed a sign on the counter that read, "Back in 20 minutes." Holding it up to the twins, he asked, "Do I want to know why this is here?" "It's a marketing technique," answered Fred, trying to look businesslike. "You tell people that they just missed meeting me." Harry's question was more of a statement. He shook his head. "And, today it will be true," said Ginny, laughing. If it made her happy, Harry was all right with it. He smiled back at her. Fred and George high-fived. Just then, one of the patrons, a teenage girl with straight black hair, knocked over a big display of sneezing puffballs. A powdery cloud filled the hair. "Thanks for the tour. We'd best be going now," said Harry, holding his nose and steering Ginny toward the door. Over his shoulder, he said to the girl who had caused the crash, "Good morning, Tonks." She laughed. "Watch her, Harry." "What gave me away?" A disembodied voice answered. "He's either got some kind of sixth sense or you're a big klutz, Tonks. Which would you prefer?" Everyone laughed. "Hello, Professor Moody," Harry said politely. "Hello to you. Now that's the last time anyone talks to either of us. You will blow our cover. Tonks is going to quietly change her appearance periodically and I will remain unseen. You will all keep your wits about you and pay attention. Constant vigilance. Where are we headed first?" Moody lectured. "Gringotts, then the shops," answered Harry. "Are you coming with us, Fred?" "George. Have to mind the store, Harry." "Our work is never done," answered Fred, trying to look serious and not quite achieving the effect. Without thinking, Harry reached for Ginny's hand. "Shall we?" he said, just as he had at the Burrow for weeks. The group stepped out into the bustling crowd of Diagon Alley. As they headed toward Gringotts, Harry couldn't help but notice the number of people stopping on sidewalks and staring at their group. Some younger children were pointing. It had been such a long time since he had been to Diagon Alley. He did his best to ignore the attention. Hermione patted his arm and said, "We should have expected this, Harry. Have you been reading the Daily Prophet this summer? Gone are the days when you were the attention-craving lunatic who claimed he'd seen Voldemort. You are back to being everyone's hero. Rita Skeeter got her job back, and she has put out a whole series of articles about your heroics at Hogwarts, complete with photographs." "Sorry, Harry," said Ginny. "We should have thought of a disguise." He laughed. "Maybe we could cruise back to Fred and George and lay in a supply of canary creams for the day. None of you would mind walking around the shops with a large canary, would you?" He refused to let the stares bother him. Ginny and Ron laughed. Hermione began, "We could think of a better disguise." Before Ginny cut her off, "It was a joke, Hermione." Harry never shopped much as a child, so he particularly enjoyed going around with his friends. After Gringotts, Ron and Harry dragged the girls into Quality Quidditch Supplies. Ginny wasn't too hard to convince, especially once Harry asked her to help him find a disguise. "Hold still, Harry. You said I could dress you up. I don't want to poke you in the eye." She'd found a pair of wizard sunglasses that changed color with the weather. In the August heat, they were purple. Giggling, she added a Chudley Cannons, orange hat and scarf that would be truly become uncomfortable as the day was already warm. Harry didn't mind. She was giggling and it had something to do with him. He could take them off later. This was his chance to be generous with his money. He paid attention as his friends looked in the various shops and quietly bought gifts for everyone. For Ron, he purchased a Chudley Cannons jersey that had been signed by this year's team. For Ginny, he bought a whole bunch of art supplies and a potion to make pictures move. Hermione's eyes lit up at Flourish and Blots when they saw the latest edition of Hogwarts, a history, revised edition, so he purchased it before picking out his schoolbooks. Ron was busy listening to Hermione explain why they would need a copy of Trends in Transfiguration, an advanced guide to altering the universe even though it wasn't on the book list. Harry was looking through old books with Ginny. Buying your books second-hand, Potter. Of course, that is what I'd expect of the Weasleys, drawled Draco Malfoy, arrogant as ever. He stood sneering up at Harry, flanked by his usual goons, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry responded evenly, "You need some new material, Draco, and maybe some new friends. Do you hang around here every summer in hopes of finding someone to harass?" To Ginny he said quietly, "How did he see through my disguise? You're the one who ought to be looking for new friends, Potter. Still clinging to the Weasleys like they're the only people on the planet. And I see that you've finally given the Weaslette what she's always wanted, now that she's grown up," Draco continued, not noticing the tall figure of Ron looming behind him. Ginny snapped her book shut and said, "Are you learning impaired? Do you need another bat bogey lesson?" To Harry she whispered, "You should put the hat and scarf back on." Putting a hand on her arm and shaking his head, Harry stepped forward. He waved his hand as if to say, "Don't bother, Ron." Under his breath, he muttered something no one could hear. The group fell silent. Then Crabbe and Goyle began shaking their leader, saying, "What is it? What's wrong?" Draco was speechless. He was turning red in the face and mouthing something, but unable to make a sound. Harry said to them, "You'd better get him out of here before something else happens." Ron stepped aside to clear their way to the exit, clearly enjoying the sight of their retreating figures. Then he grinned at Harry. "Nice work. You'll have to show me how you manage that, mate. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all." "Was that the spell you used?" asked Hermione. "Something like that, Hermione. Anyway, those are words to live by with those miserable Slytherins. When have they ever had anything nice to say? I just wish I'd thought of it before." They didn't see any more of the Slytherins for the rest of the day. At Madame Malkin's robe shop, Harry and Ron made their school robe purchases quickly. While the girls were still exclaiming over the dress robes, Harry asked Ron if he would buy Ginny the new robes she wanted and say it was a gift from her brother. Ron didn't quite hear him. "You want to buy me some dress robes?" he asked, looking confused. "Yes, Ron, because fuchsia looks so good on you." Harry smacked his forehead like he was knocking on a door. "Not you, Ginny. You could tell her you used some of the money you've made doing all those home improvement projects for your dad." "Of course, I'll give you the galleons to cover what she needs," suggested Harry while he watched Ginny look regretfully at a set of dark green robes that would look great on her. "Okay," Ron agreed. "I'll do it if you let me pay for half of that Hogwarts book you bought Hermione and let me give it to her." "You can just give it to her. That would be all right with me," answered Harry, relieved that Ron wasn't shocked at his suggestion that they buy Ginny some pretty clothes. Harry handed over the galleons to Ron, then headed over to the gift counter to pretend to browse. He heard Ginny give Ron a little squeal and a giggle as she hugged him for being the best brother. Ron's ears turned red as Hermione gave him a calculating look. She shot the same look at Harry, who was trying to look unconcerned. With a small smile she began to help Ginny try on clothes. When they were all done shopping, they stood in the street debating whether or not they should get ice cream at Florian's. "We could watch the crowd walk by," suggested Ron. "You mean, you could have chocolate syrup on something," said Hermione. "We have a lot of packages. Maybe we've had enough," said Harry, looking at Ginny's tired face. He took her packages from her. "Let me get those," Jin, he said. A gruff voice from the air said quietly, 20 minutes before the flow network to the burrow closes down again. The four teenagers laughed. That settled it. As they turned to go, they ran smack into two of their fellow Gryffindors coming out of the bookstore. Dean Thomas and Parvati Patil were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't see them at first. They seemed to be sharing a private joke. When Dean saw Ginny, he gave her a broad smile. Ginny looked like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car as Dean enveloped her in a big hug. "Ginny," he said, "what a great surprise." Clearly, he was delighted to see her. He started firing questions at her. Turning away quickly so no one would notice the stricken look on his face, Harry focused on resituating the many packages he was carrying. When he heard Parvati say hello to everyone, he looked up briefly and smiled what he hoped was a real smile. He'd spent the last month wrapped up in a dream world where no one was closer to Ginny than he was. Running into Ginny's boyfriend, his Gryffindor roommate, was a rude awakening. Stealing a glance at Ginny's wide-eyed expression and Harry's white face, Ron saved the situation by interrupting. "We have to get going. See you all soon." He then dragged the whole group toward Fred and George's shop. The return to the burrow was very quiet since Harry and Ginny were mostly staring at their shoes. A very relieved-looking Arthur and Molly Weasley were waiting in the living room at the burrow as the four teenagers landed quietly. Ron and Hermione were giving each other knowing glances while Harry and Ginny silently sorted out their packages. "We are so glad you returned safely, children. Hurry and wash up. We are having an early supper tonight so your father can join us," Molly said while brushing soot off of Ginny's shoulders. "This can't wait until after we eat, Molly. Why don't you sit down, Harry? Ron, could you take his packages up to your room? There is something I need to speak with Harry about," Mr. Weasley said, his voice quiet but firm. His mind still reeling from running into Ginny's boyfriend, Harry sat numbly down on the couch. A dark, edgy expression came over his face as Harry put up his guard. Ginny sat down beside him with her chin held high. Harry felt the comfort of her presence. Whatever they told him, he'd tell her anyway. Her parents must have known that because they let her stay. Ron and Hermione lingered near the stairs so they could hear, too. "First, Harry, we weren't going to bring you into this until absolutely necessary. After last spring, you deserve some time to rest and recuperate, but you should know. You have a right to know. Remus Lupin is missing. We don't believe he is dead. We have reason to believe he is caught up in something and unable to contact us. Anyway, we hope you can help us," Arthur said, looking sadly at Harry and his daughter. He noticed Ginny's hand crept into Harry's as they both stared up at him. He reached for the large carved wooden box on the mantel and handed it to Harry. With his free hand Harry ran his fingers across the seam carved into the top of the wood. "What is it?" he asked. "Remus Lupin left this box and a letter with Professor Dumbledore, instructing him to hold onto them for him. He planned to give them to you himself when he returned. We aren't sure what this box is. No one can open it. We've all tried. Even Dumbledore," Mr. Weasley explained. "We think you may be able to and we hope it has a clue about what happened to Remus." Harry looked up sharply. "I haven't heard from Professor Lupin all summer. He hasn't answered any of my letters or sent me anything. Why would he leave something like this with Dumbledore? Was he expecting me to be at Hogwarts?" This wasn't making much sense, but he had been longing to speak with Professor Lupin all summer. He knew the professor blamed him for what happened to Sirius. He wanted to apologize to him personally. Now he was missing, maybe dead. "Try to open it, Harry." Ginny spoke softly at his elbow, leaning in for a good look at the carving, the awkwardness of running into Dean forgotten because of this new surprise. The two teens were back to their former closeness. Harry flipped what looked like a latch and the box opened with a gentle click. Everyone held their breath as Harry slowly opened the box. Nothing happened. As they exhaled collectively, Mr. Weasley warned, "Don't touch anything inside there. It could be a portkey. I think we should call Dumbledore." "No need, Arthur. I am already here." Dumbledore stepped into the room. "Ah, I see Harry was able to open the box. Excellent. We want to find Remus Lupin as soon as possible. Unfortunately, that is not the business that brought me here this evening." Something has happened and I have come to ask Harry to accompany me to Hogwarts straight away. The matter is urgent, but you can first take the time to examine the contents of your box if you like, Harry. They all peered into the box. 4 things appeared to be inside. One was a paperweight made out of a black stone carved in the shape of a phoenix. The next was a square velvet bag that looked like it held something circular. There was a slim book with a drawing of a tree and some writing on the cover. Harry didn't recognize the language. The 4th item was a large red ruby. It was oval-shaped and slightly larger than a golf ball. "What do you make of these things, Professor?" Harry asked. "I do not know the significance of the contents of your box, Harry. If you bring it to Hogwarts with you, we can examine them more carefully," answered the headmaster. "Will you explain why you want me to go with you to Hogwarts?" "School doesn't start for a few more days," said Harry, keeping his voice even. Looking around the room at Harry's friends and adopted family, Dumbledore said, "There has been an attack on a friend of yours and her family. No one was killed, but your friend was brought to Hogwarts so Madame Pomfrey could look her over. She's asking for you." "Who is?" Harry was stumped. He couldn't think of anyone who would ask for him. Dumbledore had an encouraging smile as he answered, "Cho Chang." Harry looked confused. He hadn't given Cho a thought since she sent that letter on his birthday. Remus Lupin was in trouble and Dumbledore wanted him to go hold Cho's hand. Ginny broke the silence with, "Can we all come to Hogwarts, Professor?" She looked up at him hopefully. His eyes twinkled as he answered gently, "Harry should probably come by himself." Noticing that Harry and Ginny's hands were entwined, he added, "It will only be a few days before you are all at the welcoming feast." "What is your answer, Harry?" "I'll come. Of course, I'll come. Give me a few minutes to pack and say goodbye," said Harry. The room came back to life as everyone now had something to do. Mrs. Weasley went to bring in the laundry so Harry could have his clothes. Hermione went to help her. Ron headed upstairs with all the packages. "Ginny, will you help me with something?" Harry said as he turned to follow Ron. Pulling her toward the stairs, he said, "I have something to give you." Recovering herself, Ginny smiled and said, "I hope it's that giant ruby." "What about it, Harry?" He smiled at her, the joke breaking the tension. "No, I bought you some art supplies and stuff to give you later, but since I am leaving in a few minutes I won't have the chance." He pulled her toward him in the dark hallway by her room. Handing her the bag of supplies he gathered his courage and said, "The last month has meant something, been important to me. I'm so glad we've been able to talk. I don't know what to say, but I bought you some things I thought you'd like to use, just to say thank you." Harry knew he was rambling but he couldn't stop staring into her deep brown shining eyes. She was drawing him toward her. He raised his free hand to stroke her hair. So soft, so beautiful. Ginny didn't know what to say so she broke his gaze and put her arms around him pulling him into a brief hug. "Thanks for the present. Good luck at Hogwarts, Harry," she whispered as she slipped away into her room and closed the door. She didn't come out again that evening. Hermione told her parents that she was all worn out from shopping and had fallen asleep. The truth was Ginny cried so hard after Harry left that she didn't want anyone to see her blotchy face. After dinner, Hermione quietly entered the room they shared. "Do you want to talk?" she asked the small form curled up in her bed. "What good will it do? Everyone has always known exactly how I feel about Harry. I'm not very good at hiding it," Ginny sighed. "I'm not so sure, Ginny. I think Harry thinks you just want to be friends, especially after running into Dean today. If you want to be more than friends, you might have to make the first move," said Hermione. Ginny sat up to look at her only close female friend. She'd made it sound so simple. You don't know how hard it is to be someone's friend when you want to be something more. "Oh, wait a minute. Who'd know better than you?" That made both girls laugh. Ron figured it out. "Harry will, too," said Hermione reassuringly. "Harry has so many other things to worry about, Hermione. Remind me, where is he tonight?" Ginny said. "Is that sarcasm coming from sweet little Ginny?" Hermione laughed. Ginny hated being referred to in those terms. She continued more seriously, "Whatever Harry has to face, you know he wants you with him and Ron and me. Being Harry's friend isn't always easy. Being more to Harry is going to have some unique problems, too. Does that bother you? What bothers me is Cho Chang demanding his presence. Since when does Harry have anything more to do with her? They haven't been together in months, Ginny answered. Okay, I'm also curious about the carved box and I'd love to know what happened to Professor Lupin, but mostly I'm bothered by Cho Chang and how pretty she is. I bet Harry is there right now wishing she had freckles and red hair. You have nothing to worry about with Cho. Harry hasn't mentioned her in months. I've seen the way he looks at you. Give yourself some credit. Now, what do you want to do about Dean Thomas? On that note, the girls giggled and talked through the night. In a house full of guys, Ginny felt lucky to have a girl to talk to. Harry took a portkey to Dumbledore's office. Once there, Dumbledore sent his trunk and Hedwig's cage away with a wave of his hand. They will be in your room when you are ready, Harry. Gryffindor Tower is closed right now. I will show you to your private quarters later. Dumbledore's office looked just the same as it always did, except for the night last June when Harry had smashed everything in sight. The portraits were mostly sleeping. Phineas Nigella's frame was empty. Harry was thankful that Dumbledore was able to repair the damage to his office. He was ashamed of his behavior that night. I am so sorry for the night I broke the things in your office, Professor. No need to apologize, Harry. As you can see, order has been restored, Dumbledore answered. His eyes were twinkling. We have a lot to catch up on, Harry, but your most urgent business is with the Changs. Cho is down in the infirmary. As I told you, she has asked to see you. Before facing them, you should know what happened. The family was apparently at home enjoying a simple family dinner when Death Eaters surrounded them. The attack was completely unexpected. We aren't sure what prompted it. Miss Chong was the focus of the attack. They were attempting to kidnap her. Her brother Charles overheard one of the Death Eaters say that she must be taken alive. The comment was shouted when she was struck with the same curse Miss Granger was hit with last June. She survived because her brother Charles, who was quite a few years older, was able to deflect the main thrust of the curse. Happily, Miss Chang's brother and her parents were able to fend off the attackers and call for oars. Help arrived and Miss Chong was brought here because she is a Hogwarts student. She was targeted because of her friendship with me, Professor? Harry wondered aloud. Professor Dumbledore said softly, we can't know that for sure. She says that she owled you a letter on your birthday. It was probably intercepted and read before you received it. He gave Harry some time to absorb this before saying, do you want to see them now? Harry nodded in reply, struggling to keep his emotions in check as he followed Dumbledore to the infirmary. Fear, anger and guilt coursed through him as they walked in silence. He hadn't even thought about Cho's letter in a month. They were never that close. She was just a pretty girl he had a crush on from a distance. If this is what they would do to her, then what would they do to the people he really cared about like Ron or Hermione or Ginny? The thought of his friends being hurt terrified him. The Changs surrounded Cho's bed in the infirmary. As Harry and Professor Dumbledore approached the bed, they parted to show Cho curled up in the bed looking very small. Harry, you came, she called in a weak voice. Her family greeted Harry quietly and parted so he could step near her bed. Cho, I'm glad you are able to talk. Are you all right? He asked, looking at the array of potions on her bedside table. Of course she's not all right, her brother Charles said with a derisive laugh. She was almost killed. Harry turned to look at the angry 25-year-old. I'm sorry, I just don't know what to say, Harry said. I'm sorrier than I can say. What can I do to help? You can stay away from my sister for starts. Her brother stopped when Mr. Chong put a hand on his shoulder. You're not giving Harry a chance to speak. Take a breath. Let's take a walk and let Cho and Harry talk. Mr. Chong didn't look any happier than Cho's brother as he led the younger man away. Mrs. Chong followed them in shocked silence. I didn't make much of first impression on them. Did I? Harry tried to joke with Cho. She was either too tired or not amused. They blame you for the attack. We are a pure-blood family, not usually a target for Death Eaters. Did you get my letter, Harry? She looked up at him hopefully. He took her hand and said, thanks for sending it, Cho. Don't you think that under the circumstances, you should forget you ever knew me? Trouble follows me around. You deserve someone better. Someone who won't get you killed. She started to cry. I just have that effect on her, thought Harry. Aloud he said, don't cry, Cho. You're going to be better off if we keep our distance. In the long run, you'll be happier. He patted her hand. It's so unfair. First Cedric dies and now you have to stay away, Harry. I keep losing people because of you know who, she choked out. Harry was stumped. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he decided to just be honest. I don't know what will happen with Voldemort, Cho. I won't be ruled by fear. It just makes sense to prepare for our futures, go to school. I'll do what I have to when the time comes. You can't be a part of that. You should be safe. Go to school, be with friends, date someone who can make you happy. That's what you deserve, Cho. He was thinking about how little Cho really knew about him. He was sure that she wouldn't be so anxious to spend time with him if she knew how many dangerous situations he had faced in the last few years. What about you, Harry? What do you deserve? She asked through her tears. That is sweet of you, Cho, but don't worry about me. I'll find my way. I have lots of people to help me, he answered. My parents want to take me out of Hogwarts. They think I won't be safe if I am anywhere near you. I'll speak with them. I'll promise to stay away. Maybe it will help. Anyway, I'll visit you this week. No one will know. We are the only people here. Your family couldn't mind about that. Maybe I better go now. Try not to worry. Harry leaned in as if to give her a key on her forehead, then thought better of it and just patted her hand. She looked so young and so sad. I'll send your family back in. You're lucky to have them. Cho watched Harry square his shoulders as he went out to meet her parents before closing her eyes. She could tell that he was only interested in being her friend. Being a pretty girl, she knew when boys were infatuated with her, and she could tell Harry was over his crush. He'd said that he had lots of people to help him, so maybe there was someone else. Too bad, he looks so tall and handsome, she thought as she drifted off to sleep. Charles Chong greeted Harry on the other side of the infirmary door. Cho's parents had apparently left. Before Harry could begin his apology, Charles stepped forward and said, I'm sorry I went off at you like that. I just can't stand to see her hurt. You may not have sent the actual curse, but knowing you is the reason it was sent. I want you to promise me that you will stay away from her. Harry answered, Cho and I have agreed to stay away from each other. I'll keep her company while she recovers the next few days, but once school starts I promise to keep my distance. I don't want to see her hurt either. Charles gave a sigh of relief and extended his hand as though he never expected Harry to agree so easily. Harry shook his hand and said, I've been a big target for Death Eaters all my life. I'm used to it. This is something that never should have happened to your family. I am so sorry. I'll do everything I can to see it never happens again. Cho's father said as he rejoined them, Cho said you'd say something noble like this, Harry. Maybe she is right about you, but that doesn't change anything. I made her mother go lie down. Charles will come to terms with the attack on our family. We just need time to heal. If you promise to stay away from Cho, we can let her stay at Hogwarts. This is the safest place for her if the war begins. If the war begins, thought Harry. What does he think the attack on his family was? Hoping to change the subject from his relationship with Cho, he asked, were any of you other than Cho hurt in the attack? How did you fend them off? Charles gave a small smile as his father launched into the story of how brilliantly he had defended Cho. Clearly the family was proud of their son and his abilities. She owes her life to you, said Harry, remembering saving Ginny all those years ago in the Chamber of Secrets. That creates a really strong magical bond. They were interrupted by Professor Dumbledore quietly clearing his throat. Yes, Professor, Harry inquired. I need to borrow Harry on another urgent matter. You can meet later, but we mustn't delay our other business any further, Harry, said Professor Dumbledore. It may be a matter of life and death. What life and death matter are you talking about, Professor? Harry asked as they walked away. Have you eaten dinner, Harry? Dumbledore asked in return. Harry stopped walking. Who is in danger? Professor Lupin. Dumbledore laughed. We could go on asking each other questions all evening. I'll make you a deal. We'll go to your quarters and you can ask me anything you want while you eat your dinner. It's a life and death matter, but you think we should eat? Harry asked, even though he was reassured by Dumbledore's laugh. Dumbledore answering questions will be a refreshing change, he thought. Aloud he said, could we take a look at the contents of that box before too much longer? I thought it might have something to do with the professor's disappearance. You read my mind, Harry, said Dumbledore. You probably mean that you read my mind, Professor, answered Harry, following Dumbledore down a fifth-floor passage he had never seen before. To enter the passage they had to pass through a portrait of two teenagers, a boy and a girl, both dressed in satin and apparently tending a sheep. The passage itself looked like any other Hogwarts corridor. Paintings and suits of armor decorated it. Harry couldn't remember seeing this area on the Marauders map. I'll have to look this up when I get a chance, he thought. After traveling up a circular flight of stairs, they entered what appeared to be living quarters richly decorated in Gryffindor colors. The door leading off to the left was open and Harry could see a four-poster bed similar to the one he had in his dormitory room. The main room had a small sitting area with a low table, sofa and some overstuffed chairs surrounding a large fireplace. A small desk and some bookshelves lined the far wall near a window. Up a couple of little steps was an area with a small dining table surrounded by floor-length windows. The smell of food filled the air. Harry realized he was really starving. Tuck in, Harry. I know you are hungry, said Professor Dumbledore, never one for speeches when there was food to be eaten. The table was covered with dishes that contained some of Harry's favorites, chicken and ham pie, mashed potatoes and treacle tart. For several minutes they both ate in silence looking out at the view. The floor-length windows were actually doors leading to a small terrace overlooking the Forbidden Forest. We must be on the Gryffindor side of the castle or maybe just under Gryffindor Tower somehow, thought Harry. He could also see the Forbidden Forest from his dormitory window, although this was a slightly different perspective. You have quite a nice view from here. Don't you agree? Asked Professor Dumbledore. There you go reading my thoughts again, Professor, answered Harry. And I thought I was improving at occlumency. I think you probably have improved at occlumency. At least according to Professor Snape. How do you think the lessons went this summer? Asked Dumbledore. Harry thought for a minute before answering. He knew Dumbledore trusted Snape, but Harry never could quite trust the man. Professor Snape was willing to set aside his time to continue the lessons, so I gave it my best effort, too. For the most part, the pains in my scar have gone. Whether or not that is due to the occlumency lessons, I don't know. Is it possible that Voldemort has been blocking the connection between us himself? Asked Harry. A diplomatic answer about Professor Snape. You seem to have grown up a bit this summer, Harry, in addition to growing taller. Do you still have visions or nightmares where you see Voldemort? Dumbledore returned. Harry laughed to himself. They seemed to answer each other's questions with another question. I haven't had those sorts of nightmares since I went to the Burrow, and even before. The visions weren't very specific, more of a general feeling or a sense of Voldemort's frustrations. If there had been anything clear, I would have contacted you. Shall we look more closely at the box? Dumbledore looked sadly at Harry and pulled something out of his pocket. If you are finished eating, Harry, I'll get rid of the dishes. Let me, Professor, answered Harry, and with a wave of his hand the dishes were sent to the castle kitchens. Dumbledore's eyebrows went up in astonishment. You have had a good summer, Harry. You've learned to focus your magic without your wand. I suspected you would develop the power eventually, though most wizards who are capable enough don't develop those skills until they are much older. May I say, this is an interesting development. You may need some extra tutoring in Transfiguration this year. Dumbledore smiled. Remembering that Dumbledore used to teach Transfiguration, Harry smiled back at him. So it isn't just wishing magic, Professor, like when I was younger and wanted something to happen. Or anger gone out of control, like when I blew up my aunt? Harry asked. Wishing magic is indeed wandless, but wandless magic is something else. It requires a mature attitude because you must use your emotions to make it work. You can't just control or suppress your emotions. You have to channel your feelings into the magic. It is similar to conjuring a Patronus, where you focus on happiness as part of the spell. I'll explain more later when we begin your tutoring sessions. With a more serious expression, Dumbledore handed Harry the envelope he was holding. Pleased to hear that the headmaster was willing to tutor him, he smiled. After barely looking at him last year, Dumbledore was willing to spend the time and effort to help him with his wandless magic skills. Things were changing for the better. His expression changed to sadness when he looked at the writing on the envelope that he'd been handed. It was Lupin's handwriting. We found this letter on Lupin's desk at Grimmauld Place. I have no idea whether he meant to send this to you or not. It is addressed to you, but it is entirely possible that it contains something he didn't intend you to see. Perhaps it will help us find out what happened to him. Harry tore it open without saying anything. Dear Harry, sorry for not visiting you this summer. I needed some time to sort out my feelings. Words cannot express how sorry I am for not forcing Sirius to stay home that night. We probably all feel responsible in some way. I know I should blame Bellatrix Lestrange, but she's not around, so I blame myself. The others in the Order have been great. I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I do. Holding you back from following him through the veil is a memory I can't shake. He was my last remaining best friend. One of the few people in my life who ever accepted me just as I am without reservation or hesitation. Life goes on, but I want my life to count for something. Sirius left me in charge of his will. It will be read at Grimmauld Place following his memorial service. He wanted to keep things simple, but it has proven to be complicated. For obvious reasons, Sirius could never go to Gringotts to examine the contents of your parents' vault. By the terms of your parents' will, the vault was sealed when they both died. Only your guardian could enter, or you yourself when you come of age, so no one has been in there since you were a little baby. On Sirius' death, the job of guardian has passed to me, so I was able to enter the vault. I have sent a letter and a carved wooden box that I found among your parents' things to Dumbledore to pass on to you. I couldn't open the box, but perhaps the letter explains. Please let me help any way that I can. I've decided to keep the other half of the double mirror that Sirius gave you with me at all times. Sirius included all the Marauders in the charm he put on the mirrors. Say my name into your half if you decide that you are ready to speak with me. See you soon. Remus Lupin. Harry looked up confused. Nothing in here explains why the professor has disappeared, or where he may have gone. Did he explain himself to you? Harry looked at the older wizard, thinking, now is the time for Dumbledore to trust me. Keeping information from me last year caused more harm than good. It's complicated, Harry. Remus wasn't himself this summer. He spent most of his time brooding at Grimmauld Place. He wasn't happy about your return to the Dursleys. I convinced him that he should go to Gringotts to examine your parents' vault, since he was to be your new guardian. When he brought out the letter and the box, I recognized the scene carved on the top immediately. It seemed a matter of some urgency to send him on a mission to discover some information about the box before giving it to you. He left the box and letter for safekeeping. It should have been a fairly short mission. He hasn't returned or checked in with anyone. What is this about a double mirror? Harry frowned. It's one more thing to feel guilty about. Sirius gave me a package when I was leaving Grimmauld Place last Christmas. He said that Mrs. Weasley wouldn't like it, but he wanted me to be able to contact him if I needed him. I put it away without opening it because I was determined not to put Sirius in danger or get him caught by the Ministry. When I was packing last June I saw it. I realized that I could have just used the mirror to make sure Sirius was home. Kreacher's lies wouldn't have mattered, shouldn't have mattered. The whole situation could have been avoided if I hadn't been so stupid. I threw the mirror and it shattered. I haven't tried to repair the pieces, but I kept them. Seems like a good place to start, replied Dumbledore quietly. Harry went in the bedroom and returned after a few minutes with brown paper loosely wrapped in his hands. I hope we aren't missing any pieces, he said before waving his hand and saying, Reparo. The mirror magically reappeared. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Now for the real test, said Harry, holding the mirror to his face and saying very clearly, Remus Lupin. Nothing happened for a moment. Then the two men began to make out the faint, dark outline of Professor Lupin's face. Professor, said Harry with delight, I can barely see you. Are you all right? Can you see us? Harry, is that you? And Dumbledore, what a relief. I thought I was imagining things when I heard your voice coming from my pocket. I'd forgotten all about the mirror, said Remus, sounding relieved. Where are you, may I ask? Said Dumbledore. I'm shut inside a dark cave. There is just a small beam of light coming from somewhere up above. I found the area you sent me to look for, Professor. It was just as you described. But it took a long time to find the entrance. It was on the northern side of the hill, not the southern side. The first room I found was interesting. There was a sort of box made out of stone and some old weapons and jars stored there. I found another room leading off the main room. Just as I began to explore the interior, it felt like a great wind had come up and it blew me against the wall. I think I passed out for a while. Anyway, I can't find my wand. Either it is too dark in here or my wand was blown away somehow. The entrance is gone. The room I'm in doesn't appear to have any openings. I can't say how many days I have been here. Maybe 2 or 3. Happily I had some food and wolfsbane potion in my rucksack or I would be in serious trouble, Remus explained. You're in a cave with no exit, no wand and no light. Sounds serious to me, said Harry. Without a wand, Remus couldn't make his exit. He couldn't apparate a way or create a door. Where is this cave? I'll come get you. He had no idea how he would come get him, but being Harry, he would try anyway. Dumbledore responded, I know where the cave is, Harry. It's near Carmarthen, Wales. The carving on your box shows the scene. I'll see if Kingsley and Tonks are available, Remus. They have been searching the area for you. Harry will go along, as I'm guessing his is the only voice that can activate the double mirror. Is there anything else we should know? Did you encounter anyone on your trip? Were you followed? I made the usual evasive maneuvers to escape anyone who might be following me, so I'm fairly certain that I have maintained the secrecy that we discussed. If Harry is with you, has he had a chance to look at the box? Did it open for him? Did you read the letter, Harry? He asked. Harry had forgotten about the box. Curious as he was more worried about Professor Lupin than anything else. One mystery at a time, Professor. Let's get you out of there first. Dumbledore was doing something over by the fireplace. Soon Kingsley Shacklebolt's head appeared. Harry couldn't hear their conversation, but he assumed Dumbledore was arranging the rescue party. When he returned to Harry's side he said, the rest of our discussion must wait for the morning, Harry. Mr. Shacklebolt and Miss Tonks are waiting for you. They have actually been searching that area since Remus first went missing. You can join their search. I suggest that you put on warmer clothing, some sturdy shoes and some warm socks. You won't be going near any towns, so you shouldn't have to worry about a disguise. Why not take your invisibility cloak just in case? Ah! Exclaimed Dumbledore as his phoenix, Fawkes, appeared on the terrace. I think it's time. Thrilled that Dumbledore hadn't suggested that he stay safely behind Hogwarts walls, Harry hurried to his trunk to get ready. He folded his invisibility cloak and put it in his small rucksack. Dumbledore was speaking quietly to Fawkes as Harry re-entered the room. Fawkes will take you to Wales, Harry. It will be the fastest and safest way for you to travel. The two of you will fly over the Forbidden Forest and then apparate to Wales. Why can't Fawkes apparate from here, Professor? He remembered Fawkes disappearing with a flash of fire from Dumbledore's office last spring. Dumbledore didn't explain. The headmaster was struck by how much Harry had matured over the summer. The young man stood there calmly asking intelligent questions when he must be very worried about Professor Lupin. His self-control was impressive. The others will meet you on the northern side of the hill shown in this picture. Harry looked at the carving on the box, trying to memorize the scenery quickly in case it would help later on. He told himself that panicking would not help Professor Lupin. He concentrated on steadying his heartbeat. It was pulsing wildly. Feeling calm again, he looked into the headmaster's twinkling eyes and said quietly, "Thanks." Grabbing Fawkes' tail, he and the bird took flight. Watching the phoenix take flight with Harry in tow, Dumbledore laughed softly to himself. He had a special way of communicating with the bird that had been his companion for all these years. He knew something he couldn't tell Harry. Fawkes likes to have his fun. The bird could have easily apparated with Harry, but he had taken a liking to the young wizard and thought flying for a bit would be something of a diversion. In the fading light of a Welsh sunset, Fawkes and Harry reappeared in a very small clearing surrounded by a densely wooded area. They seemed to be alone. Harry let go of the phoenix's tail. Fawkes settled onto Harry's shoulder and gave a quiet trill. They began to hear noises growing louder as Tonks and Kingsley crashed through the underbrush. "Watch her, Tonks," said Harry, nodding to Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Glad you could make it." "We should move toward the north and speak as little as possible," was the reply from Kingsley. Tonks nodded in return. Kingsley held out his wand and said, "Point me." The group moved as silently as possible in that direction. As they came onto a small rise, Harry recognized the hillside scene from the box carving. Still traveling north as darkness began to fall, they were startled by a couple of birds chasing each other out of a bush. Harry's eyes were drawn to something he thought he saw through the leaves. Brushing back a branch, Harry saw what appeared to be an old stone statue pushed into the side of the hill. The statue was of two birds with a basin in front of them as though it was once a fountain or a birdbath. The basin was filled with leaves and debris. Motioning to the others, they moved aside some more branches, revealing what appeared to be a small opening in the hillside. It was the entrance to a cave. Harry pulled out his mirror and said, "Remus Lupin." His old professor's face appeared in the mirror, looking a little tense. "We think we may be near the entrance." "Was there a statue of two birds next to it?" Harry asked. Remus looked relieved. "Yes, follow the entrance for about 10 feet and turn right. You should see a large cavernous room. Let's keep the mirror going while you walk." "Sounds good," answered Harry. "We should be fairly quiet though," he added, looking at Kingsley. Neither Auror had said anything while he spoke with Remus. Harry wondered briefly if Kingsley had to put Tonks under a spell to get her to be this quiet, then decided that she was just well trained. Kingsley went first into the dark entrance, holding up his lit wand so they could see. Harry went next, followed by Tonks. Fawkes stayed on Harry's shoulder. The interior was narrow and low-ceilinged. They had to walk single file. Just as Remus had described, the entrance corridor gave way toward the right and led out into a large cavernous area. From the entrance, it seemed as large as the Great Hall at Hogwarts, only dark, cold and damp. As Harry walked into the room, torches lit all around the walls. The room seemed to fill with a sweet smell to replace the dankness he had noticed before. The air seemed warmer and filled with golden light. The stone walls glittered. Fawkes flew around the room singing a pretty note. All three rescuers breathed easier. Harry said into the mirror, "Wow. You never said this was such a nice cave, Professor Lupin." Noticing that Remus was still in darkness, he added, "Why aren't the torches working in your cave? Where is the entrance so we can get you out of there?" "Torches? What torches, Harry? There weren't any torches when I came through the main cave. It was as dark as this one. Are you sure you were in the right place? Is there a large stone box in the center of the room? Are there any artifacts there, like weapons or pottery?" Remus sounded worried. "Maybe you just arrived during the day and the torches only work at night," suggested Kingsley. "The stone box is here, as are the weapons and the pottery. The entrance was just the way you described. I think this is the place. Now where are you?" On the far side of the door was a suit of armor that was lying on the ground. "I was looking at that when I noticed a place in the cave wall where the walls appeared to overlap, creating a small opening. When I walked through, a great wind came up and somehow the opening disappeared." "Is there an opening from your side?" Remus asked. Kingsley and Tonks were already checking. Harry was going to follow them, but when he neared the stone box, it opened noiselessly. Kingsley and Tonks had found the suit of armor and pointed at the opening. "Harry, we found it," Tonks called. "Coming," he answered, still trying to peer into the dark interior of the box. "Whoa!" exclaimed Tonks. "Check it out, Kingsley. That wasn't open before. Did you open it, Harry?" Kingsley didn't look too happy at the thought of Harry poking around. "I swear I never touched it. The lid just lifted as I walked by. Let's leave it for now and find the professor," Harry said, sounding concerned. He moved toward the suit of armor. Fawkes landed on his shoulder as he joined the Aurors. Looking around, he said, "Do you see the opening he was talking about? There." He pointed to what did appear to be two walls of the cave overlapping. At almost the same time, Tonks suggested, "Maybe we should take a torch." And Kingsley said, "Wands ready." The three walked slowly toward the opening with Harry and Fawkes in the lead. As Harry walked through, the torches sprung to life, revealing a second, smaller cave. This one was completely empty except for Professor Lupin, who was blinking at the light and very glad to see them. Harry gave a shout in greeting and handed him his wand. He'd found it on the ground in the main cave. "Let's get out of here before that wind starts," Remus said, gathering his rucksack and brushing off his robes. Fawkes sounded his agreement. The group stayed close enough to touch each other as they moved back into the larger room. Remus sighed in relief as they walked toward the exit. "Why did you come here in the first place, Professor? What were you looking for?" asked Harry. His outstretched hand held a sandwich. "I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you something." Remus took it, thinking, "That looks too fresh for a sandwich that was in Harry's pocket. Do I want a sandwich that has been in Harry's pocket?" Hunger won out and he took the food gratefully. "There's more where that came from," Harry said. "Shall we look into that stone thing now? Or do you all think we should just get out of here while we can?" he asked. Still busy with his sandwich, Remus said, "How did you get that open?" "I tried everything I could think of before I gave up. I was beginning to think it was a solid block of stone." "Do you think it is someone's grave? Someone who was really little's grave?" suggested Tonks, her eyes widening with curiosity. The four of them leaned over the box looking into its dark depths, their faces a mix of wonder and fear. Fawkes took off around the room again, trilling, bolstering the group's courage to look into the mysterious hold. "It's a sword," said Harry. The sword appearing while Fawkes was singing reminded him of the Chamber of Secrets, which of course reminded him of Ginny. He wished she was here. He couldn't wait to tell her about this adventure. That brought him out of his musings. This adventure could still end badly. "Should we lift it out?" he asked the others. Kingsley reached for the sword, then collapsed with a scream. "Ow! Asterisk and carrot percent hash asterisk," he swore. "You try, Harry," said Tonks. "Thanks, Tonks. I like you, too," answered Harry. "No, think about it. The box opened for you, maybe you can lift the sword." She sounded sincere. "This is real life, Tonks, not a Disney movie. And this sword isn't stuck in the stone so that we need the young and pure at heart." Kingsley's in pain. "No thanks," Harry answered. "Disney movie," said Remus, looking confused. "What's the worst that could happen, Harry? Kingsley's over it now, aren't you? Why not give it a try?" Harry looked at Kingsley, who was still rubbing his hand, but otherwise was just fine. He nodded his agreement. With a grim face preparing to be zapped, Harry reached for the sword. As he lifted the hilt, a shower of sparks flew out the end and a glow encompassed both the sword and Harry. Harry felt a surge of warmth and power flow through him. For a full minute the group looked in awe at Harry holding the sword. No one knew what to say. Harry broke the silence with, "Can I keep this?" They all laughed. Fawkes returned to his shoulder. "Scratch that question. I am keeping it. If you try to stop me, my sword will zap you." Harry grinned and picked up the scabbard as well. A cold wind blew from the entrance, making the torchlight flicker. "We better get going," said Kingsley, looking around suspiciously. "Meet you back at Hogwarts." "You first, Harry." No clue as to what Kingsley expected him to do, Harry started to ask. "Wah," was all he got out before Fawkes disapparated with him in tow. They were suddenly flying over the Forbidden Forest toward Hogwarts, the Phoenix's strong talons gripping Harry's robe. The forest was dark, but he could see the lights of the castle in the distance. This must be what hang gliding is like, Harry thought as he relaxed into Fawkes' grip. This was fun. The castle grew larger and larger until Fawkes set him down gently at the front entrance. Harry walked through the front doors with Fawkes on his shoulder. Professor Dumbledore greeted them. "Ah, there you are," he said as Fawkes left Harry for the headmaster. "Was your trip a success?" he asked, even though he seemed to know the answer. "I think so. Fawkes took me away so quickly that I'm not sure the others made it out of the cave." Harry wished he had stayed until everyone apparated away. Harry Potter. His double mirror was calling. "Remus Lupin," Harry answered, looking into the mirror. "We're down by the Hogwarts front gate. We should have brought a special portkey, but we didn't, so we had to apparate. Could we meet in Dumbledore's office? Or is it too late?" Harry wasn't even a little bit tired. He looked questioningly at the headmaster. "By all means, let's meet in my office to hear about your adventure," he answered, his eyes twinkling. "Did you hear that? See you in a few minutes." "Let's wait for the others here," said Professor Dumbledore. "Can you tell me about your sword? Where did it come from?" Harry told him all about finding the sword within the stone box, how it zapped Kingsley, but not Harry. The others arrived and moved up to the headmaster's office. Harry was extremely relieved everyone was unharmed by the night's adventure. He was more nervous than he thought about seeing Professor Lupin. Suddenly he was glad there was a crowd, postponing the time he would see him alone. "What do you make of it, Headmaster? Do you want to hold it?" he asked, grinning, as they settled into the chairs. Ignoring Harry's challenge to touch the sword, Dumbledore said, "Professor McGonagall will be back tomorrow morning. She can probably help us figure out some things about your sword." Kingsley Shacklebolt gave the report of the evening's activities. It seems that when Harry and Fawkes left, the torches went out and someone or something began to enter the cave. The group had apparated away just as the light they were carrying had begun to illuminate the scene. He wasn't sure whether or not they had been seen. "Really, we rescued Remus with some ease considering. We just walked in and walked out with him. The question is, why were we able to do that?" Tonks asked. "Then someone shows up just as we were leaving." Turning to Shacklebolt, she said, "I told you that I thought we were being followed." He answered, "Or was this some kind of trap? If it was a trap, were we smart to let Harry take away that sword? Maybe it should be checked out, or at least taken somewhere for safekeeping. What do you make of it, Albus?" "I'm not sure, Kingsley. I do not believe that the arrival of this unknown party was a part of a trap. Remus has been there for days. They would have sprung a trap in time to actually catch you there. In any case, I wouldn't have put Harry in danger if I had known someone else had an interest in the area. It is curious that the torches lit when he arrived and went out when he left, but there could be any number of explanations for it. If Dumbledore thought it was a mystery, then it was really a mystery." "Do you have a theory about the sword?" Harry asked, hoping that no one would suggest taking the sword away from him again. "Your new sword is indeed a puzzle, Harry. I am suspicious. However, I think it more likely that someone arrived looking for something within the cave. Since they brought light with them, it is doubtful that it was an animal seeking shelter. Very likely, your sword was their target. In which case, it is fortunate you arrived there first," Dumbledore answered. "Is the sword what you were hoping I would find?" Remus asked. Ignoring his question, Dumbledore said, "Now, I would like you to check in with Madame Pomfrey for the night, Remus. You have been through a bit of an ordeal. While you look fit, it won't hurt to get a good rest before we examine these events further. And Harry, you may of course keep your new sword with you, but I caution you against using it for anything before we inspect it more closely. What if nearly headless Nick challenges me to a duel? Or Sir Cadogan?" Harry thought, relishing the idea of sword fighting with someone. It was unlikely he would ever actually use it in a real sword fight. Maybe, someday, he put the sword in its scabbard with a sigh. Noticing that the headmaster had conveniently not answered Remus' question, Harry persisted. "What were you hoping that Professor Lupin would find in that cave? You said you recognized its location based on the carving on the box. How? Is that cave famous for something? I can't sleep unless I have some answers." He wasn't planning on being just a tool in Dumbledore's schemes. Without a full and complete explanation, he wasn't going anywhere. Seeing that Harry wasn't going to be thrown off the track, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. His lips curved into a small smile at Harry's persistence and he said, "Unless I am very much mistaken, that cave is Myrddin's Den, the historical site where Myrddin himself is believed to have spent much of his life." Kingsley and Tonks looked shocked. Harry was a little confused. Dumbledore continued, "Myrddin is supposed to have been born in the area. Legend has it that he built a refuge in the hills where he would retreat from life and enjoy the Welsh landscape. It is referred to as Myrddin's Den." Harry still looked blankly at the headmaster. "Honestly, what does Professor Binns teach in his History of Magic courses?" asked Remus. "Myrddin is the Old Welsh pronunciation of Merlin. The cave must have belonged to Merlin, which raises the question of the sword. Is it Merlin's sword? What does this have to do with Harry? Since Harry was still staring, taking all of this in, Dumbledore answered, the real Merlin lived so long ago that it is difficult to know some of the circumstances. But his name was Merlin Emrys, not Merlin Potter, so any kind of genealogical connection is doubtful. Looking at Tonks and Kingsley, he said, I would hope that no rumors surface suggesting that such a connection exists. It could cause problems. Putting his hand on Harry's shoulder, he began walking toward the door. Will that help you sleep, Harry? We can talk again tomorrow. They held hands as they walked near the pond at the burrow. The sun was shining. Somehow the water was very still, yet a small cool breeze rippled Ginny's long beautiful hair and blew her white sundress closer to her shapely curves. Harry carried his new sword in his other hand and she was admiring it. She looked up into his eyes and leaned in. The sunlight suddenly shone so brightly in Harry's eyes that he couldn't stay sleeping. Two bright green eyes were staring at him as he finally gave up and opened his. He was back in the four-poster guest room at Hogwarts. Good morning, Harry Potter, sir, said Dobby happily. He threw the rest of Harry's curtains back to let in even more sunlight. It must be late, thought Harry. Looking at the small elf who was so happily moving around his room, Harry said, what brings you here, Dobby? Shouldn't you be on your summer vacation or something? School hasn't started yet. Harry Potter is joking with Dobby. Why would Dobby want to be away from work, especially when he has been asked to look after you, sir? What an honor. Who asked you to look after me, Dobby? Harry wondered. Did you see my new sword? Headmaster asked Dobby, specially to look after Harry Potter. Is that your sword? It stung when I tried to clean it, answered Dobby. I'll clean it myself. The scabbard especially needs some shining. I'm glad you'll be here, Dobby. Thanks for looking after me. Could you find a school owl to take this to the burrow? He held out the letter he had written to his friends the night before. Too excited to sleep, he wrote a letter addressed to Ron, Hermione and Ginny. He figured Dean couldn't get too upset about him sending a letter to Ginny if it was addressed to her brother and another friend, too. He had been careful not to include anything about the cave or the sword, just hinted that he had uncovered something interesting that he couldn't wait to share with them. You're most welcome, sir. I am honored. Dobby looked very pleased as he disappeared. Harry headed off to the showers collecting the fresh clothes that Dobby had laid out for him. The bathroom was an ensuite and beautiful. Not as large as the prefect's bathroom, but spacious. Harry took extra time under the showerhead thinking how nice it was to have time to himself. So much had happened in the last couple of days. There were so many things he wanted to figure out. When he came out of the bedroom, there was a breakfast tray on the table near the terrace with a note from Dumbledore asking him to join him as soon as he was ready. And bring your new sword, the note said. Harry was excited about the sword. The sparks and glow and the feeling of power that surged through him was like what happened when he first received his wand, only stronger. Dumbledore would know what to make of it. He decided he would bring the sword and the box with the carving. It couldn't be a coincidence that the scene carved on the box depicted the area where they found the cave. The sword and box must be related. He wanted a better explanation than just it might have something to do with Merlin. What did Merlin have to do with the Potters? As he approached Dumbledore's office, Harry realized he did not know the current password. Last night he had sailed through with the headmaster. He started listing wizard candies, then switched to Muggle sweets, finally getting the gargoyle to move by saying, Maltesers. He couldn't imagine Dumbledore liking those, but it had worked, so he moved on toward the headmaster's office. He could hear voices as he knocked on the office door. He heard Professor Moody say, "It's Potter," before Tonks even opened the door for him. Professor Snape wasn't there, but Harry was greeted by many of the Order of the Phoenix, most of whom he knew. Is this a good time, Professor Dumbledore? I can come back later, Harry offered. He knew they wouldn't want him to intrude on the Order's business. Please, come in and stay, Harry. We've all been waiting for you. Many of us are curious to see the new sword you have acquired, Dumbledore said, while motioning Harry to a seat near the fireplace next to Remus Lupin. He took the box that Harry had brought and said so quietly that only Harry could hear, "Why don't we save this for later?" Harry nodded his response. "Morning, Professor Lupin. Did you get some good rest?" Harry asked. He looked pretty good considering he'd spent the last couple of nights in a cave and it was only a couple of days before the full moon. As Harry sat down, the room quieted. Everyone seemed to be looking at him expectantly. He looked up at Professor Dumbledore, who seemed amused. His eyes twinkling, he said, "Harry, would you care to show us your sword?" Harry smiled. His new sword was cool. He held it out for everyone to see, then laid it on the table. The hilt was beautifully worked. Even though it fit Harry's hand perfectly and comfortably, it was covered with Celtic designs. On one side an elongated bird that could be a phoenix faced a snake. The snake's body and the bird's tail stretched out to become tendrils that were entwined in an elaborate Celtic knot. On the opposite side, a winged lion and a dragon faced each other, their hind legs elongated and twisted into a similar design. Maybe the symbols represented something significant. Maybe they were just meant to be decoration. "Do you know what the symbols mean, Professor?" asked Harry. "Minerva is the real expert here. What do you think? Are they significant? Can they help us discover the origin of this fine sword?" Dumbledore deferred to her with a twinkle in his eye. Harry suspected that Dumbledore knew all about his sword, but wanted to give Professor McGonagall the chance to explain part of it. She reached out her hand to touch the sword, but Kingsley grabbed her hand and stopped her. "Right. Thanks for reminding me, Kingsley. I'll point instead. This is several centuries old. Difficult to really say how old since it is clearly a magical object. The symbols could have a different meaning today. We think of a serpent as a symbol of dark magic, but in ancient times a snake could have meant wisdom, cunning and reincarnation. Both the snake and the phoenix were symbols used to represent the cycle of life, death and rebirth. Both are powerful signs. The winged lion is a griffin, a powerful magical creature that is virtually unconquerable. A dragon is the same, difficult to overcome, full of magical power. These are both powerful signs signifying strength and invincibility. As to whether or not these are symbols for decoration or they have some greater importance, I cannot say." She finished speaking and looked at Dumbledore. "Albus," she said. She seemed to be asking him to comment. "Thank you for your assessment, Minerva. I have nothing to add, except to suggest that Harry start fencing and sword fighting lessons this year. We don't usually teach that subject, but I would like to arrange a private tutor, if Harry and Professor Lupin agree." Dumbledore's eyes still had that twinkle. Teenager and new guardian looked at each other as if to say, "That's right, we should both be consulted." Remus raised his eyebrows questioningly. Harry nodded his reply. "I think that would be a good idea," Remus said. "Where could we find such a tutor?" "We have one here." "I anticipated your response," answered Dumbledore, indicating the figure of a young man who was on the edge of the group leaning against a wall. He was not very tall, probably in his late 20s. His long black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. He wore a black, short-sleeved shirt and black pants, no robe. "Allow me to introduce Reese Powell. He is a former Hogwarts student and a master swordsman. While he lives in Wales, he is willing to commute to Hogwarts on a part-time basis to tutor Harry." The young man stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with Harry and Remus. Reese Powell seemed like a nice person, about the same age as Bill Weasley. Harry was struck by how awkward and formal Professor Lupin was toward him. He hadn't noticed it last night, but they had been in a special situation. He was glad for the presence of the crowd and Professor Dumbledore. All summer, he had hoped to talk with his old defense professor, Sirius' best friend. Now he was glad to have a little more time to prepare before he would have to face him alone. Everyone else broke into small groups to talk or gathered around the sword to take a closer look. The meeting in Dumbledore's office seemed to have reached a conclusion. People began to leave. The early morning sky was on fire over the Burrow. Clouds of brilliant red gathered on the eastern horizon, promising a storm later in the day. Ginny was the only one up. Her parents must have risen even earlier because they had already gone for the day. She was sitting in the kitchen drinking a cup of tea and daydreaming about walking around the pond with Harry. Only a few days ago, they had been walking down to swim, holding hands and talking. It had seemed like nothing could intrude on their world. Harry was telling her about the time he turned his teacher's hair blue. He'd been debating whether or not the twins' lip gloss had turned her hair that exact shade of blue on the day he'd arrived. One moment they were laughing. The next moment, they had stopped walking without realizing it. Harry was smiling and looking deeply into her eyes. He had such amazing green eyes. She felt like they were pulling her toward him. Somehow he reached up and held her cheek, stroking her lower lip with his thumb as though to test how soft it was. Just then a screech interrupted them and they both looked up. Must have been a bird or something. Harry dropped his hand and they walked on as though nothing had happened. Did he almost key her? She'd never know. After the way Dean greeted me in Diagon Alley, he must think we are a couple. Are we? I haven't heard from Dean since July. I couldn't talk to Harry before he left. Everything went so quickly. 1 minute Harry was here and the next he was gone. And Cho. Why had she suddenly reappeared on the scene? Were they back together? Is that why Harry never keyed me? He seemed like he wanted to. It was all too confusing. Ron came stumbling in looking for food. Poor boy. He was a little helpless in the kitchen, especially for someone with an appetite like his. Ginny smiled at him fondly. I'll make you some bacon and eggs if you like. Thanks, Ginny. How long have you been up? Ron asked as he took her place at the table. Couldn't you sleep? She looked pale and tired. I'm worried about Harry, she said as though that explained everything. Is that a Hogwarts owl? A large brown school owl landed on the counter. Sure enough, it's a letter from Harry, Ron said comfortingly to let her know he understood how she was feeling. He's probably worried about you. Ginny rolled her eyes then turned toward her brother and looked at the letter he held. It's addressed to you, she said, sounding disappointed. It's addressed to all of us, even Hermione, answered Ron defensively. Even Hermione, mimicked Hermione as she made her morning entrance. As that, even Hermione, as in just, Hermione or, even Hermione, as in hooray, Hermione is included. Her voice held a trace of sarcasm, but she didn't really seem upset. A week ago she would have started a fight over this kind of comment. Now that Ron had declared his feelings for her, she wasn't as inclined to be insecure. Ron looked worried anyway. I'm sure I'm always in the hooray, Hermione is included, camp. How about a good morning, beautiful, instead? Oh, you're getting better, she said running her hand across the back of his broad shoulders as she passed his chair and sat down. Ginny groaned inwardly. Flirting Ron and Hermione wasn't that much better than arguing Ron and Hermione. Maybe she just had to get used to it. Handing Hermione a cup of tea, she said, well, open the letter, Ron. What if it's urgent? What if he needs our help? She couldn't help panicking a little bit. Harry wasn't there to calm her down. Ron and Hermione turned their heads in unison to level incredulous stares at Ginny, but neither said anything. Ron turned his attention back to the letter. He read it quickly and passed it over to Ginny. He's fine. Sounds like he's run into some excitement. But more than anything, it sounds to me like he can't wait to see you. As she quickly scanned Harry's writing, she said, he wrote the letter to all of us, Ron. Harry and I are just, we are. Ginny struggled to find the end of that sentence. Ron and Hermione exchanged raised eyebrow looks, but again neither said anything. Ginny turned back to the bacon and eggs. What are we? She thought. I know what Harry is. He's wonderful. I know that I want to be with him. If he just wants to be my friend, then I have to accept that. If Harry gets the idea that I want more than that, he will distance himself because he won't want to hurt me. Being friends is good. Friends are important. Aloud she said, you both know that Cho is the only girl Harry has ever fancied. She's the only one he's ever talked about. Right, we can't count Parvati Patil because she was his second choice for the Yule Ball and that was a long time ago. Now Cho's hurt and he has to help her. Harry has a lot to deal with in his life. The Dursleys, Voldemort. She brought 2 plates to the table filled with breakfast food and placed them in front of her brother and her best friend. They both gave her understanding looks. Their sympathy only made her feel exposed, as though they read all of her thoughts and feelings. They think I'm a fool. She couldn't take any more of their pity, and she couldn't pretend for one more second that she didn't love him. She raised her chin. Harry needs all 3 of us to be his friend now. Whatever comes, good or bad, he is going to need his friends more than ever. With that pronouncement, she turned and fled outside. A moment later, a loud explosion rocked the burrow. The headmaster's office emptied out until only Harry, Remus and Dumbledore remained. The carved box sat on a little table by the window. Harry turned to Dumbledore and said, "Do you have a few minutes to answer some questions?" His calm tone belied his feelings. Last year the professor had barely looked at him. Harry told himself that he wouldn't be brushed aside this year. Seeing the determined expression on Harry's face, the headmaster answered, "On to the next mystery, Harry. I'm sure you have many questions about the box and its contents. Remus also left a letter in my safekeeping. Perhaps you should examine that first." Reaching into his desk, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to Harry. Glancing across the room at Professor Lupin, who was ignoring them in favor of staring into the cold hearth of Dumbledore's fireplace, Harry took the letter. An urgent knock on the door distracted them. Professor McGonagall entered the room out of breath. "There has been another attack. Or so we think. It's the Burrow. The injured are being brought here." Pocketing the letter, Harry was out of his seat and down the stairs before anyone could say anything. Professor McGonagall reached to stop him, but Dumbledore said, "Let him go. I'll try to contact members of the Order to find out more details and follow you in a few minutes." The infirmary was bustling with activity. Cho's bed was being enclosed with screens while Madame Pomfrey was giving instructions to two younger women. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley arrived just as Harry did. For a moment they stood together in the door, stunned, their eyes searching for familiar faces. As a group of men surrounding one of the beds turned to leave, they could see Ginny holding Ron's hand as he lay unconscious. Hermione was in the bed next to him, also out cold. Ginny looked shaken, but she appeared to be unhurt. Harry rushed to her side, relief flooding through him. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze. Ginny let go of Ron's hand and rushed into Harry's arms. He felt like he could breathe again after having been suffocated. She was all right. Mrs. Weasley patted her daughter's back as she and her husband passed by them to see Ron and Hermione. Harry stepped back from Ginny to look her up and down, then pulled her back into the circle of his arms. She was extremely pale and he could feel her trembling. Into her hair, he asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? Shouldn't you be lying down?" She shook her head as she spoke in a torrent of words. I wasn't in the explosion. I don't know. I was outside, heard a loud bang, smoke was everywhere. I ran back and Ron he was lying so still, and Hermione, she was just lying there, too. There was smoke, I couldn't breathe and well, so I dragged them out. I don't know, but Bill came, he rescued us. He said he'd be here." She was gasping for air as she spoke, trying to get all of her words out. Harry whispered in her ear, "Shush, that's enough. Everything is all right now. They're going to be fine. You're safe." Rubbing her back soothingly as he spoke, he tried to stay calm for her sake, hoping that what he was saying was true. They would be fine. They had to be. Looking over her shoulder at the motionless figures of his two best friends, he couldn't be sure. His heart filled with dread. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who were listening intently to Ginny's explanation, broke in with questions. "How did you get here? Did someone attack you?" "Please," said Harry, looking up at them with wild eyes. "Can't you see she's in shock?" He pulled a blanket off an empty bed and wrapped it over her shoulders and led her to a chair near Ron's bed. Then he handed her a steaming cup of tea. "Here, Ginny, I put extra sugar in it. This should help." She felt better being wrapped up in something warm and soft. Holding the warm tea was a comfort, too. "How have I lasted a day without Harry?" she thought, drawing strength from his presence. She sipped the tea and watched as Harry and her parents checked on Ron and Hermione. A warm feeling was beginning in her stomach and spreading as she watched him. "It's just the tea," she told herself. Things were so crazy that no one even commented on Harry's conjuring a cup of tea without a wand. Madame Pomfrey was taking a moment to explain their injuries. "He's so good in a crisis. Everyone feels better because he's here," Ginny thought. Dumbledore and Remus chose that moment to arrive. "I trust everyone is being cared for, Madame Pomfrey. Is there anything you require?" the headmaster asked. The adults put their heads together and began discussing the plans to take care of Ron and Hermione. Harry stood in the middle while they conferred around him, hoping that his best friends would be all right. He felt so helpless. Apparently a specialist from St. Mungo's was expected soon. Madame Pomfrey was confident that they hadn't suffered any lasting injury. Both patients had concussions. Dumbledore and Remus spoke with the Weasleys for a few more minutes and then left. Visibly relieved, Harry moved back to Ginny and said, "You rescued them, Ginny. Well done." He smiled down at her. Still so relieved that she wasn't hurt, his eyes searched her face as he continued, "It's so good to see you. It feels like it has been so long. So much has happened. But I guess it was only yesterday afternoon that I left the burrow. When things calm down, I have so much to tell you." The corners of his eyes were crinkling as he grinned at her. She felt like her insides were melting. She smiled softly in return, sipping her tea. "I can't wait to hear. We got your letter right before." Her voice trailed off and her gaze moved from Harry's face to something over his shoulder. "Harry," said Cho standing behind him in her hospital dressing gown. "What's happened?" Harry and Ginny's hug hadn't gone unnoticed. Harry jumped at the sight of Cho but recovered himself quickly enough to say, "The burrow was attacked this morning, or maybe there was some sort of weird accident. It's all being sorted out now. Should you be out of bed? Where's your brother?" Madame Pomfrey answered the first question for her. "No, she should not be out of bed. Please escort Miss Chong back to her place, Harry. You need complete bed rest and calm, young lady. Don't let me see you wandering again." Cho smiled up at Harry and took his arm. Ginny watched them walk away. He looked back over his shoulder at her, but she couldn't read his expression. Does he want Cho to lead him around? Does he like her? She couldn't tell. Feeling unsettled at the sight of Cho leaning her head briefly against his shoulder, she reminded herself that friendship was all Harry had ever offered. "Get a grip, Ginny, or you'll make a fool of yourself following him around like you used to," she lectured herself. She heard her mother say, "I understand that we have to wait for the specialist, but can't you tell me anything more?" Mr. Weasley patted her arm and said, "We won't have long to wait to find out what the specialist thinks, dear." Hermione stirred and let out a low beep. "That can't be good," said Harry, having returned to the Weasley family as soon as he could. Hermione appeared to be wakening. Her forehead was wrinkled into a deep frown as though she was in pain. She made another groaning noise. "Ah," said Madame Pomfrey as if she had been expecting this. "Seems like someone is waking up. Miss Granger, try to open your eyes." Hermione's eyes fluttered open, but she still looked like she was in pain. Madame Pomfrey lifted a potion bottle to her lips. In a few moments, her expression eased. Everyone gave a collective sigh of relief. "We were so worried, Hermione," started Ginny. Hermione looked confused. "Where am I? Hogwarts." She spotted Ron in the next bed and gasped. "Ron, oh my." Before anyone could stop her, she swung her feet out of the bed and started toward Ron. She took one step before crumpling to the cold stone floor. Arthur picked her up gently and put her back under her covers. "Please," she protested. Madame Pomfrey stepped forward, practically clucking, "That will be enough of that, Miss Granger. You won't do Mr. Weasley any good if you're unconscious again. Here, take these and stay under those blankets." She handed Hermione 2 potions bottles. "What are those, Madame Pomfrey?" Harry asked, thinking Hermione would probably like to know what she was being asked to take. "The large bottle is a strengthening potion and the small blue bottle is a calming draught," the matron said, looking at Harry as though he had a lot of nerve questioning her methods. Patting his friend on the hand as he spoke, Harry reassured her. "Ron's going to be all right, Hermione. He's had a nasty hit on the head, same as you, but he should be coming around soon." For her sake, he forced a smile as she struggled to swallow the liquid in both bottles. "That's right, take your medicine like a good girl." When she had finished the last of the potions, she seemed much more able to speak. Everyone was looking at her expectantly. She closed her eyes briefly and then looked around at their caring faces. Finally, she said quietly, "The last thing I remember is being in the kitchen at the burrow. We heard noises like there were people in the living room and Ron thought it was the twins, so he went toward the door calling to them, then there was a loud bang." "What happened? Is this some wheezing experiment gone wrong?" "You just told us more than we knew, Hermione. Lay back and rest. You've had a concussion," said Ginny. A loud beep came from Ron. "What the bloody hell?" Everyone's attention shifted to him as he began to come around. His eyes were squeezed tightly shut as he woke up to the extreme pain in his head. The Weasleys crowded around him quietly. Harry stayed with Hermione to keep her from following. Madame Pomfrey pushed through the crowd around his bed with the same potions she'd given to Hermione. "There you are, Mr. Weasley. Decided to join us at last." Ron let out another groan. "My head," was the only thing he said. "I dare say your head is going to mend," Madame Pomfrey said with a smile. "Can you hear me, young man? Sit up and take both of these potions." Another group sigh came from the Weasley clan. Ron drank his potions and sank back on his pillow, still keeping his eyes tightly closed. "Hermione," Ron asked quietly. "She's here, Ron. She's going to be just fine," Ginny said, taking his hand in hers. "Looks like you will be, too." She turned around to see Harry grinning at them, visibly relieved. Hermione managed a weak smile. Ron closed his eyes again and put his head back down for some more rest. Bill Weasley had quietly joined them as Ginny was speaking. He gave his mother a hug and asked, "How are they? Is Ron okay?" "He'll be all right, dear. We're waiting for the specialist. Hermione and he have come around already." Mrs. Weasley motioned to Ron's girlfriend, who was lying on her pillow, pale but composed. "What happened at the Burrow? How did you get involved?" "I've just come from there. Aurors are still investigating. They think that Death Eaters attacked the Burrow, triggering the wards. That's what alerted me to come and bring help. Either there were so many of them that the anti-intruder ward overreacted, so to speak, or they tried some magic of their own that caused the explosion. In any case, all 5 of them are dead. They were probably knocked out first, and then died of smoke inhalation." "What about Ron?" "Madame Pomfrey thinks he has a concussion. He's just resting now." "What sort of damage is there at the Burrow?" she asked. Smiling down at his petite mother, Bill answered, "It should be repaired by the time you get home." "How is that possible?" asked Ginny. "The fire. The kitchen was full of smoke. Smoke was coming out of all of the downstairs windows." "Smoke, yes. Fire, no. The explosion or the smoke set off the fire prevention wards, so the damage was minimal. The furniture and things are being repaired. I left Fred, George and their friend Lee Jordan working on setting things right. You all have enough to worry about here," Bill answered with a big smile. Mrs. Weasley looked a little skeptical at the thought of the twins redecorating their living room. Mr. Weasley spoke up, "I'm sure the boys will do a good job. So all the extra wards we put up when we knew Harry was coming to stay worked really well." He sounded pleased. "You wouldn't have needed them if Harry Potter would just learn to stay away from people," shouted Charles Chong from across the room, pointing at Harry. Bill shouted, "Who are you? Sod off." Moving to stand next to her oldest brother, Ginny yelled, "Yeah, sod off, Chong. If it weren't for Harry, we'd all be under Voldemort's control." Hermione cried out weakly, "Who do you think you are?" Mr. Weasley said more calmly, "Let's never forget that Harry is his main target. He needs our help." Cho was out of bed again, tugging on her brother's arm. Charles shook her off and shouted something unintelligible back at the Weasleys. Bill and Ginny were screaming something at the same time. As the shouting match continued, Harry couldn't make out anything they were saying. His ears were ringing. Madame Pomfrey was hurrying toward them. Mrs. Weasley's lips became a thin line, her eyes narrowed and her hands were on her hips. "Enough," she said, with the voice of authority that had helped her raise 6 boys. "Harry is always welcome at the Burrow, young man. We're proud to call him a part of our family." She smiled fiercely at Harry and patted his arm. Harry was warmed by her words, but in his heart he knew Charles Chong had a point. The beds in this infirmary were filling up because of him. Voldemort was targeting his friends. Anger swelled up within him. He struggled to contain it. His blood was pounding in his ears, but he managed to say, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I will. I think I'll go for a walk." As he strode toward the exit he could hear Madame Pomfrey threatening to kick everyone out of the infirmary if they didn't quiet down. When he reached the door, he felt a soft hand in his. Looking down into Ginny's face, some of his anger melted away. She looked up at him so trustingly. She wasn't afraid to be near him. He stopped. "Ginny, you should stay with your family. They need you now." I just need to clear my head. You can't tell me what to do, Harry. I'm coming with you, she answered. She could be stubborn. I'll come with you, too, Harry, said Bill, who was now standing behind them. Ginny grinned at her brother and turned back to Harry with a triumphant look. Harry shook his head at her, his anger evaporating some more at their show of support. He smiled at them both and said, I know a place by the lake. The sun was shining brightly. It would have been a hot day except for the breeze blowing off the lake. The breeze made the water ripple with sparkling waves. The giant squid poked a tendril up every now and then. The three didn't speak much as they took a long walk along the shore to a spot Harry liked overlooking the lake with a view of the school in the distance. From so far away Hogwarts looked peaceful and serene, like a castle in a fairy tale. As they settled under the shade of a tree, Harry used his wand to conjure a large quilt and a picnic basket. Ginny looked taken aback, but her surprise was that Harry had used his wand, not that he had conjured food. She'd seen that plenty of times this summer. Bill laughed. Now if that basket has some cold butterbeer, I'll be a happy man. Harry handed Bill and Ginny each a bottle before opening his own. Bill looked at Ginny sipping her drink and said, Are you corrupting my little sister with butterbeer, Potter? Both Harry and Ginny blushed. Remembering Charles Chong just the day before yelling at him to stay away from his sister made Harry rethink what Bill's motives were in accompanying them on this walk. Maybe he thinks it's not safe for Ginny to be near me, even here at Hogwarts. Did he come along to warn me to stay away from her? He wondered. Ginny recovered enough to speak. Don't go all big brother on me, Bill. I can drink a butterbeer if I want. And I can hold my own against boys who want to corrupt me, as you put it. Her voice was getting louder as she spoke. She sounded a lot like Mrs. Weasley. Don't get in a temper, little one. I can't help but look out for you. She didn't seem appeased. He continued on a more serious note. You took care of everyone this morning, pulling them out of that smoke-filled room. At those words, Ginny gave him a hug. As he held his sister close, Bill looked meaningfully over her shoulder into Harry's eyes as if to say, See how precious she is. We can't let anything happen to her. She needs protection. Harry nodded his silent agreement. Their meal passed pleasantly without much conversation. Bill told a story about the giant squid playing a sort of water polo game against 20 students at a time during his Hogwarts days. Harry told them about the night before, rescuing Professor Lupin from the cave and finding the sword. After they finished eating, Ginny wandered off a short way to pick wildflowers for Hermione, Ron and Cho. Harry didn't join her, sensing Bill wanted a chance to talk. After a long silence, Harry decided to start the conversation himself, no use pretending. I'll do anything I can to keep your family safe, Bill. Does that include Ginny? Bill asked. Of course, she's a Weasley. Harry felt self-conscious. Are you her boyfriend, then? Asked Bill. He noticed they were quite comfortable holding hands while they walked. Harry looked at the ground. Dean Thomas, one of my roommates, is her boyfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. Maybe it's better that way. Is that because her brother ordered you away? Was Cho Chong your girlfriend? Is that why she was attacked? Asked Bill. Cho and I went out once, but she was dating someone else at the end of last year. In July, she wrote me a letter that may have triggered the attack. I'm not interested in Cho. As he answered, his eyes unconsciously following Ginny as she picked flowers. Following his gaze, Bill continued, but you're interested in Ginny, despite the Dean thing. Who is this Dean? Why haven't I ever met him? Lowering his voice, he challenged Harry with, any fool could see you have a thing for Ginny. You can't take your eyes off of her. Panicking that Bill would say that to his sister, Harry decided he'd better make a strong denial. Please don't tell Ginny that. We're just friends, close friends. Bill didn't say anything. He was looking intently at Harry, who seemed lost in thought at the moment. Back in the infirmary when they were arguing with Cho's brother, Harry had begun to radiate power. It came off him in waves as though he couldn't control it. Ginny must surely have felt it, but she didn't shrink away. She followed him anyway. Maybe he was out of line questioning Harry, but he had to make sure she was protected. Still following her daisy-picking progress with his eyes, Harry continued, I assure you Dean Thomas exists, and he is her boyfriend. They've been dating since last spring. They were together just yesterday in Diagon Alley. Ginny and I are just friends, which is great. I promise I'll do what I can to keep her safe. You're not going to ask me to stay away from her like Charles Chong did, are you? Bill listened carefully while he spoke. He sounded so desperate. Despite his denial, Harry had it bad for Ginny. When Harry finished, Bill replied, "No, I'm not like that, get back there. You don't have to worry about me. And I won't say anything to Ginny if you promise to help keep her safe. And you already have, so we're cool." "Well, you are cool, Bill," said Ginny, who had just rejoined them holding a large bouquet of wildflowers. "I'm not so sure about Harry though," she said as she trickled little white flowers over his head. "He wears flowers in his hair." She giggled softly, her face alight with a wide smile. Harry just let the flowers fall around him and smiled back at her. "Shall we go check on the patients?" he asked as he stood up and stretched. Waving his hand, he banished the remains of their picnic without thinking about it. She took his hand and they left. They spent the rest of the afternoon in the infirmary keeping Hermione, Ron and Cho company and trying not to worry. At tea time, Dumbledore and Remus reappeared to check on the patients and to reclaim Harry. Ginny and Bill asked to come along so they could see Harry's new sword. They settled into Dumbledore's office with hot tea and biscuits. Bill and Ginny hadn't heard what McGonagall said about the symbols on the sword, so Harry told them what he remembered about it. "You work at Gringotts, don't you, Bill?" Harry asked. "What kind of charm makes it possible for only certain people to enter a vault? Why could no one enter the Trust Vault before now?" Bill wasn't surprised that Harry was curious. He'd heard about the Potter Trust. "I'm not giving away any trade secrets. Blood charms have been around for centuries. Before more modern wards were invented, blood charms were used to prevent entry to most dwellings. We still use them at Gringotts on a variety of accounts. A trust account is one of them. In fact, with a trust that is centuries old, like the Potter Trust, the blood charm would be incredibly strong, unbreakable. Only you, or your guardian, would be able to enter. A centuries-old vault, a lineage going back hundreds of years, all this made Harry think. He'd grown up believing he had no one but the Dursleys, who spent most of their time disowning him. They suffered his presence unwillingly and always made sure he understood that he was a freak, not really a part of their family. Of course, he didn't aspire to be a Dursley. They had nothing in common. He'd found a better home at Hogwarts and with the Weasleys. Yet here was the news that he was part of a long line of Potters. The box by the window had been held by centuries of Potters, just like him. He was a part of them, and they were a part of him. These thoughts humbled him and elevated him at the same time. He couldn't wait to see the other contents of the vault. Maybe Professor Lupin would take him there soon. While Harry was deep in thought, Bill and Ginny said goodbye and left for the infirmary. Dumbledore asked, "Do you still have the letter, Harry?" Harry had forgotten all about the letter from his parents' vault. "This is just like the mirror. I set it aside and forgot about it even though it could have saved a life. Why do I keep doing this? This letter could be really important," Harry wondered to himself, staring at the unopened envelope. On the front was written, "For Harry on his 16th birthday." Remus spoke. "I found this letter in your parents' vault along with a letter addressed to Sirius which instructed him to give you the carved wooden box and this letter on your 16th birthday. When I found them, your birthday had already passed. I'm sorry these are getting to you so late. The letter from your parents and the box are charmed so only you can open them." Harry tore open the letter. A single page was inside. On it was written, "Happy 16th birthday, Harry. Tap this with your wand. Love, Mum and Dad." Harry showed the page to Dumbledore and Remus. "Maybe it's charmed with a memory like Tom Riddle's diary. Your mother was truly gifted with charms. Go ahead and try it," urged Dumbledore. Harry tapped the paper with his wand. The paper glowed brightly and he disappeared. Harry found himself in a soft chair in a comfortable sitting room that was unfamiliar to him. Seated opposite him were two familiar people. James and Lily Potter were sitting together on a sofa and smiling at each other. His father had an arm draped over his mother's shoulder. She said to him, "Stare at the chair." He laughed and turned toward Harry without quite making eye contact. Harry watched them in stunned silence. From his experience with Pencieves and Tom Riddle's enchanted diary, he knew they couldn't see or speak with him. He was simply witnessing a memory they had preserved for the occasion. His father cleared his throat, and said, "Hello, Harry. If you're seeing this, then you probably grew up only hearing about us from your godfather, that reprobate Sirius. I am your father, James Potter, and this is your beautiful mother, Lily." Lily punched his arm lightly. "I can speak for myself. Happy birthday, Harry. Wish we could be with you to celebrate. We hoped to spend our lives together. If you are watching this, that didn't happen. I hope you have had a happy childhood. We love you and want you to have the best of everything. We know Sirius loves you just as much, so I am sure you have had lots of love and maybe a little too much fun sometimes." She laughed. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of what Sirius would be like as a parent. "Explain the trust," interrupted James. "It's your family trust, so you should explain it, James," she said. His father began. "The Potter family trust is centuries old and consists of many holdings which can only be passed on to the eldest male in direct descent. That means you. The deeds and records for the real estate holdings are kept in the trust vault at Gringotts. You'll also find cash, jewelry and various old family artifacts, including some art and furnishings. Some of these are extremely old. Now that you are 16, you'll have access to this vault. You won't be considered a full adult wizard until you turn 17, at which time you can withdraw money from the vault. At that point you can decide whether to keep your juvenile trust vault open or have the remaining cash transferred to the main vault. Sirius will help him figure all this stuff out, James. Tell him about the box. It's his 16th birthday." Lily lifted the box off the table. "This box has been in the family for centuries. With each generation, the eldest male heir, the person who stands to inherit, tries to open the box on his 16th birthday. It obviously has a preservation charm on it because even though it's made out of wood, it is the only thing that survived the burning of Potter Manor in 1648. It is supposed to have a blood charm on it as well as a power charm. Legend has it that the Potter family will produce an heir with enough power by the time he turns 16 to open the box. It never opened for me. As far as I know, it has never opened for anyone. We don't even know what's inside. It could be nothing, but it is a pretty box and kind of an intriguing mystery. I wish I could be there to see you try. I would love to know what's in the box. Whatever it is, it's important enough to be handed on to the next generation for all this time." James stopped. "Let's just talk to him or something. He grew up without hearing your voice," he said to Lily sweetly, as if missing the sound of her voice would be a huge loss. Lily laughed. "As you can see, Harry, your father has a great deal of irresistible charm. I'm sure you've heard plenty of stories about us from Sirius," she hesitated before adding, "and Peter and Remus, of course. Let me tell you about what you were like when you were a baby. That's something only we really know. I knew you were magical from almost the day you were born. From the first, your father and I would do anything to get you to smile. You were probably pretty good on a broomstick, too, because you always loved to fly. Your dad used to float you around this room when you were only a toddler and it only made you giggle. In fact, it was all I could do to keep Sirius and your father from taking you flying on a broomstick." At this comment, James looked a little guilty. His eyes widened and he looked at his feet. Then he looked up at the chair and gave a wink. His mother continued speaking. "You were a sweet baby, never fussy, always looking around and alert like you were taking everything in. You have your father's hair and my eyes, and Sirius' sense of humor. Your godfather could always get you to laugh, even when you were tiny," she finished, starting to ramble a little. "We're almost out of time," said James, pointing at a clock on the mantel. "Say goodbye, Lily." Tears were shining in his mother's eyes, but she smiled as she said, "I'm so glad you're my son, Harry. I'm more proud of you than you'll ever know. I love you very much." She buried her face in James's shoulder. "We're both proud of you, Harry. I'm sorry we couldn't be there for you growing up. Remember that no matter what has happened, we love you." He continued into his wife's hair. "He's sleeping upstairs, you know. He may never even see this." Her head popped up and she gave her husband a swift key on the cheek. She turned to the chair and said, "Happy 16th birthday, Harry." And, just as he was pulled out of the memory, His face was covered with tears he hadn't noticed as he landed back in the chair in Dumbledore's office. Cheers for what might have been, if only he quickly wiped his face with the sleeve of his robe. Remus and Dumbledore waited for him to recover. Fawkes landed on Harry's shoulder to comfort him. Harry finally said, "It was mainly personal. They talked about the Potter Trust, which must be the vault where you picked up this letter and the box." "What were you hoping would be explained, Professor?" Dumbledore put his long fingers together and said, "Since the box and the letter came together, I was hoping they would know something about the Potter's connection to Merlin." "What did your parents say about the box, Harry?" Harry explained what his father had said and added, "He said that no one had ever been able to open the box before, but they continued to hand it down to the next generation anyway. He didn't say anything about Merlin or Merlin." He hesitated, then added, "I opened the box without any trouble, Professor." "What does it mean?" "It means you are a powerful wizard, Harry, as well as the Potter heir." "Not exactly new information, is it? As to what use you can make of the contents of the box, I cannot say. This was meant for you. Its contents are a puzzle for you to solve. Of course, I'll help you any way I can. You've only to ask, Harry." Professor Dumbledore handed the box back to him, looking straight into his green eyes. He hoped that this gesture of support and confidence would help rebuild some of the trust that was lost last year. He'd only meant to protect the boy by keeping him out of the action and ignorant of the prophecy, but he knew Harry wasn't quite certain of him yet. He'd have to earn his trust, show him that he could rely on him. As Harry took the box from the headmaster, he was struck by the contrast between last year and this. Back then Dumbledore wouldn't meet his eyes, and refused to explain anything. He'd been shut up at the Dursleys and treated like a difficult child. Now he appeared to be willing to accept Harry as a person capable of rational choices. Harry ran his fingers along the carving on the box. Perhaps its contents contained clues to his long-lost family. It was a connection to them at any rate. Why had some ancestor of his, long ago, carefully preserved a large ruby, a black phoenix statue, a round gold band and an old book? What made these things important enough to hand them down for centuries? Would he ever know? It was his mystery to solve. He was old enough and strong enough to find his own path, but it would be easier if he didn't have to make his way completely on his own. He had so much to learn. Remembering the resolution he'd made earlier in the summer, that he wouldn't let anyone plan his life for him, Harry decided to accept Dumbledore's help. He looked back up at the aging wizard with a smile and a nod. A full moon was shining. The sound of a loud bark rang through the winter night. It sounded far enough away. Continuing to run as fast as possible, the only sound he could hear was his own out-of-breath panting and the snow crunching under his feet. Dashing through the pine trees, he was winning the race until, with a growl of triumph, he was tackled to the ground. The large black dog seemed to spring from nowhere. The two wrestled in the snow, matching bites and growls until exhaustion overtook them. Remus Lupin sat in Harry's sitting room looking out at the Forbidden Forest. Harry was due back from the infirmary any minute. Thoughts of Sirius were always close to the surface. He sat there staring, remembering what it felt like to run free in those trees with Padfoot in Animagus form. It was all those years ago and it was yesterday. Their lives were full of promise and hope back then. What would they have done if they'd known how things would end? They should have believed in each other more, kept faith in their friendship. Instead Voldemort, or really it was Peter even then, had planted the seeds of doubt. There was a traitor in their midst. No one suspected Peter. Everyone suspected him, the werewolf, the dark creature. He couldn't deny the wolf inside. He spent every day with him. He couldn't blame them for not trusting him. He struggled to trust himself. When Sirius went to Azkaban without a trial, he turned his back on him. He could have trusted his friend. Losing James and Lily was so grim, so tragic. Peter was gone, too. Sirius seemed guilty. All his friends were lost in one horrible betrayal. He hadn't dealt with his grief well, even then. Poor Harry was sent to live with Muggles. He was powerless to help him. I really believed he was better off without me. I had nothing to offer anyone but grief, he thought. Life had gone on. A measure of worth had returned. Then Harry had brought him hope. He'd brought Sirius back to him. That night in the Shrieking Shack began with the thought that he was going to avenge them, Harry and his parents, by capturing his old friend. Instead he'd found Peter alive and well and guilty as hell. Padfoot was back. Their friendship was restored. That was then, before the Department of Mysteries. Now he had to face Harry. He'd put it off all summer, brooding in Grimmauld Place, lost to grief and guilt. The letter wasn't enough. He wrote it, but never sent it. He had to apologize to his face. Keeping Harry from following Sirius through the veil was haunting him. Harry had restored his friendship with Sirius, brought him back from the dead for 2 years, and he had repaid him by letting his godfather die. Harry had screamed his grief that night. Obviously, he felt Sirius' death strongly. He'd almost followed him. He lost his last hope of having a real family. Then Dumbledore sent him to the purgatory that was life at the Dursleys. I was no good to him last summer, too busy howling about my own grief to come to terms with Harry's loss. I've failed him all of his life. What can I offer him now? Dumbledore should just find someone else to be his guardian. It's foolish to leave the task to me. After checking on the Weasleys, Harry walked into his rooms quietly. Professor Lupin was sitting staring out at the forest. He'd wanted to talk to him all summer, wanted to explain how sorry he was. Now that he had to face him alone, he wasn't so sure. Sirius had been this man's best friend. Now he's dead because of me, he thought as he cleared his throat and gathered his courage. Hello, Professor. I'm glad you're here. Hello, Harry, answered Remus just as formally. They both avoided eye contact. The silence stretched between them. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. His eyes were shining with unshed tears. Lupin broke the silence. I'm so sorry, Harry. I know you wanted to see me this summer. I just wasn't in any condition to see anyone. Too many memories. I've never been good at grief. Harry couldn't stop the tears from falling. His voice cracked as he said, I'm sorry, too, Professor, more than I can say. If I hadn't been so stupid, none of it would have happened. I just didn't think straight. I don't know how to ask you to forgive me when I can't forgive myself. His face turned red as anger and grief welled up inside him. The air around him began to crackle. The months of keeping a lid on his emotions forgotten. It was as though his grief had been kept fresh by the guilt he kept inside. For the moment, he couldn't blame Snape or Kreacher. He had to face that it was all his fault. Shaking his head, Remus answered, No, Harry. Stop. I've been trying to figure out how to say I'm sorry to you. Voldemort has fooled stronger men than you. It wasn't your fault. I could have stopped Sirius. I should have stunned him and left him behind in a binding spell. He could have been caught going to the Ministry, of all places. He put his arms around Harry. Harry was embarrassed to cry on Remus' shoulder. He pulled himself up, struggling to stop the tears, and said, I've really been doing all right. The summer has been good. I think I'll always feel this way about Sirius. There will always be a part of me that feels this awful anger and guilt and sadness. If there weren't, you wouldn't be human, Harry. He hesitated, trying to put this next part into words. I didn't just want to say I'm sorry, Harry. I also wanted thank you. What? Said Harry, almost laughing at the suggestion that there was something to thank him for in all of this grief. I made a mess of things, Professor. I wanted to thank you for giving me my friend back for 2 years, Harry. He put his hand up as if to say, Stop. Let me explain. This isn't my first time mourning Sirius. For 12 years, I lost all my friends. All the people I'd loved and who'd loved me. The Marauders accepted me even with my affliction. And we had a great time. Sirius, your father, your mother, even Peter, we had so much fun. Then I spent 12 years thinking it had all been a lie, that Sirius wasn't who I thought he was, that he had killed Peter and turned Lily and James, and even you, over to Voldemort. My world turned upside down. Until you gave me hope by bringing Sirius back to life. You gave me 2 years, Harry. And then I took it away again, said Harry darkly. What would you give for more time with Sirius, right now, Harry? He'd give anything, all his gold, gladly if he could have Sirius back. He answered, anything. That's how I felt, too. Then, you gave me 2 whole years, Harry. That was really quite something. Silence fell on the two. A different silence this time. An understanding began. Remus punched Harry lightly on his arm. Harry grinned and wiped away the remainder of his tears. They talked into the evening, sharing stories about Sirius, running in the forest, watching Harry play Quidditch in his dog form. Life would go on. They would have each other in Sirius memory. The following morning, Harry stayed under the shower an extra long time. It had been great to finally speak with Professor Lupin. While the two of them had cleared the air between them, the birthday message from his parents and the question of his heritage had unsettled him. The last few days had brought Harry one shock after another. First he had to watch Ginny hug Dean. He wasn't really over that yet. Then Cho had been attacked and her brother had blamed him. Then he had helped rescue Professor Lupin, who turned out to be his new godfather, from a mysterious cave where he found a wonderful sword. Then the burrow had been attacked with Ginny making a narrow escape with an injured Ron and Hermione. And on top of everything, Dumbledore drops the news that they think he might be connected with Merlin. Could it be true? He hoped it wasn't. Harry stepped out of the shower. The room was filled with steam. He heard a noise in his bedroom, so he wrapped a towel around his waist. Without his glasses or contact lenses, he couldn't see, but he thought it must be Dobby, so he stepped into the bedroom to collect his clothes. He heard a rather feminine gasp and saw a flash of red hair. Harry said, "Sorry, I thought you must be Dobby. What's going on here?" He heard a decidedly masculine voice ask from the outer room. "Is that you, Professor Lupin?" asked Harry, trying to wipe the steam off his old glasses. With his vision coming into focus, Harry saw Ginny with her back to him near the door to his bedroom and Remus near the door in the room beyond. Suddenly uncomfortably aware that he was almost naked, dripping wet and practically alone with the girl of his dreams, Harry said, "Could you shut the door for me, Ginny? I'll be out in a moment." His voice sounded lower than usual, almost a growl. "Certainly, Harry," she answered stiffly. Without turning around, she shut the door. It was very quiet when Harry finally joined the other two. "All right, Ginny, Professor," he asked. "How are the patients this morning?" "They are the same. Cho has her family with her. Both Ron and Hermione were sleeping and Mum made me leave," Ginny answered. The special Medi-Wizard from St. Mungo's had performed numerous healing charms on Ron and Hermione the evening before. Ginny had stayed as late as she could. The Weasleys were occupying a suite of rooms just across from the Changs near the infirmary, which was meant for the families of patients in the Hogwarts infirmary. "Have either of you had breakfast? Let's have something to eat before we go down," Harry suggested. Ginny was still blushing and unusually quiet. She and Professor Lupin both looked a little pale. Trying to steer the conversation from the towel scene, hoping that wasn't what was on their minds, Harry said, "What is it? Not another Death Eater attack? Did they get the Dursleys this time?" Remus laughed at the hopeful tone in his voice. "You've had quite a week, haven't you? If you are going to interpret every pause in the conversation as a prelude to an important announcement, I came to say goodbye for the next couple of days. I'm headed to Wolfhaven Inn. Full moon tomorrow night." Ginny relaxed a little and gave them both a small smile. "Good luck, Professor. I'd like some breakfast, Harry," she said, not meeting his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the table was set for three with Ginny's favorite breakfast foods: apple muffins, porridge, pumpkin juice, bacon, eggs and tomatoes. Ginny and Harry relaxed while they ate and talked. Harry pointed out that the view from his rooms of the Forbidden Forest must mean they were near Gryffindor Tower, but he wasn't quite sure where they were. Professor Lupin gave both Harry and Ginny a speech about how he wanted them to start calling him Remus since he wasn't working at Hogwarts anymore. He promised to go with Harry to the Potter Trust vault as soon as they could arrange it. Harry explained to Ginny about the vault and the possibility that the Potters may have a connection to Merlin. "You should keep that idea to yourself, Harry. I know you trust Ginny, but you wouldn't want that rumor circulating. You are enough of a target anyway," warned Remus. "Of course, you are right, Professor. I mean, Remus," replied Harry. "I trust Ginny with all my secrets. Except for one," he thought to himself. When Remus had left, Ginny suggested they finish drinking their tea out on the terrace. Harry and Ginny were unusually quiet. It was not the comfortable companionable silence that they had enjoyed over the summer. Clearly Ginny had something on her mind. but didn't know how to bring it up, so Harry broke the stillness. Grinning, he asked, "What's on your mind, Ginny? Is this about walking in on me wearing a towel?" Ginny giggled, glad that he could joke about that embarrassing moment. "I'll cherish the memory, Harry and his towel. Where's my sketchbook so I can get it down on paper?" she teased. Then she continued more seriously, "I had a run-in with Cho's brother last night and I keep turning it over in my mind. I'm not sure I really want to talk about it right now." Harry could just imagine what Charles had said to Ginny, probably more warnings about the dangers of being near him. Anger swelled up in his chest like a serpent rising. The air around them crackled. Watching Harry fire up with anger, sensing the power he couldn't control, Ginny thought, maybe there is some truth to what Charles said about Harry being dangerous. Even Voldemort is afraid of him. But he would never hurt me. I know he wouldn't. While she was thinking, she watched Harry, who was staring out at the Forbidden Forest with a grim look on his face. She slipped her hand into his and tilted her head with a smile to get his attention. Looking into her sparkling golden brown eyes, Harry calmed down. He smiled back. He didn't know how long they smiled at each other. They lost track of time until the air around them made one loud snap as though some sort of magical tension was discharged. Lifting her hand so that he could hold it with both of his, Harry said, "No matter what, I'm your friend, Gin. If you need to keep your distance, I'll understand. I hope you know you can always talk to me." At that he remembered something and said, "Oh, speaking of always being able to talk to me." He pulled 2 little blue framed mirrors out of his pocket. "I sent Dobby to buy these. If you want, I can charm them so that we can talk to each other no matter where we are. Your mirror can only be activated by your voice, so neither of us will catch the other wearing just a towel or something." He grinned at her. "I bought them because of what happened to Remus. If we hadn't had a double mirror, we never would have found him. Thankfully, his rescue was easy. We just walked in and walked out with him, but another rescue might be more difficult. A mirror like this could save a life. Not that I'm suggesting anything is going to happen to you." He was suddenly concerned that he was going to worry her. "We'll have these just in case. It'll make you safer, Gin." He spoke as though he had to talk her into this. "It will make you safer, too, Harry." "What a good idea," she answered. Harry was relieved she didn't bring up what Dean will think of this. He suspected Ginny's boyfriend wouldn't be too happy that they had communication set up, 24/7, just for them. If it makes her safer, he should be happy about it, Harry rationalized as he performed the charm and presented her with her little mirror. As they made their way down to the infirmary, Harry held back and tested the mirror, quietly saying, "Ginny Weasley." Into his mirror. She stopped short and looked back up the stairs where Harry was, laughing when she realized his voice was coming from her pocket. "Hello," she said. All she could see was her own nose. "You have to say my name into your mirror," Harry shouted down to her. She did, and Harry's nose and mouth appeared in her mirror. "Will it work if you hold it far enough back to see your whole face?" she asked. They played around with their mirrors and discovered that if you held it back far enough to show your whole face, then you had to practically shout for the other person to hear you. September 1st. Harry woke up early on September 1st. Fog lay over the forest, but the day promised to be bright. The air was still. Charming his dressing gown to keep him warm in the early morning chill, he wandered outside onto the small terrace with a cup of tea, hoping to watch the sun come up over the trees. It was a beautiful sight. Trees full of summery green leaves, a blue fog bank laying on top, and the early morning sun turning the clouds a delicate pink. His reverie was broken by the sight of a large, hairy man with a black dog strolling toward the small hut near the woods. Harry smiled widely. Hagrid had returned to Hogwarts. Neither he nor Fang looked up when Harry called, so he figured that he was too high up to be heard. Deciding to have breakfast with Hagrid, Harry hurried into the bedroom. He put on Muggle jeans and a plain white t-shirt, throwing his Hogwarts robe over the top. School didn't start until the feast this evening, so he didn't worry about being out of uniform. He grabbed his firebolt and flew off the terrace of his tower, landing right outside Hagrid's door. Suddenly worried about being too early in the morning, Harry hesitated a moment. Before he had a chance to knock, the door opened and a large black dog had him lying on the ground. He could hear laughter, only it wasn't just Hagrid. "Moody," he said, looking up at Hagrid and trying to see inside the hut. "How do you do that, Potter?" "I'm wearing an invisibility cloak," said Mad-Eye Moody, his head emerging as if from thin air. "It was your cruel laughter that gave you away, Professor. My being attacked by a vicious dog amuses you." Harry was laughing, too. No one who knew Hagrid's dog Fang would really think he was vicious. He was busy drooling affectionately on Harry's shoulder even as he spoke. Hagrid pulled Harry to his feet. "All right, there, Ari?" he asked. "We were just letting Fang out for some fresh air." "All right, Hagrid, Moody," Harry said, nodding at each man as he spoke their names. "I thought I'd come see how you are. How was your summer? Come have a cuppa, Harry. Mad-Eye and I were just sitting down tear some rock cakes and tea." Hagrid's rock cakes were legendary for being extremely rock-like. "Have you been out flying, Potter? Isn't it kind of early? Does anyone know you went out?" asked Mad-Eye. Harry smiled, although he knew the professor was completely serious. "Constant vigilance, I know," he reassured Mad-Eye, holding up his wand. As they ate their rock cakes and drank their tea, Harry filled them in on the events since the attack at the burrow. He told Hagrid about his new sword. Mad-Eye had already seen it that day in Dumbledore's office. "What brings you to Hogwarts today, Professor? If it's order business, I understand. Maybe you can't tell me." His words disguised his feelings. Harry tried to curb the anger that sprung up at the thought that order business was off limits to him. He was supposed to just face Voldemort and kill him without ever knowing the whole plan. Mad-Eye answered, "It will be your business soon enough, Harry. I'm to be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher as a favor to Albus." Harry grinned. "For real this time? Maybe we should make you sit under our watchful eye for a couple of hours and make sure this is really you," he joked. 2 years before they had thought their defense professor was Mad-Eye Moody, but it turned out to be a Death Eater named Barty Crouch Jr. "Or maybe we should just search your luggage for polyjuice ingredients." "Very funny, Potter. As your professor, you'll have to show me more respect. You'll have to start calling me Professor Moody. I've always called you Professor. Anyway, it's a small price to pay for finally having a defense teacher who knows about defense. Last year, we formed a club so we could practice. We weren't allowed to use our wands in defense class. I'll look forward to your teaching, Professor Moody. Does this mean you're going to keep sneaking up on me like you did this summer at Privet Drive?" When it was his turn to keep watch over Harry, Mad-Eye had been giving him defense lessons and testing his reflexes by sneaking up on him. Harry thought it was kind of a fun game. He'd become fairly skilled at detecting the aura. Of course, it didn't hurt that he walked with the aid of a wooden leg. "I heard about your club, Potter. Everyone who was in the DA passed their defense OWL test. You made the highest score Hogwarts has ever seen. I understand they gave you extra credit points for your Patronus," Mad-Eye said. "Do you want to keep your DA club going? We should talk later after we've both had a chance to speak with the headmaster." "Thanks, Professor. Defense is my best subject, but I will have Quidditch practice soon," Harry answered. "I'm looking forward to care of magical creatures, too, Hagrid. What do you have lined up for the 6th years? Any 9-headed dragons being held in a special place in the Forbidden Forest?" "Ha!" answered Hagrid loudly. "Wouldn't that be a wonder? Nothing so rare as that, Ari. 6 years help with many animals the younger unstudy, like unicorns. Of course, boys aren't much help with them. They like girls." "When you say help, do you mean feed them?" Harry asked, remembering that they had already learned about feeding unicorns. "No, the younger uns feed em. Ye get tear help me catch em," Harry answered Hagrid. Harry couldn't wait. The year promised to be so much better than the year before. He thanked them both and took off on his firebolt for a turn flying around the lake before trying to return to his terrace. The sun was up in earnest by now, still no breeze. It was going to be a hot day. He flew over the top of where his terrace should be a couple of times before he realized that he couldn't find it. There was no terrace. In fact, there didn't seem to be anywhere to land at all above Hagrid's hut. He gave up and landed at the entrance. He found Ginny in the main hall, apparently playing tag with Peeves. As he drew closer, he realized they were throwing a small pink ball of some sort at each other. Ginny would throw it at the poltergeist and then run away. Then Peeves would follow her and throw it back. They stopped when they saw him. She gave Harry a bright smile and tucked the pink object in a pocket. Peeves floated over his head making a loud raspberry sound. "I was just going to come up and see if you were ready for some breakfast," she said. He told her all the news he'd learned eating breakfast with Hagrid as they climbed up to his tower room. Fawkes was sitting on the terrace when Harry arrived. He was rewarded with a sweet song as he stroked the beautiful phoenix's head. Fawkes had brought a note from Professor Dumbledore. He sent his answer back and turned to Ginny. "I have to meet Dumbledore in his office this morning. After that maybe we could have another picnic at the lake. Do you think Madame Pomfrey would let Ron, Hermione and Cho come with us? They could use some fresh air." Ginny watched as Harry sent the note. He seemed to be talking to Fawkes, who was perched on the stone wall of the terrace. He was so comfortable with the phoenix. They looked so striking together, standing in the sunlight, the large red and gold bird and the tall, handsome young man with his messy black hair and green eyes. "They're both rare," she thought. Harry seemed so relaxed this morning. Her heart swelled as she noticed how happy he looked. He was laughing as the phoenix took flight. Then he turned to her and spoke. "What did you say, Harry?" "I was thinking about something," Ginny said. "Probably Dean," thought Harry as he could see that her eyes were glazed over and her expression was sort of dreamy. He repeated his picnic suggestion, hoping that Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let the patients go so that he could spend this last day alone with Ginny. "Is that your box, Harry? The one with the carving?" she asked. He had left the box open on the desk, trying to unlock the mystery of its contents by staring at each object in slow deliberation. "Is it safe to touch these things?" Ginny remembered her father's warning when Harry had first opened the box. Dumbledore checked them over for spells. He wasn't very specific. He just said they do have magical energy, but that I can handle them all I want. I've no idea what they are, really, or why they have been handed down over the years. As he spoke, she touched the cold black stone shaped like a phoenix. Then she held the large ruby up to the light. The gold, thick circular band was sitting on top of its purple pouch. When Ginny ran her finger gingerly over its polished surface, it disappeared from her sight and reappeared around her neck. She could feel the cold metal against her skin. Gasping in surprise, she asked, "What happened? What did I do?" Harry gave a low, quiet laugh. "You didn't do anything. I'm sorry to shock you. I just wanted to see what it looked like around your neck." The two teens moved to the mirror in Harry's bedroom. "I look like a Viking," she said with a laugh. "I'm not so sure this is meant to be a necklace, or maybe it's a necklace for a warrior, not a woman. It is so thick and heavy. It's too big for me. Why don't you try it on?" Harry was standing by her side with an odd, unreadable expression on his face as he stared at her smiling reflection. The gold band was too big for her slim neck. Without a word, the necklace disappeared from her neck and reappeared around Harry's. "That's better. It does look better on you. Maybe it's meant to be around a man's neck," she said. Then an odd thing happened. The three small rubies embedded in the thick metal began to glow. Harry, what is going on? Are you making those stones light up?" Ginny asked. She was beginning to worry. Harry felt a surge of strength as the rubies lit up. "I'm not doing anything, Gin. But I can feel something. It's not a bad feeling." He smiled, looking at himself in the mirror. Looking at Ginny, who was staring at him inquisitively, he decided to change the subject. "Well, I'm not walking around all day looking like a Viking either. Let's put all this away. I'll bet you're hungry." Harry went back to his desk and put away the mysterious items, closing the box with a thump. When they walked back to the terrace, they saw that breakfast had appeared on the table. Either Harry has conjured the food or Dobby was sneaky about it, Ginny thought. They ate at a leisurely pace, talking and laughing about nothing in particular. "I'm going to miss this," Harry said. "What?" Ginny asked, surprised that Harry would remark on their time together. Maybe she misunderstood. Harry could see the confusion crossing her face. He hadn't meant to make her uncomfortable. "These rooms. I'm going to miss having these rooms," he said, trying to cover his embarrassment. I'm looking forward to all my friends arriving today. In a way, it's too bad that we'll miss the Hogwarts Express trip this year, but I'm glad school is starting. If you stayed in these rooms, wouldn't you miss your roommates? Ginny asked, not thinking about how that might sound to him. Harry didn't say anything. He knew she was thinking about one roommate in particular. He wasn't sure what to say. Now that the time had come, he wasn't sure he could stand to watch Ginny with Dean Thomas. It was one thing to keep telling himself that it was enough to be her friend, but he wasn't sure how he felt about facing the reality of her boyfriend. It suddenly hit him hard thinking of Ginny smiling her beautiful smile, laughing her beautiful laugh, biting her lower lip, with someone else. But she was here now, alone with him where she belonged. He reached over and offered her a small white lily that he'd conjured, as he had so many times in the last month. Ginny took the flower and looked into Harry's face as he grew silent. He seemed to pull into himself. What was he worried about? Last year had been so difficult for him. Half the students at Hogwarts had treated Harry like he was a lunatic. They believed Cornelius Fudge and the Ministry of Magic's version of events, that Harry was a liar who invented Voldemort's return to the wizarding world to seek attention for himself. Some even believed that Harry was somehow responsible for Cedric Diggory's death. No wonder he was worried, thinking about all of that. It's going to be a good year, Harry, Ginny tried to reassure him. We're safe here at school. And everyone knows the truth about you-know-who now. No one will think any of that weird stuff that they thought last year. They all believe you now. She reached over the table and rubbed the back of his hand. She could see the longing in his eyes as they searched her own without blinking. He wants to believe that what I'm saying is true, thought Ginny. She said, you have to believe me, Harry. Even at the end of last year, everyone had come around to the truth. Her face was full of sincerity as she looked deep into his eyes. Trance-like, Harry reached up and tucked a stray strand of Ginny's hair behind her ear. He sighed and broke away from her gaze. Turning back to the breakfast, he said, I guess we'll find out tonight. Keeping away from Ginny was going to take all the willpower he could find. When Harry met with Dumbledore in the morning before the picnic, the headmaster began by asking, have you enjoyed your private quarters, Harry? Has everything been satisfactory? I've enjoyed them very much, Professor. The view from the window makes it seem to be near Gryffindor, and yet Professor Dumbledore, I flew on my broomstick to visit Hagrid this morning, and when I tried to fly back, I couldn't find the terrace. Is that particular tower invisible? Dumbledore gave a small smile, his eyes twinkling. You have discovered another of Hogwarts' defenses, Harry. All of the exterior towers are unapproachable by broomstick. Even the towers that are visible have wards in place to prevent anyone from landing on the battlements or flying through an open window. He seemed proud that Harry had figured that out. I asked you to come see me for a reason, Harry. I want to discuss the coming year. You signed up for 6 classes, which is fine. NEWT level classes all meet for extended periods of time. I understand your reluctance to continue studying divination, but I've given some thought to how you might best fill out your day. I have a proposition. Of course, this is your decision to make. He stressed this last comment carefully, remembering how angry Harry was last year when all his choices were being made for him. He held out a piece of parchment that appeared to be Harry's timetable for the coming term. Our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher has requested an assistant. He's a busy wizard with some other important commitments. He's Mad-Eye Moody, said Harry. Dumbledore's raised his eyebrows as if to ask for a better explanation. I had tea and rock cakes with him this morning at Hagrid's. Ah. In any case, Professor Moody thinks you would make an able assistant, which would free up his time when necessary. In return, he will continue to tutor you in Defense Against the Dark Arts as he did last summer. An assistant is more like an apprentice than a teacher. If you agree, this is what your timetable will look like. He looked over his schedule. Defense Against the Dark Arts was listed every morning from 9 to noon. Afternoons, he had NEWT level herbology, potions, charms, transfiguration, and care of magical creatures. On Monday, Wednesday and Friday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had fencing. At the same time on Tuesday and Thursday, he had transfiguration tutorial with Dumbledore. When will I meet with Moody for defense tutoring? he asked. When you least expect it, said Moody. Ha, you didn't even know I was here, did you? He seemed delighted with himself for sneaking up on Harry. So what do you think, lad? Do you want to help teach defense? Dumbledore could see Harry wasn't sure. It would be much like your defense group last year, which you can continue this year if you like. Professor Moody would be teaching the classes and designing the lessons. You would be his assistant. It will give you an opportunity to step up your studies. Blocking out every morning for defense will allow you to use that time flexibly. Sometimes you would be assisting in classes, sometimes working on your own advanced defense training. Moody added, you may be good at defense, but I can still teach you a thing or two. Harry smirked and said, I'll look forward to it, Professor. I have one other motive in wanting you step up your defense studies, Harry. Things are heating up in the war against Voldemort. While we have been successful recruiting new members to the Order of the Phoenix, we are also aware that Voldemort is gaining new recruits in his Death Eater ranks. He paused to see what effect this information had on Harry. The younger wizard was pleased that Dumbledore was willing to be honest with him this year. Maybe taking the defense assistant job would help him to become a bigger part of the fight. Dumbledore continued, I want to bring you into the Order, Harry. I can't let you join officially until next summer when you turn 17, but it's quite possible that you'll become involved in Order business. Harry smiled at the thought that Dumbledore had enough confidence in him to include him in Order business, maybe even send him on a mission. It felt good to have Dumbledore act like he could be trusted. He was trustworthy. He'd proved it time and again. So that's settled. As you can see, Harry, you have a very full schedule planned, Dumbledore said. Plus Quidditch, Harry said. I think I should thank you for the opportunity, both of you. Defense has always been my favorite class, except for last year. Then the DA really kept me going. Now I'll be able to play Quidditch and focus on defense. The year was looking up. He couldn't wait to tell his friends. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Snape entered the room looking surprised to see Moody and Harry. Ah, Severus, so glad you have returned. You're just in time to greet our new defense against the Dark Arts Department. Alistair has agreed to take the post of professor and Harry has agreed to be his assistant. Dumbledore had that trademark twinkle in his eye. Snape looked like he might be ill. Since his friends were waiting, Harry excused himself and left the older wizards alone. You don't seem too happy to see me, Sevy, said Moody, his magical eye spinning slightly mischievously. Or is it Potter that has made you turn green? Dumbledore tilted his head back speculatively and looked at the two men through the little glasses on the end of his nose. Snape tried to look dignified as he took the chair that Harry had vacated. With a sniff he said, I have to wonder what possessed you to make Potter an assistant. He's a poor student at best and walks the halls as arrogantly as his father. More special treatment for him will just make him that much more insufferable. Are we talking about the same person? Harry, arrogant. Moody growled his questions incredulously. More like the noble, self-sacrificing type, don't you think? Maybe you better take a closer look at the boy, Sevy. At every turn, he thinks the rules don't apply to him. He breaks them whenever he feels like it. There's a rumor in my house that he roams the castle at night with an invisibility cloak. I assure you, he should be watched. And then given detent. Snape was warming to his subject when Dumbledore interrupted him. At every turn, Harry shows himself to be someone who can overcome the obstacles in his life. He looks for ways to try to make things right, like running the DA last year. Snape scoffed at the idea. Potter just enjoyed breaking the rules by having a secret club and the other students blindly followed him. Then he took some of them into danger. Stealing the school thestrals, leaving the school grounds, breaking into the ministry. All examples of more Potter rule breaking. Severus, I am aware that your history with the boy hasn't been smooth, but surely you are more mature and generous in your opinions than to hold a grudge for mistakes the boy has made. We all make mistakes in life. Where would any of us be without being forgiven at some point? He looked meaningfully at Snape. Without Dumbledore's forgiveness, he never would have had the opportunity to make up for the mistakes of his youth, which were grave indeed. While the two wizards stared at each other, Moody said, "Ha! I've paid for the mistakes of my past and I'm here to help Potter learn from them." We don't know when he'll have to face your Dark Lord again, but I want him to be ready. Looking at his hands which were clasped in his lap, Snape's jaw visibly clenched before he answered. He's not my Dark Lord. I'll never serve him again. You shouldn't worry about getting Harry ready to face him. Harry should stay as far away from him as he can. He's no match for the powers of darkness. Sadly, we may not have that choice, Severus. If we don't help Harry now, we'll lose the chance. Dumbledore said. And you think the answer is to burden him with all sorts of responsibilities? Quidditch captain, defense assistant, these are big jobs. Aren't you worried he'll crack under the pressure? He looked like he was about to lose it last spring, even before the incident at the Department of Mysteries, Snape said, sounding smug. Dumbledore didn't answer at first. He was thinking about the mistakes he'd made with Harry the year before. Aloud he said, I have faith in Harry. Entrusting these responsibilities to him will build his confidence. He may have a certain disregard for the rules. He may act rashly sometimes, but that's because he's young. Instead of antagonizing Harry, it's time to help him prepare. Ginny and Harry did take the patients from the infirmary out to the lake for a picnic that day. Cho's brother Charles tagged along. Hermione and Ron were fit enough to return to the Gryffindor dormitory after the feast. Cho needed another week of intensive potions and rest, so they all promised to arrange for her to get the work she needed, except Harry, who promised Charles once again that he would keep his distance from Cho. Everyone was having such a good time at the picnic, just relaxing and having fun. Harry didn't get a chance to tell his friends about the defense assistant job. With Charles Chong there, giving him dark looks when Cho wasn't looking, he didn't know how to bring it up. The skies clouded over in the afternoon. By nightfall, the storm had progressed to a downpour. Regardless of the weather, everyone seemed in good spirits at the welcoming feast that evening. Harry and Ron sat together across from Ginny and Hermione as people began to filter in, dripping wet and shouting greetings to their friends. People looked so different. 2 months apart had changed their appearances. Harry wasn't the only one who'd had a growth spurt. Many of them had new hairstyles. Seamus Finnegan had grown a scruffy-looking beard. Harry received lots of double takes from passing students. They were used to his scar, but not his new look. Taller, more broad-shouldered and wearing contact lenses instead of glasses, he also looked more relaxed and at ease than he had at the end of the last school year. Neville arrived with Luna. He said, "Hello, everyone. Why weren't any of you on the train?" For a moment, Luna looked like she'd wandered in accidentally. Then she noticed Ron talking quietly to Hermione. She smiled and said, "Did you hear? We found a red-feathered bumbird's nest when we were trying to sneak up on a herd of Snurcacks. You do remember me telling you about that last June, don't you, Ron?" "Sir, I remember. How was your trip?" Ron asked politely, looking embarrassed. Hermione didn't look happy. After a few more comments, Luna gave a brief wave and moved off toward the Ravenclaw table. Harry and Ginny stifled their amusement and began a quiet conversation about the summer with Neville. He had a new wand. More and more people were filling the hall. Dean Thomas slid into the seat next to Ginny with a big smile. She smiled shyly back at him while Harry stared at his empty plate, suddenly really uncomfortable. Harry's heart was pounding so loud that he couldn't hear anyone talking. Why had he thought he could handle this? Right across the table from him, this was going to be a terrible year if he had to face them together every day. His mind was racing as he struggled to regain control of his emotions. This is what she wants, he reminded himself. She should have anything that makes her happy. She deserves it. He was still scowling at his plate. Apparently his internal monologue wasn't very convincing. "Harry, are you feeling all right? You don't look well." Hermione looked concerned. "I just need dinner." "I'm fine," he answered. "I hear that. The sorting always takes forever." "They should feed us first," agreed Ron, even though he knew that his best friend's queasiness had more to do with watching Ginny and Dean conversing. Harry continued to stare at his empty plate. The conversation moved on to the topic of Dean Thomas's trip to France with his family over the summer. Harry was relieved not to be the focus of attention. The students were in their seats as Professor McGonagall, carrying a 3-legged stool and the sorting hat, brought in the first-year students. All conversation stopped during the sorting. When the new students had joined their various houses, Dumbledore gave the signal for the feast to magically appear. Everyone was too busy eating for much conversation. Eventually, Professor Dumbledore stood up and began the usual announcements. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden and so on. He introduced Professor Moody as the new defense against the dark arts teacher and added, and Harry Potter will be Professor Moody's assistant. Harry looked surprised. He hadn't expected the headmaster to make an announcement, although now he could see that he should have expected it. Again the center of unwanted attention, Harry smiled modestly at his friends and faced his plate once more, ignoring the murmuring that was going on around them. "Why didn't you tell us?" asked Ron, obviously delighted for his friend. He'd grown up a lot since his days of being jealous of Harry for being a Triwizard contestant. "It will be just like the DA all year long." Harry was relieved that Ron was taking it so well and said enthusiastically, "I'm not teaching. I'll be his assistant. We have a real defense teacher this year. I'm looking forward to extra time working with Professor Moody. Defense is finally going to be a good class." "Are we going to continue the DA this year, Harry?" asked Dean Thomas. Harry looked at him thinking that it was good that Dean had no idea how he felt about him at this moment. His eyes narrowed as he answered, "We probably won't start the DA until next month. We'll continue if enough people are interested." Without skipping a beat, Dean turned to Hermione and asked, "Hermione, would you still want to be in the DA?" "How about you, Ron?" They both nodded their heads, yes. Ron started to answer, "Off KKEEKK," then stopped as Hermione looked disgusted at him for talking with his mouth completely full of food. Looking across the table at Dean, Hermione said, "We'll all have to prepare for our NEWTs. I, for one, am not taking these advanced classes lightly. Last year was difficult, but this year is going to be a real challenge. With Professor Moody and Harry teaching the defense classes, we'll be able to practice some good skills in the DA." She smiled at Harry proudly. Katie Bell came by. "Congratulations, Harry, Quidditch captain and defense assistant. You're going to have a busy year." They talked about Quidditch for a while. Seamus said, "Puddlemere is having a good season. Did you get to any Cannons games, Ron?" Ron pointed to his mouth full of food and nodded his head at Hermione. Seamus turned to Dean and asked, "What's that team you're always talking about?" "West Ham United, Seamus. You know perfectly well." Dean didn't look happy at his friend bringing up his favorite football team. "How is their season going?" asked Seamus, knowing the answer because Dean had been beeping about it on the train ride. "Didn't you say they had been regulated?" "That's relegated, Seamus. Even though they have some great players, they were dropped to the lower league. Football is still a better sport than Quidditch," Dean said. Harry shook his head. No matter how many years they'd been friends, Seamus and Dean would never agree on this subject. Harry said to Katie, "Anyway, will you help me with the Quidditch tryouts in a couple of weeks? Ginny will make a good chaser, but we still need to find another one. I am hoping the whole team will come to tryouts so we can see how the new people fit. Plus I think we'll take on some extra reserves this year so next year's team will be in good form. What do you say, Katie? Will you have the time to help? How about you, Ron, Ginny?" They all agreed to help. As everyone rose to leave, Harry was struck by the idea that now that they were leaving the Great Hall, Dean and Ginny would be going off alone, probably for a quiet snog somewhere. Suddenly desperate at the thought, Harry blurted out, "Ginny, I need to talk to you about something. It's terribly important." Ginny looked confused. Dean, Ron and Hermione looked at him like he was losing his mind. "Why can't you tell me as we head up to Gryffindor, Harry?" He was stumped with that one. Ron jumped in, "Is this about the team, Harry?" "Of course it is, Ron. I need to talk to you, too, about Quidditch. We need to work out the practice schedule so I can book the pitch as soon as possible," Harry said, thinking that Ron was a genius. To the others, he said, "We won't be too long. We'll catch up to you later." "Except Hermione needs to know the practice schedule because she's a prefect, Harry," Ron said, thinking, "I do think faster on my feet than I used to." Hermione didn't look convinced, but she smiled and said, "See you later, Dean." When Dean was out of hearing distance, Ginny spoke, "What's going on, Harry?" Since when do you need to consult us about the practice schedule? You know you already booked the pitch. You told us all about it during our picnic today. Harry's face was blushing bright red. He was silent. Then it came to him and he said, "There is something I couldn't tell you at the picnic because Charles Chong was there scowling at me. I may be able to work with the order this year. Dumbledore told me he would like to bring me in on things. I just wanted you all to know. Of course we should keep it to ourselves." Ginny looked unconvinced. She had a nagging feeling that Harry had held her back for another reason. "What's the whole story, Harry? Why would Dumbledore let you in on the order's business? You're only 16. Do you mean that you will go out on missions or something? When did you find out about this defense assistant position?" Hermione started to fire off her questions in rapid succession. Ron realized that the real reason Harry had held them back from the Gryffindor crowd was to keep Ginny and Dean apart. He answered for Harry, "All will be revealed in good time. I'm sure Harry has lots of secrets he'd like to share. Let's get up to the dormitory and settle in." As Ron and Harry moved toward the staircase, Ginny grabbed Hermione's arm. "Could I talk to you for a minute?" she asked. "We'll catch up to you guys." "Go ahead." The two girls stayed in the Great Hall talking quietly. Ginny asked Hermione what she should do about Dean. While she was sympathetic to Ginny's dilemma, she didn't offer a solution. Ginny was torn. Harry just wanted to be friends and Dean was so sweet. She just didn't return his feelings. To be fair to him, she decided to tell him how she felt right away. As soon as she returned to the common room, she asked to speak with Dean alone. Watching her go through the portrait hole with Dean in tow, Harry felt his heart plummet. Nothing would be the same now that school had started. He would never be alone with Ginny. She would always be pulling Dean off somewhere private so they could. It didn't bear thinking about. Remembering that she'd promised to use the mirror at 11, he excused himself and went to bed early so he'd be alone if she called. Ginny pulled Dean outside the portrait hole, but no further. They were alone in the empty corridor. He reached for her, but she stepped away. Gathering all her courage, she said, "We're like good friends more than anything else, Dean. We mainly talk about artwork and sketching. I do want to be your friend. I like you, but I just don't see us as a romantic couple." In her heart she'd always belonged to Harry, whether he wanted her or not. Dean was upset. "I know I haven't been around much this summer. I could have written you more from France. I thought about you all the time. They had beautiful paintings there." His voice trailed off, realizing that he was beginning to discuss art with her again, sort of proving her point. "Give me a chance, Ginny. I really like you," he pleaded, taking her hand. She pulled her hand away and shook her head. "Good night, Dean." Ginny felt nothing but relief as she walked away. She wouldn't have to worry about hurting his feelings anymore. Being honest felt good. If only she could be completely honest with Harry. But that would only spoil their friendship. As he watched her go, Dean vowed not to give up. He would show her he could be romantic. He'd start tomorrow morning. The following morning, bright sun streamed through the common room windows promising a fair weather start to the new term. Coming down the stairs into the light, Ginny held her head high with a confidence that she wasn't feeling. The girls in her dorm had blasted her decision to break up with Dean, calling her crazy for giving up one of the hottest blokes in the 6th year. Hermione had been more understanding, but even she seemed unsure. "I just want you to be happy, Ginny," she'd said. When they'd spoken through their little mirrors, Harry had been as agreeable as ever. The awkward subject of her breakup with Dean never came up. Harry will hear it through the Gryffindor grapevine, she thought. Turning these thoughts over in her mind, Ginny reached the Great Hall for breakfast. Pausing briefly near the Slytherin table, she knelt down to pull something out of her bag. Just then a loud noise was heard, drawing everyone's attention to the staff table. Peeves had knocked over a dish that crashed to the floor and shattered. The pesky poltergeist raced off toward the exit, cackling, while Mr. Filch stomped after him. Calmly sticking her hands in her robe pockets as they passed her, Ginny smiled and walked to the Gryffindor table to take her seat among the other 5th years as breakfast returned to normal. A few minutes later, as Professor McGonagall began making her way down the table, handing out the students' timetables, another disturbance occurred. A large pink cloud appeared over the Slytherin table near the entrance. For a moment, no one could see the students sitting there because the pink vapor was so thick. When the air cleared, the students who emerged were pink from head to toe. Their clothes were pink. Their hair and faces were pink. Laughter and applause rang through the great hall. Professor Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling on overdrive, but he maintained a calm expression. Unfortunately, Professor Snape, who was handing out timetables like McGonagall, was also pink, hot pink, and very angry. Seething with rage, he said, "Whoever is responsible for this, come forward." Not surprisingly, nobody moved. The only sound was another insane giggle from Peeves, who made a brief reappearance before beating a hasty retreat. Faced with the potion master's anger, the students quieted down. Instead of laughing out loud, most were smiling down at their breakfast. Snape left the hall, taking the pink students with him, presumably back to the dungeons until the spell wore off. "Thanks for reminding me to bring my camera to breakfast, Ginny," said Colin Creevey. "That was lucky." He patted his camera happily. "It's a start," she thought, as Luna Lovegood dropped into the seat next to her, throwing a bit of blank parchment onto the table. "Happy coincidence for someone that Snape was walking by at that precise moment," Luna said. Ginny giggled softly, then bit her lower lip. She tried to adopt an innocent look before her eyes shifted to the people around her as if she was gauging their reaction. No one was listening to them. Never taking her eyes off of her friend, Luna withdrew her wand from behind her ear and pointed it at a slip of paper. "Engorgio," she said, sounding bored. The paper grew into the latest copy of the Quibbler. "I thought you might be interested in knowing that Stubby Boardman has disappeared. No one has seen him since last June. Do you still doubt that he and your friend Sirius are one and the same person?" Ginny dropped her hands over the Quibbler, glancing around to see if Harry was anywhere near. "You have to promise me that you'll never mention this to Harry," she said. "All right, if that's what you want, but why all the secrecy? Are we going on another mission?" Luna asked. Before Ginny could answer, they were interrupted by Neville quietly coughing behind them. Both girls looked up at the sixth-year boy. He was shifting his weight from one foot to the other. He was red in the face and clearing his throat like he was working up the nerve to speak. "Do you need the loo?" Luna asked. Ginny turned her laugh into a cough and looked away. Neville held still, his eyes blinking. Swallowing hard, he looked at Luna and stammered, "Illibrary." After a moment's pause, he added, "To study." Luna smiled dreamily and said, "How about after dinner, Neville?" Looking relieved, he nodded and walked away. Hermione and Ron arrived together and sat across from Ginny. As Ron filled his plate with food, Hermione opened up her copy of the Daily Prophet. On the front page was a large photo of Professor Umbridge, her toad-like face simpering and smiling. "Have you seen this witch?" was written boldly underneath. According to the newspaper story, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, had tried to cover up her disappearance last July. She had last been seen talking to herself in the lobby of St. Mungo's. Disgusted at the sight of her old defense professor, Ginny asked, "Why do you still take that rag, Hermione?" Pressing her lips together, Hermione said, "I like to keep up on things." Ron leaned over her shoulder and read aloud. "The Prophet on Prophecies. What modern British divination experts are saying about your future. Rubbish, I say." Ron had decided to take beginning Muggle studies as an elective instead of continuing to take divination. Luna said, "The Quibbler ran a piece last month on how to tell if your seer is really helping. It said modern divination is a misunderstood art." Everyone looked over at the dreamy-eyed Ravenclaw. Hermione seemed surprisingly interested. "Well, after what we saw last June, we can't doubt that prophecies are real." "What else did the article say, Luna?" she asked. Nodding at Hermione's comment, Luna answered, "They interviewed some of the people who actually knew the Oracle of Bristol. They proved that the Oracle of Bristol was actually a witch kept under the influence of a potion that made her rant insanely. People were convinced that she could tell the future because her husband would charm them, so what she prophesied would come true, at least some of the little stuff. Like she would say they would have an unexpected visitor that evening and he would make it happen. So word spread she could actually tell the future, for a price. It was all just a money-making scheme." Firing her questions one after the other without waiting for a response, Hermione asked, "What about real seers? Did the article have some modern-day examples? How can you really tell if a prophecy is true? If they are true, are they inescapable? Looking up from his food, Ron looked incredulous. This was the girl who'd stomped out of divination third year. Luna answered enigmatically, if a prophecy is real, perhaps it's not so much that it's inescapable, but that a prophecy could be interpreted in different ways. Some predictions are so vague that they only appear to have come true. Of course, the only real way to tell if a seer is a fake is to tie a kangaroo in a sack using a rope made of the seer's hair and see how high the kangaroo jumps. And where are you going to get the kangaroo? Asked Ron, nodding his head as though he was sympathizing with her idea. Hermione elbowed him. Ginny just stared at them all. She couldn't remember Hermione ever giving credence to something Luna had to say before. It was odd. She couldn't tell if her brother was really agreeing with Luna, or was just trying to mock her friend. Deciding that the prophecy discussion could only end badly, she tried to change the subject by reading another headline, Should the Unforgivables Be Forgiven? What about this story? Fudge is thinking of authorizing the use of dark magic to his Aurors. That could change things. The others murmured their responses, presumably still lost in thought about kangaroos and prophecies. Everyone startled as Harry's arm swooped over Hermione's shoulder to grab a few pieces of toast, muttering under his breath as he did. Terrible day to oversleep. Can't believe I'm going to be late the first day. He smiled at Ginny as their eyes met and managed a civil, "Good morning, everyone," before disappearing as quickly as he had arrived. His robes flapped behind him as if he was being carried on the wind. Ron jumped up suddenly and said, "We'd all better go. Don't want to lose points in our first class." Hermione gulped down her pumpkin juice and tucked her copy of The Prophet into her bag. Cherry Boot arrived behind her. "Can I walk you to arithmancy, Hermione?" She looked nervously over at Ron before agreeing. After all, Ron was headed out to Muggle studies in another part of the castle. "See you all later," she said softly. Ron hustled to follow them out of the Great Hall. With hundreds of teenagers living under the same roof, this year is never going to be dull, thought Ginny. She didn't see Harry again until the evening. She went straight to dinner from Charm's class with some of her friends. They sat near the staff table. When Harry walked into the Great Hall, his eyes scanned the Gryffindor table, looking for Ginny. He flashed her a bright smile when he caught her eye, but followed Ron and Hermione to some empty seats at the other end. Feeling disappointed, Ginny looked down at her plate. So much for him throwing himself at my feet, she thought, not really listening to the story Colin was telling her about his summer. Glancing carefully through her lashes down the table at Harry, she was astonished to see Susanna Martin come up behind him. How did the biggest flirt in Hufflepuff even know Harry? The pretty, seventh-year girl had loosened her tie and undone the top few buttons of her uniform shirt. First, she laid her hand on Harry's shoulder. Then she leaned over him slowly. Harry looked up at the girl briefly, then stared determinedly at his plate. His face turned bright red. Hermione gave Susanna a disgusted look, while Ron just seemed amused. Ron's expression changed as he leaned in to say something to Harry, who turned and looked down the long table toward Ginny. Just as she noticed Harry looking her way, Ginny felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she looked up at Dean, who smiled softly and offered her a single pink rose. "I charmed this so it would never wilt, Ginny. It'll stay fresh for as long as you want." She couldn't help but smile at his sweet gesture. Taking the flower, she said softly, "Thanks, Dean. But you shouldn't be doing things like this." She continued gently, "This doesn't change anything. You can't blame a guy for trying," he said with a broad grin. "Can I sit down?" Ginny nodded. The table around her was extremely crowded, but Colin moved over to make room for Dean. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron and Hermione were having a conversation of their own. "Are you sure, Ron?" Harry asked, keeping his eyes fixed on Ginny as she smelled the rose in her hand. "She and Dean seem pretty together to me." Just moments before, Ron had watched his friend stare at his plate in embarrassment when Samantha had shown him a little cleavage. As she'd leaned over Harry, touching his shoulder, she'd asked, "Are you finished with that bowl of mashed potatoes, Harry?" "We're all out at the Hufflepuff table." Ron had thought it was pretty funny until he saw the look on Harry's face. That's when he blurted out that Ginny had broken things off with Dean the night before. The timing of Ron's announcement couldn't have been worse. The image of Ginny accepting the flower from Dean with a smile convinced Harry that, despite Ron's words, something was still going on between them. Seeing Harry's face fall, Hermione decided to try. Appearances can be deceiving. Ginny told me last night that she told Dean she just wants to be friends. Harry just shrugged at her words, concentrating on his food. Ron said cheerfully, "Oh, old we can always be friends line." Ouch. Well, I guess it's for the best. Harry's face masked his feelings. Refusing to discuss this subject any further, Harry asked, "Do either of you want to go to the library after dinner?" Of course, Ron scowled and Hermione smiled. So the new term began. The first month of school was unusually warm for Scotland. The leaves of the Forbidden Forest stayed green. The skies stayed blue. Hogwarts became a busy place as everyone settled into their autumn routine. Hermione was taking more classes than everyone else, which made her happy. Harry worried that she might be too busy to help him research the contents of his carved box, but she had agreed enthusiastically. Feeling a little guilty about putting her to the trouble, he said, "You don't have to do this if you're too busy, Hermione. The book may not have anything important in it." The carved box was a link to Harry's heritage. It was a part of his inheritance. She knew that he longed for information about his family. "I found a translation charm which seems to have worked although it had some minor problems," she announced. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, sounding worried. She handed him the book. It wasn't in the best of shape. Some of the pages were crumbling and missing. On the front, written in gold letters, was Myrddin's Torch, with a small gold drawing of a peculiar-looking tree. It appeared to be a collection of poems, spells and drawings. Some of the poems are cryptic, almost riddles. Hermione explained exuberantly, her springy curls bouncing as she spoke. The parchment is in such bad shape that some of the writing is unreadable. I guess the translation spell can't work if it can't make out the original meaning. It mentions places I've never heard of. Perhaps they are the old names. The book seems so ancient. Tisking and shaking her head, Hermione seemed lost in thought. She was really enjoying this. "Have you had time to read the translation? Is there any mention of a black phoenix? Or any of the other things that are in the box?" Harry asked. Her brow was furrowed in concentration as she explained, "Nothing in particular about a black phoenix, but there is one poem about a sword and another one that mentions all sorts of magical creatures that live in a forest. You found that sword in the place that's carved on the front of the box. It would seem to be linked somehow. I haven't touched the sword in a while. How much use can a sword be anyway? If I were to choose a Muggle weapon to defend myself, I'd choose a gun." Harry looked thoughtful. "Your sword seems more magical than Muggle, Harry." She paused to think before asking, "Don't you use your sword in your fencing lesson, Harry?" "We fence with an épée. It has a lightweight, thin blade. Dumbledore warned me not to use the sword from the cave for now. I guess he wants to check it out first," Harry answered, looking through the book at the translations. Her attention shifting back to the book, she said, "It's going to take a while to really look this over. I think we should start by cross-referencing the place names. We can find out what period of time this was written by identifying when those names were used for those places. There are 2 maps, one of Scotland and one of Wales. It's a start. You're so good at this, Hermione. I'd never thought of that." "Thanks," Harry said as they left the library. Harry was working hard to prepare himself. No one ever spoke to him about Voldemort, but Harry could feel his presence. He was out there planning his next attack. Only Dumbledore and Ginny knew that Harry would eventually have to kill or be killed. Neither of them ever mentioned it to him, but the thought stayed fresh in his mind. So far, Dumbledore hadn't told him anything about the Order. Harry remained firm in his resolve to take charge of his future. He was going to make his own plans. He would do anything in his power to defeat Voldemort. Until that day, he'd never really be free to live his own life. His classes were demanding both physically and mentally. The fencing lessons had started off badly. He'd had no idea how much physical work went into fencing, and Reese Powell was a relentless instructor. After teaching Harry some basic moves in early lessons, they'd begun sparring. Harry always lost. He wasn't fit enough to keep up with Reese. While he had been in a routine of taking a morning run at the Dursleys, he had slacked off at the Burrow. He'd felt like he was on holiday while he was there. Despite the fact that Quidditch training was in full swing, he added an early morning run to his day to increase his fitness level for fencing. Spending every morning with Mad-Eye Moody was a treat. Between teaching classes, Professor Moody would tell Harry all sorts of stories about his life as an Auror. He also was continuing to train Harry in stealth and protection. Most mornings, they had about an hour alone for practice and instruction. Unlike his predecessor, Moody never used class time to have students read the textbook. As his assistant, Harry was able to fit in a fair amount of practice with the more advanced defense classes. In addition to his own defense training, Harry enjoyed teaching the younger students. Initially, working with them was weird. Some of them stared at his scar. Some of them called him Professor Potter. He laughed and said, "Just call me Harry. I'm an assistant. Professor Moody is your professor." Helping with the older classes was awkward. On Wednesday morning, the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff defense class filed in. "Good morning, Professor Potter," heard Sarah Wilds. She was a fifth-year Hufflepuff and very mature for her age. Ginny was right behind her and gave him a sympathetic smile. Colin Creevy's camera flashed. Harry was saved from responding by Mad-Eye Moody calling, "Get to your seats." "I'll take that camera, young man. Who gave you permission to take a photo here?" He opened the back of Colin's camera and pulled out the film in a rush of smoke. "From now on you will all be in your seats on time and ready. Believe me when I say, you all need to prepare. The forces of evil are gathering all around us. Constant vigilance is your only hope. Get your wands ready." With a little help from Professor McGonagall, Ron was allowed to take NEWT potions, so Harry and he were taking all the classes they needed to become Aurors. Hermione was right. The advanced classes were really difficult. Ron and Hermione were in all of Harry's classes except Care of Magical Creatures. Since Hagrid was Harry's first friend in the wizarding world, Harry was glad to keep taking his class. He suspected that Ron dropped the course because Hermione wasn't taking it. Professor Snape was the same as he had ever been, putting Harry down every chance he got, and favoring the Slytherin students over everyone else. "Lowering our standards to include students who didn't make the grade doesn't mean I won't hold everyone here to the same high standards that my NEWT potions classes have always maintained. If you can't keep up, then you will be out of this class. I suspect half of you will be gone by Halloween." Ron had received a high E on his potions OWL. He deserved a chance to be here. But Harry could just imagine what grade Crabbe and Goyle had received, and they were in the class. They were probably the reason that Snape had to relent and let Ron join. Harry continued his campaign of being extremely formal with Snape, although he struggled to keep his composure in the face of the colossal unfairness of the man. Harry and Ginny kept in contact with their double mirror. They had agreed to meet at the mirror every night around 11. Harry loved the chance to have a few minutes relaxing and going over the events of the day. It helped clear his mind for his occlumency exercises before he slept. Harry was extremely grateful to be playing Quidditch again. Flying was fun. He felt like he was back in his element with the wind flowing around him. He was in charge in the air. The Gryffindor team was coming together. A fifth year named Elizabeth Howe became the third chaser. She, Katie and Ginny looked good, flying new formations to surprise their opponents. Ron was working with Kirk and Sloper to improve their aim with a bludger. The extra bonus of Quidditch was watching Ginny fly. She never held anything back. She wore her hair pulled back in a ponytail that always came down before the end of practice. The sight of her long red hair wildly flying in all directions in the afternoon sun, the sound of her shouting and laughing with the other chasers, Harry just soaked it all in. She looked so happy and carefree. Ginny loved Quidditch practice, too. She loved to fly, and she loved to spend time with Harry. It was the perfect combination. Since school started, she hadn't seen as much of him as in the summer. Even though they sometimes studied or ate together, they were never alone. At Quidditch practice, she could count on being with him. After watching them during Quidditch practice one Sunday afternoon, Ron formed a plan. He'd already tried the direct approach, announcing to Harry on the first day of classes that Ginny had broken things off with Dean the night before. Unfortunately, due to Dean's untimely romantic gesture, Harry needed more convincing. "Hermione, you know I'd do anything for you, right?" asked Ron in a whisper when the two of them were sitting in the library with Harry later that evening. Harry sat at the far end of the table, pretending not to notice that his two best friends were doing more canoodling than studying. "And we'd both do anything for Harry. Isn't that right?" he continued before letting her answer. Since he was so close to her ear, he gave it a soft key. One of her springy curls tickled his nose. Puzzled, Hermione asked quietly, "Is there a point to this? Are you wondering about the contents of his wooden box? I haven't found anything about a Merlin's torch in any of the books I've read. And none of the poems in Harry's book say exactly what sort of torch it is. Just that the torch offers protection. Or something like that. Is it a torch like a light on the end of a stick? Or is it a torch, like you carry a torch for someone? Maybe it's just a metaphor. It could be anything. But since we have that essay due for Flitwick, I've been pretty busy lately." "Metaphor," Ron repeated quietly. "You're so adorable when talk about schoolwork and stuff," he whispered in her ear, giving her a couple more soft kisses on her neck just below her earlobe. Slowly breathing in the citrus smell of her shampoo, he said, "I know you've been busy. I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was thinking about Harry and Ginny. They deserve to be happy, like you and I are. We should fix them up." Hermione's mouth dropped open. She turned and put her lips near Ron's ear so Harry wouldn't be able to hear. Breathing in his soapy scent, she said quietly, "Do I need to point out that Ginny's been surrounded by boys since she broke up with Dean?" He answered in a low tone. "Exactly, Hermione. I'm the only big brother she has at Hogwarts now. I can't fight off the swarm of males circling around her single-handed. Besides, what about Harry?" Ron tried to look the part of a concerned friend. Hermione raised her eyebrows questioningly. Her answer was more like a hiss. "Harry seems fine with things. Obviously he's happy being Ginny's friend. And do you really think Harry needs us to fix him up? I'm pretty sure Harry could have his pick of the girls at Hogwarts. Don't you notice how they all try to flirt with him? Even the little first-year girls give a sigh as Professor Potter passes by them. He's the biggest heartthrob since Lockhart. Watch this one, Ron." Hermione was pointing subtly at the approaching figure of Hannah Abbott, who dropped her book behind Harry. Still breathing into Ron's ear, she quietly commentated. "Now watch as she bends down, then flips her hair back while flashing a sweet smile. A very impressive combination, Miss Abbott." Without speaking, Harry smiled politely at Hannah, stood up and went to search for a book on a far shelf. Smiling at Hermione's rare moment of levity, Ron said mysteriously, "I think there is a big reason that Harry doesn't flirt back." Ron began nuzzling her ear and again putting light kisses down her neck toward her buttoned-up collar. She was finding it hard to concentrate. Hermione's forehead knitted into a little frown and her eyes narrowed. "You don't mean," she began. "Don't mean what?" asked Ron. "It's obvious to me. Harry already has someone on his mind, someone unavailable." She looked confused. "Cho, you mean Harry is waiting around for Cho because we all know her brother threatened him to stay away from her?" "Of course, that's it. Harry is pining away for Cho Chang just like last year," she said, satisfied that she had figured it all out. Ron looked at her incredulously. What happened to Hermione knowing all the answers? You used to be right about everything. Is it my keying? Does snogging scramble your brain? He smiled at the thought before he continued. Harry hasn't fancied Cho since last year. Nah, she's out of his system. It's someone else, a close friend of his. Speech over, he went back to snuggling into her neck. Her mouth dropped open in shock. You don't mean me, do you, Ron? Harry did stare at me all during defense class last week. Ron shook his head and Hermione's eyes widened. Not you. He rolled his eyes. In a low voice he said, your brains are jumbled. It's Ginny. Harry fancies Ginny. Remember how they were at the Burrow? It's only been a month. You should have seen him at Quidditch practice today. He was explaining the new Waverman maneuver to the chasers. He stopped in mid-speech, and stared at Ginny while she pulled her hair up into a ponytail. He just stopped talking and stared. We had to call him back to the real world. Am I really the only one who sees it? Ron paused to see what effect his words were having on Hermione. She seemed lost in thought for a moment, twisting a lock of her hair around her index finger unconsciously. Then she looked at him and said, I thought the same thing when we were at the Burrow, then so many things happened and nothing ever came of it. When you think about it, they always seem to know everything about each other. Couldn't you just talk to Harry? And say what? He'd just change the subject. As long as Dean is hovering around Ginny, Harry will do the noble thing and stay away. He won't put any moves on her unless he's sure it's the right thing. Ron was satisfied that he had brought Hermione to this stage in his logic. It had been surprisingly difficult. Does Harry have any moves? Hermione asked, smirking apologetically. Remember the Cho Chang incident? Ron grinned and asked, so you think I should show him some of mine? He gave her a dark look that was meant to be provocative. She giggled. Taking that as a no, Ron cleared his throat and looked normal again. Looking around to make sure Harry was still across the room, he continued, so now we just need to find someone who does fancy Dean. He'll leave Ginny alone and Harry can ask her out and they can live happily ever after, except for the whole you-know-who wanting to kill him thing. Meddling in other people's lives is a bad idea, Ron. You should know better, said Hermione. We aren't meddling, we're helping. Helping Dean, helping Parvati, helping Harry and last, but not least, helping my sweet sister, said Ron. You've already given this a lot of thought, Ron. Wait, how did Parvati Patil get into this conversation? Hermione asked. Just think about all of this, Hermione. Watch everyone at dinner tomorrow. You'll see. Now maybe we should find someplace where we won't be interrupted, someplace where I can confuse you some more. I think I like being the smart one for a change, Ron said, stroking her cheek and gazing into her beautiful brown eyes. Hermione melted, her misgivings about meddling forgotten with the feel of his rough hand on her cheek. They left to find an empty classroom. At dinner the following day, Hermione planned to do as Ron had suggested. She arrived early and situated herself toward the center of the Gryffindor table so she'd get a good view. She propped her charms book against a serving dish full of carrots so she could pretend to read while she spied on everyone. No one showed for a long time. Finally Dean came in with Seamus and Neville. Neville was saying, as soon as the Arabidopsis malapropria flowers in the spring, we can use the, his voice trailed off as their group passed by. The trio found seats at the far end of the table near the teachers. Ginny came in next, laughing at something Colin Creevey was saying. Without even a glance toward Dean's end of the table, she sat down with Hermione. Ignoring the fact that her friend was obviously reading a textbook, she said, Colin was just telling me the funniest story. Seems that Jacob Henderson was. Hermione wasn't listening to her. Ron had arrived asking, where's Harry? Putting carrots on her plate, Ginny answered, his fencing lesson ran late today. He should be here soon. She didn't explain how she would know. Ron arched an eyebrow at Hermione knowingly. Had enough? Harry asked. Breathing hard with the effort, he parried and thrusted toward his fencing instructor. Their practice sessions were lasting longer and longer, sometimes ending in a draw. Reese laughed at Harry's suggestion. Why should I concede when I have you retreating? He asked, as he attacked Harry with renewed energy, forcing him to back up. Seeing an opening, he lunged at Harry. His thrust should have ended their duel. Instead Harry nimbly leapt out of the way and with a quickly placed flick of his épée, he yanked Reese's weapon away from his hand by the handle. It clattered across the floor. Holding his own weapon to his instructor's throat, he asked, do you yield? With a grin, he had only won a handful of matches against the young Welshman. I yield, said Reese, shaking his head. You tempted me by appearing to let down your defenses, very good. You're improving. Tomorrow we'll switch to broadswords. You're ready for a new challenge. Thanks, I'll look forward to that. Harry undid the first few buttons of his fencing jacket. The high neck always bothered him. The lightweight fabric was enchanted to shield against accidental cuts of their swords. It was all white and fit snugly, tunic style over white pants. Glancing at the clock, Harry said, I'd better hurry if I'm going to make it to the Great Hall before they stop serving dinner. Thanks for everything, Mr. Powell. Call me Reese, the instructor called after Harry's retreating figure. Harry was delighted to find his friends all sitting together in the Great Hall. Before showering and changing into his uniform, he'd called Ginny to let her know he'd be late, hoping that she would take the hint and wait for him. As he walked in, he imagined what it would be like to walk up to Ginny, cover her eyes and say, "Guess who?" Then he could key her cheek and she'd. He stopped himself, deciding he should just be glad that she wasn't sitting with Dean. Her eyes met his. Watching Harry stride purposefully into the Great Hall, Ginny noticed he had a small smile on his face as he kept his eyes on her. Between Quidditch practice and fencing, Harry was looking fit. Ginny wanted to run her fingers through his damp hair. She shook that thought off, glad that no one could read her mind. He stopped beside her. "All right there, Harry," said Lavender Brown from behind him, her voice purring like a cat. He turned to see Lavender and Parvati. Lavender was leering at Harry. She looked him over, taking in the fresh from the shower thing he had going on. Parvati was trying to look around him toward the people sitting at the end of the table. Harry smiled at the two girls and said their names in greeting before turning his attention back to Ginny. "When's the first DA meeting, Harry?" Lavender asked, still blatantly looking him up and down. "There's a notice on the board," he answered, taking his seat next to Ginny. "We'll meet this Wednesday at 7 in the room of requirement. Hope you can make it." Parvati pulled on her friend's arm and said, "Come on. Seamus is down on the end." Obviously, so was Dean. "Ron, you're really gifted," whispered Hermione as her dorm mates walked away. She had taken in every nuance of the dinnertime interchange. "Only one thing I don't understand. How did Ginny know that Harry's fencing lesson ran late?" Ginny blushed and looked away. Hermione might have been whispering, but they could all hear her. Helping himself to steak and kidney pie, Harry said, "All the Weasleys are gifted. Ginny has the gift of sight. She's a true seer." He knew she was about as good at divination as he was. If Ginny had still been looking, she would have seen Harry smiling shyly in her direction, his face clearly showing his admiration. Realizing that she'd embarrassed Ginny, Hermione said, "Yeah, that must be it." The look on Harry's face wasn't lost on her. A quick plan had formed in her mind and she changed the subject. "So Harry, Ginny, do you want to go to Hogsmeade with us? The first Hogsmeade weekend is this Saturday. What do you say? We'll go as a group unless you already have plans." Ron was looking at her, puzzled by her sudden idea. Then he caught up and added, "What a great idea. Ginny and I should really check out Zonko's latest for Fred and George. Here's our chance to spy on their competition. Harry, you're their financial backer, so, of course, you'll want to help. It'll protect your investment." Now it was Harry's turn to be confused. Ron had been telling him that he was looking forward to going to Hogsmeade so that he could have his first real date with Hermione. Now he was begging Harry and Ginny to come along. Dean would probably want to come too. The thought of going to Hogsmeade tagging along with two couples was too much for him. He blurted out, "What about Dean?" Then he turned his attention abruptly back to his dinner, stabbing a piece of treacle tart a little more forcefully than was necessary. Ginny wasn't much better. She was shocked, first by Hermione's sudden desire to include them on what she had been calling her first real date with Ron, then by Harry mentioning Dean. She thought, maybe he's sick. He does look a little flushed. Maybe it's his scar. Her concern for him overtaking her other thoughts, she leaned toward Harry and asked softly, "Are you feeling all right?" She rubbed his upper back as she spoke. Harry stiffened at her touch. He just wasn't expecting it. Growing up with the Dursleys, he had never been accustomed even to casual touches. Maybe that's why her simple gesture of concern felt like it was sending waves of pleasure down his spine. He held utterly still, hoping she'd never stop, but self-consciously wondering if everyone could tell how she was affecting him. When her hand dropped away, Harry looked up into her face. A tender look crossed his features before Harry regained control. He swallowed hard and said, "Thanks, I'm fine. Just tired, I guess." None of this went unnoticed. Ron nodded to Hermione as if to say, "Told you so." She made a face at Ron, then asked Ginny, "Why would Dean mind if you go with us?" Looking a little confused, Ginny answered, "It's none of Dean's business what I do." I'd like to go, but only if Harry, is that what you want to do? She tried to sound casual, like the plan was no big deal. Harry hadn't taken his eyes off of her. His face broke into a smile at the thought of a day spent with Ginny. He nodded his approval before rising to leave. Until Saturday, he said. Saturday couldn't come soon enough for Harry, a whole day with Ginny away from Hogwarts. Maybe it wasn't a real date since they were going in a group, but just thinking about it made Harry walk a little taller. Unfortunately, he did have to get through the rest of the week first. It seemed to last forever. On Tuesday, Professor Snape took 20 points from Gryffindor and gave Harry a detention when Crabbe's cauldron exploded. He claimed that Harry had thrown something into it from across the room. Ron's protests of Harry's innocence fell on deaf ears and cost Gryffindor 10 more points. At least the class was dismissed early due to the expanding blue goo that the blast had randomly spread to many corners of the room. The bright blue gobs were not harmful to humans, but the room temperature would have to be reduced to several degrees below freezing in order to stop its expansion before it could be disposed of properly. A rotten luck, Harry, Ron said as the Gryffindor trio walked hurriedly away. How could he blame it all on you? Even if you'd wanted to cause trouble, you weren't anywhere near Crabbe. Hermione was fuming as badly as Ron was now that they had left the potions room. How could Snape even let Crabbe in the NEWT potions class? He doesn't know what he's doing. He could cause some real damage considering the potions we're working on. And you're the best judge of that, are you? A familiar voice drawled behind them. They stopped and turned to face Malfoy. With a satisfied sneer, he continued, at least he wasn't raised by muggles. He looked both Harry and Hermione up and down meaningfully. Standing in their customary places flanking Malfoy's side, both Crabbe and Goyle were nodding in agreement. The sight would have been more intimidating if bits of bright blue goo weren't still clinging to their hair and clothing. A quiet snicker escaped from Ron. Harry and Hermione were having better success stifling their smiles. With a smile, Ron pointed to the two hulking Slytherins and said, "Looks like you two missed a few spots." Fixing a hateful glare at Ron, Malfoy asked, "Think you're funny, Weasley? Everyone knows you went crawling to McGonagall to get into potions this year." Malfoy's words might have stung if Ron weren't so distracted by the sight of Vincent Crabbe, who seemed unaware that the sticky blue potion was now completely covering his hair. Trying to keep a straight face, Ron ignored Draco and said, "Crabbe, you really have to give me the recipe. It could make a great gag gift. We could make a little money." Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? Might make a couple of galleons. Double your family's income." Noticing that one of the blobs on Goyle's broad shoulder had dripped onto Draco's immaculate robe where it continued to enlarge, the Gryffindors all broke out laughing. Ron continued to mock them. "Speaking of doubling, it's the potion that ate Piccadilly. Run for your lives." Pulling on Hermione's arm, he turned away from the Slytherins. They gave into their laughter as they hurried away. Reaching the main entry, Hermione asked, "Well, what do you want to do with a whole hour of unexpected free time?" She was looking longingly at the doors leading outside. From the expression on Ron's face, Harry was glad his friend wasn't saying aloud what he was obviously thinking would fill the hour. "Yes, well, there are a few things I want to look up in the library. I'll see you two later," he said and turned to leave. "Oh, that reminds me," said Hermione, pulling a large, slightly scuffed book from her bag, Historical Merlin, Separating Fact from Legend. "I bookmarked some passages about the life of Merlin. Thought you might like to read it." Harry took the book from her and muttered his thanks before going to the library by himself. Very few students were in the library at this hour. Most students were in class. Ignoring the disapproving stare of Madame Pants, Harry opened the book to Hermione's bookmarks and was soon engrossed in reading about Merlin. A loud thunk broke his concentration. "What's so interesting, Harry?" asked a sweetly familiar voice. Smiling even before he looked up, Harry replied, "Shouldn't you be in class, Miss Weasley?" Her arrival was like a warm breeze blowing through the library, bringing a fresh scent and a bit of warmth. She smiled, too, and sat down across from him. "Well, yes, Professor Potter, I guess I should be in class, but since Professor Flitwick was called away to a rather spectacular potions problem, class was dismissed early. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Harry shook his head. Snape gave me detention for it. I had nothing to do with it. It would have been physically impossible for me to add whatever he said I added anyway. He just likes to make my life harder. But, you know, right now it seems more like he did me a favor. His voice trailed off as he realized what he had been about to say. I mean extra time for research and all. He briefly lifted the book he was reading. Interesting book, then, Ginny asked, biting her lower lip. Very, Harry answered, forcing himself to stare at the words on the page, although their meaning escaped him just now. It was hard to ignore the utterly charming expression on her face. Merlin, Ginny asked, tilting her head slightly to read the title on the cover. She laid her hands flat on the table in front of her. Anything about a torch? He swallowed hard. Nothing. But he led a long and interesting life. Apparently, he could talk to his owl. Harry didn't feel like reading anymore. He closed the book and set it aside. Leaning toward Ginny, he covered her hands with his. The gesture felt so natural, yet it startled them both into silence. They both were still for a moment while green eyes smiled into sparkling brown. Ginny recovered first, and he had an interesting death, too, as I remember, she said. It took a moment for Harry to remember what they were talking about. Oh, he don't think I've read that far. I don't remember how he died. Puzzled, he let go of her hands and reopened the book. Well, he didn't. At least no one knows for sure if he did. Sighing, Ginny pulled her own schoolbooks out of her bag and reached back in for parchment, quill and ink. Harry pondered what she'd said. If Merlin were alive, someone would surely know about it. Watching Ginny start looking through her charms book, he asked, what happened to him? Do you mean he might still be alive? She looked speculatively at Harry. Of course, he wasn't raised in the wizarding world, so he didn't know much about the legends and myths that were common knowledge to her. She smiled affectionately and answered, it was so long ago that people assume he died. I mean, he must have, old age and all. But the legend says that he was tricked by a beautiful young enchantress. Her name was Ninian. She convinced him to teach her all of his magic, and then she used it to trap him in a cave or something. She stopped and looked thoughtful for a moment. Or was it an island draped in fog, lost in the mist? Oh, I don't remember the particulars. I'll bet it's in your book. So far, I've read about the early years when Merlin went wild and lived in an enchanted forest somewhere in Scotland. Hey, maybe it was Hogwarts' own forbidden forest. You have a good imagination, Harry, Ginny said, scribbling something on her parchment, then nibbling thoughtfully on the end of her quill. Harry was quiet for a moment, then said slowly, so someone was able to rid the world of the greatest, most powerful wizard that ever lived simply by trapping him, putting him in a prison of sorts. Ginny put her quill down and sighed. Oh, Harry, I see what you're getting at. She gave him a sympathetic look. In a whispered voice, she said, but the prophecy says, neither can live while the other survives. It doesn't sound like trapping you know who will be enough. Staring down at his hands, he said, it was just a thought, Ginny. I don't want to be a murderer. Even if it's Voldemort. He looked, as he so often did, as though the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Repeating his earlier gesture, she reached out and put her hands over Harry's. I know, Harry, maybe you should ask Dumbledore what he thinks. Dumbledore. Oh, no, I forgot. I have his tutorial at 4. I'll see you later. Harry jumped up. Looking regretfully at Ginny, he stuffed the book in his bag and left in a hurry. The following evening, the first DA meeting brought twice as many students together as the year before. Harry, Hermione and Ron arrived at the Tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and walked back and forth, thinking of a place to meet. When the door appeared, they discovered that the room had all the same appointments. The defense books and dark detectors were all in place, but the room had doubled in size. As 7 o'clock approached, people began to filter in. Those who had been in the DA the year before were amazed at how the room had changed. Hermione, you did put the message on all the house boards, didn't you? Harry asked. I was sure there'd be more people from other houses than this. They'd decided to open up the club to any student 4th year and above. I'm sure the notices went up on all the house notice boards, Harry. I gave them to the prefects to post. There must be twice as many people here as last year, she said with satisfaction. Harry was still preoccupied. I thought there'd be more Slytherins, he said simply. Why would you care, Harry? Why would we want a bunch of bloody-minded Slytherins hanging out in the DA? Good riddance, I say. Ron was never too keen on anyone from the dungeons. Ron, how can you say that? Not all Slytherins are bad, just like not all Gryffindors are good. Remember Peter Pettigrew, you can't judge a person by their house affiliation, Hermione said. She was always glad to champion a tolerant attitude. With an air of finality, Harry said, both of you quiet down. They'll hear you. I want everyone to feel welcome. The DA is for all Hogwarts students. We're all in this together. Remember what the Sorting Hat has been saying. I think the warning is about just this sort of thing. We need to learn to trust each other despite our houses. This is a chance to at least try. Ron looked a little chagrined. He knew his friends were right. At least there was no sign of Malfoy or his goons. In fact, it seemed like no one from 6th year or above in Slytherin House was there. Most were 4th years that Harry recognized from defense class. Clearing his throat, Harry said, "Good evening, everyone. Let's get started, shall we? Welcome to the DA. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Harry Potter. A group of us started this club last year because we felt that it was important to practice our defensive skills. Even though we have a decent defense professor this year, we hope to keep our skills up by extra practice. Anyway, we can have a little fun and maybe learn some things we don't have time for in our defense class. How does that sound to everyone? Are there any questions?" A short girl raised her hand. "I read that you fought he who must not be named and escaped when you were my age. Is that true?" "Yes, everything you read in the Quibbler about me is true." He could see Luna nodding proudly. Zacharias Smith raised his hand. "I heard you took a group from last year's DA to fight Death Eaters at the Ministry. That was in the Daily Prophet. Was that true?" Harry hadn't been expecting a reminder of last June's events. He stared at Zach for a little too long, so Hermione responded for him. "Really, Zach, you could ask about that anytime. Why bring that up now? I'm just wondering why he didn't take the rest of us. We all worked hard. We were ready to fight," Zach said. The crowd murmured. Several of last year's members were nodding their heads. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did they really think they'd missed out on a great adventure? They felt left out. He didn't know what to say. Ron said, "Well, we didn't take everyone. It's too late to do anything about that. Let's get started on what we are going to do tonight." Harry. All heads turned to Harry expectantly at this comment. Ron's height and broad shoulders gave him a natural air of authority. Harry began taking them through the lesson that he had planned. He split them into 2 groups and demonstrated briefly. The younger students began practicing Protega, while he worked on teaching the older students a rather advanced disillusionment charm. Working his way around the room, checking on their progress, he came across a girl with soft, shoulder-length brown hair and bright blue eyes who didn't have a partner. Looking across the room, he spotted Neville, who seemed happy to be paired with Seamus. They were standing near Luna and some Ravenclaw 5th year that Harry didn't recognize. Last year it was Neville who often needed a partner, but his nuanced and hard-working attitude had finally paid off. "I guess you're with me," Harry said to the girl standing alone. "Just my luck," she said with a smirk. "Defense isn't my best subject. I'm hoping that this group can help me improve." Her voice had a light, lyrical accent that Harry thought might be Irish. "Let me know what I can do," Harry said. She could tell that he meant that. "What's your name?" he asked. Surprised, she answered, "Oh, it's Sophie, Sophie Moon." She looked a little uncomfortable. Harry wondered briefly what could be wrong before he smiled at her and repeated the instructions for the disillusionment charm. In some situations, being able to disguise yourself, even for a little while, could save your life. This spell is difficult to keep in place when someone is throwing hexes at you. It takes a fair amount of magical energy. Also, any move you make could reveal your location. You'll look like a ripple of water, only in the air. They settled into practice. Harry worked with Sophie for a while, and then asked Parvati and Lavender to trade off practicing with her while he wandered around the room to check on other people. Everyone was working hard, but it was a difficult spell to master. Some would only appear to flicker as they cast the disillusionment charm. Others could cast the charm, but not hold it when pressed. Ron was defeating Hermione easily. She would cast the charm to blend into the background, then reappear quickly the moment he cast his revealing spell. She was becoming frustrated since she was usually really good with charms. "Try pairing with someone else for a while, Hermione," suggested Harry, thinking that maybe working with Ron was ruining her concentration. Ron could already cast the charm and hold it briefly, so Harry asked him to move around the room in the opposite direction to see how everyone was doing. "What good is this spell when you're fighting a duel, Harry?" asked Zach Smith. "I can't imagine that a simple concealment spell will be convincing enough or last long enough to work during a real fight." "Maybe not, Zach, but sometimes it isn't smart to fight. If you know you can't win, it's better to get away and fight another day. Hiding, or even making it more difficult for your enemy to see you, can make escape possible." Harry tried to be patient with the irritating blonde boy. They all needed to find a way to get along. Besides, maybe he didn't mean to be so annoying. Maybe he was just the sort of person who said the first thing that came into his head all the time. "I think I'm ready to fight, Harry. Next time you need someone to go on a mission, be sure you let me know." "I'm your man," Zach said. Harry was stunned speechless, thinking, "I don't want anyone to be my man. I'm not planning a mission." On the other hand, he's a Hufflepuff. Of course he's loyal. What else would you expect? The blonde boy was holding his breath looking at him expectantly. Harry said, "Thanks, Zach. I appreciate it. Let's hope it never comes to that." He extended his hand. Zach shook it and smiled. Harry moved on through the crowd of students. Some were getting the hang of the spell. There was a whole lot of giggling going on with the younger group. While they were practicing Protega, with some success, the spell they were trying to deflect was the tickling spell. If their protection worked and the spell rebounded, then the spellcaster was hit with the tickles. Either way, someone was giggling. Laughter is contagious, so even the older kids left feeling like they'd had a fun evening, although everyone had worked hard. At the end of the session, several students stayed behind to help stack pillows along the wall. Among them were Ginny, Dean and Cho. Harry noticed that Dean never left Ginny's side. Cho came over to Harry. Almost a month of school had passed without him so much as looking her way. Yet, she'd noticed that he didn't seem to have an interest in anyone else. She'd begun to think he was secretly pining for her and was staying away because of her brother. She had to find out. She cleared her throat nervously and said, "Thanks for showing us that spell, Harry. I'm glad the DA is going to continue. It would have been good last summer if I'd known how to hide myself." He was a little surprised that she was speaking to him. "Don't blame last summer on anyone but Voldemort, Cho. If not for him, we wouldn't need to know how to conceal ourselves." Harry picked up some books that were lying on the floor and slowly put them back on the bookshelf. He was half hoping that Cho would just quietly slip away while he was preoccupied, but she waited patiently until he finished. There were still a few people in the room with them. Cho was looking at him intently. He asked politely, "Is there something else on your mind?" She blushed and looked at the other people in the room. They were all out of hearing distance. She leaned toward him and said, "I want to talk to you alone, Harry." "We can't be alone, Cho. I promised your brother. I intend to keep that promise. You probably shouldn't even be coming to DA meetings. It's not safe for you to be near me." Harry looked genuinely concerned. "But, Harry," Cho began. Please forget it," he said, not so politely. With that, he walked away and out the door without saying goodnight to anyone. It was too depressing to think about. Anyone he ever dated would be a target for Death Eaters. It just wasn't fair. Getting back to his room, he pulled out his planner that promptly sang to him that he shouldn't put off reading his Transfiguration book since he needed to prepare for class tomorrow. Thankful that he was alone for once in the dormitory, he stared at the book for a long time, thinking over the DA meeting. Ginny and Dean had partnered. She was much better at charms than Dean. Her disillusionment charm held up as long as Hermione's. Well, once Hermione moved away from Ron, he thought, feeling oddly proud of both of them. Ginny had been friendly to Harry as he passed by, but she had spent the whole evening with Dean. Even though she denied it, there must still be something between them. Shaking off this depressing thought, he settled in to read his book. He forced himself to focus on the subject of transfiguring plants into common household objects. He became so engrossed in the subject that he startled when he heard his name being called. It was Ginny's voice. He smiled and answered his mirror. "How are you tonight, Ginny?" he asked. They settled in to discuss the events of the day. She'd had magical creatures class and had been dismayed to find that Hagrid had found and captured a small flock of swoopers in the Forbidden Forest for them to study. Although these birds were the less colorful, distant cousins to the more difficult foopers found in the southern hemisphere, without earplugs or a strong silencing charm, the sound of the swooper would drive the listener just as crazy. "I don't know how he finds these things. Most people would just cover their ears and run the other way if they saw so many swoopers in one place, but not Hagrid." She was laughing. Glad to be hearing Ginny's voice, Harry listened to the whole story, even though he knew about the birds. When she was finished, he said, "Who do you think helped Hagrid capture those birds? You should have seen Terry Boot and I trying to make the proper arm motions. The boys had to transfigure their robes into swooper feathers and then wave their arms in a specific pattern to entice the swoopers to follow them to the reserve, as Hagrid kept calling the small artificial pond he'd set up for them. Of course, they put a silencing charm on the swoopers before they even attempted to get close. Maybe you and Terry can demonstrate for me sometime, Ginny suggested. She closed her eyes and said, "Wait, I think I have a pretty clear mental picture of this anyway." She chuckled softly. "Glad I could amuse you, Ginny," Harry answered, smiling at the sound of her soft laugh. "Do you think the DA meeting went all right, Harry? I didn't have much chance to talk to you there." She didn't want to bring up the fact that Cho had been all over him as the meeting was closing. Maybe they hadn't really broken up. Maybe they were meeting in secret. She definitely wasn't seeing Michael Corner anymore. "I was hoping that making all the newcomers tickle each other would show them that learning defense can be fun." Harry thought that a little laughter was always a good thing. Some of them were still a bit giggly over their homework in the common room. "I think it's safe to say they enjoyed themselves," Ginny said, holding the mirror closer. He could just see her smile and the tip of her nose. So she'd been down in the common room since the meeting ended, probably with Dean. He certainly hadn't come to bed yet. Harry was still alone in the dormitory and it must be after 11. If Ginny and Dean weren't dating, why had she spent the whole evening with him? Suddenly, he didn't feel much like talking anymore. Ginny was so sweet. He adored her, but she would never see him as more than a friend. Life just didn't seem fair. Saying he was especially tired, he said goodnight to Ginny and headed off to the loo. Maybe a nice long shower would help him shake off these depressing thoughts before bed. His anger grew as he felt sorry for himself. His life was never going to be normal. He wished he could smash something. Death Eaters surrounded him. They were laughing in cold, cruel voices. Lucius Malfoy's wand was pointing right into his face. He could hear Bellatrix Lestrange taunting him. "Did you love him, little baby Potter?" The voices seemed to echo and surround him, finally blending into a blinding flash of light, followed by the sound of his own agonized voice saying over and over again, "Kill me now, Dumbledore." Arg! His scream pierced the night. Ron was shaking him. His scar was on fire. "Wake up, Harry, wake up." Seeing his friend's eyes open, Ron stopped shouting and handed him his glasses. "Was it another vision? Did you see something?" he asked, remembering when Harry had seen Ron's father attacked in his sleep last year. Harry was drenched in sweat and trembling. "It was just a nightmare. SS is sorry to wake you," he said. His voice was shaking and his head throbbing, but he knew it was his own fault. He should never have gone to sleep angry and upset, let alone dispensing with his occlumency exercises. "That's okay. Sorry you had a bad dream." Ron was relieved somehow. A nightmare was better than a vision. He thought that Harry's nightmares and visions were a thing of the past. "Really, Ron, I'm all right. Go back to sleep." His friend's eyes looked heavy-lidded and tired, his forehead furrowed with concern. You heard him. Get back to bed, everyone. Ron noticed that Seamus, Neville and Dean were standing behind him staring at Harry sleepily. Upset that he'd disturbed the whole dormitory, Harry left. Dragging his blanket with him, he went downstairs. Better to spend the rest of the night where he couldn't disturb anyone. Unable to relax enough to go back to sleep, Harry turned his thoughts over and over in his mind until the last embers of the common room fire died and the room filled with the dim gray light of early morning. After pushing himself hard in his morning workout, Harry showered and returned to the dormitory to dress. As he walked into the room, he heard Neville talking. I don't know what happens to me. I could talk to her last year, but now every time she's nearby, I stammer like stupid Pratt. Ron grinned and said, Don't be so hard on yourself, Neville. I'm sure you stammer like a smart Pratt some of the time. Harry shook his head as he searched through his trunk for clean clothes. He thought, Dean's still sleeping soundly or he could give you some advice. He seems to do all right. Seamus shot Ron a look of mild disgust and put his arm around Neville. You came to the right roommate, Neville. Romancing a woman takes delicate handling. Something Weasley knows nothing about. Neville looked at Harry, who was pulling on clean socks. What do you think, Harry? You seem to have a lot of girls around you all the time. Ignoring the quiet snorts that Ron and Seamus tried to hide, Harry just shrugged and said, I don't know what you're talking about. You want some advice about what exactly? I can't seem to talk to Luna anymore. Every time I get up the nerve to say something, the most embarrassing babble comes out, Neville said. You have more experience. What's your secret? How do you keep your nerve? With a snort and a look of disbelief, Seamus said, You can't be serious, Neville. Harry has a following because he's the boy who lived, not because he's a smooth talker. Seamus didn't know how close Neville had been to being the boy who lived. Harry finished putting on his shoes and said, Sorry, Neville. Seamus is right. He knows more about this than I do. Both Seamus and Ron have girlfriends. You should listen to them. He beat a hasty retreat, leaving his dorm mates to sort out their love lives. After breakfast, when Harry appeared in the defense classroom with circles under his eyes, Moody said, Been staying up late chasing the ladies, Potter. You look like you missed your beauty sleep. Very funny, Professor. I just didn't sleep well, that's all. Must have eaten something that had gone off. Thinking that a change of subject would take the professor's magical eye off of him, he said, We had the first DA meeting last night. Loads more students showed up than we expected. Not too many from Slytherin though. Why do you want the Slytherins? Moody asked in a growl. Harry looked thoughtful before answering, Every year the Sorting Hat tells us that if we don't come together, then we won't survive. I think that's a clear message to make friends among the other houses. Not all evil people come from Slytherin. After all, Peter Pettigrew was in Gryffindor and look how he turned out. Harry despised the little rat. Slytherin must have many people worth getting to know. A disdainful voice responded from near the doorway. You probably mean that you're going after the girls in Slytherin. Good luck, Potter. They aren't interested in half-breeds like you, said Draco, who was blocking the door with his 2 bodyguards. Harry had no idea how long Draco Malfoy had been standing there. As usual, he had put his own twisted slant on what Harry had to say. Moody didn't give Harry a chance to respond. Instead, he ordered Malfoy to his seat, taking 5 points from Slytherin for blocking the entrance. He began class as soon as possible. Harry was there as an assistant. This was the 6th-year defense class, not NEWT. Defense, which was a smaller class made up primarily of former DA members. Since they were studying how to deal with vampires, the first part of class consisted of looking at wizarding photographs of modern vampires. Most were grotesque creatures, monsters really, not much about them seemed human. Harry hoped he never had to meet one. Looking around the class at the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins, Harry noticed the quiet girl he'd met in the DA meeting the night before. She smiled in greeting and Harry returned it, a fact that was not lost on Malfoy, who immediately intensified the sneer he was sending Harry's way. At the end of class, Harry moved toward the door to speak with Sophie, but Goyle was blocking his way. She left before he could make his way around this rather large lumbering obstacle. As Malfoy followed her, he turned and gave Harry a rather self-satisfied look. Harry shook his head. Rather than try to interpret the nuances of Malfoy's sneers, Harry thought, Malfoy's just trying to irritate me. Getting angry with him is a waste of time. Maybe if he could keep reminding himself of that, he could control the anger that was building inside. Moody and he spent the next hour practicing a series of disabling hexes that would effectively end a fight and bind your opponent. Harry was improving the time it took him to fire off a spell. He was so fast that he seemed able to fire 3 or 4 spells at the same time. Dumbledore entered the defense classroom just before lunch. "Ah, Harry, I'm glad I caught you. Professor Moody, might we use your office for a short conference? I need to speak with both of you." Dumbledore had a mild-mannered air about him as he indicated that the two of them should precede him into the smaller room. Once inside, the headmaster cast a locking charm on the door and a silencing charm on the room. He sent a third charm toward the fireplace that Harry didn't recognize, but he suspected that its purpose was to shut down the flow network so they wouldn't be disturbed. "What's on your mind, Albus?" barked Moody from behind his desk. "Why all the cloak and dagger?" Dumbledore answered, "We've captured Peter Pettigrew. Members of the Order will hold him for a short while. Then he'll be handed over to the Ministry. We must keep this quiet for now." "Who caught him? How? Was he alone?" Harry asked, his face showing the shock that he felt. Dumbledore smiled at Harry. As Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks were leaving Grimmauld Place this morning, they noticed a group of men in black robes in the park across the way. "I've suspected that number 12 was under surveillance. Of course, they can't see the actual house because of the Fidelius charm, but they know where the house used to be and apparently set outposts to watch the area." Harry said, "I've always wondered about that. I mean, all of the Black family relatives would know where the house is supposed to be even if the Fidelius charm made it impossible to find." With his characteristic twinkle, Dumbledore continued to explain. "Tonks had transformed herself so they had no idea who she was, and Kingsley was completely hidden underneath that excellent invisibility cloak that you lent us, Alistair." The black wizard robes and Pettigrew's silver hand caught their attention. Tonks pretended to wait for a Muggle bus while Kingsley summoned help from headquarters. When Professor Lupin joined them, he recognized Peter Pettigrew immediately. They were able to stun him before he could transform into a rat. "He's being held at headquarters along with 2 other Death Eaters. I wonder if you would like to speak with him before he's handed over to the Ministry of Magic, Harry." "Me? Why, you mean I could speak with him alone, Professor?" Harry was amazed that Dumbledore would leave him alone with the man who betrayed his parents, remembering the rage he'd felt toward Sirius when he thought he was the guilty party. Did this mean the headmaster was beginning to trust Harry to control his temper? Dumbledore answered softly, "We'll be in the next room, Harry. I thought it might help you come to terms with what this man did to your family. If you have no desire to see him, I understand." He waited calmly for Harry to make a decision. Harry seemed lost in thought for a few minutes, his calm demeanor masking conflicting emotions. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't have anything to say to him, Professor. I appreciate the offer, but it just doesn't matter now. I've already spoken with him in the Shrieking Shack. He's too far gone to understand what it meant to betray my parents. Sirius, well, he said what needed to be said. Nothing Pettigrew can have to say for himself will bring back my parents or Cedric or change the fact that Sirius spent 12 years in prison." Harry remembered Sirius telling Pettigrew that he should have died rather than betray Harry and his parents, as we would have died for you. This was really Sirius' moment, come too late for it to matter. A distant look in his eyes, Harry said, "I watched him kill Cedric Diggory. It was Voldemort's wand and he ordered the killing, but Pettigrew uttered the curse. He's nothing more than a murderer." Moody said, "I'm thrilled they caught the bastard. I want him to swing for betraying James and Lily, not to mention the 13 people he killed to frame Sirius and young Diggory. This is a great day for justice, Albus. Thanks for coming by with the news." Noticing that Harry still seemed a bit grim and tired, Dumbledore said, "Anything you wish to tell me, Harry? I know this is a shock." How many times had Hermione told him to tell Dumbledore about his nightmares last year? Would things have been different if Harry had trusted Dumbledore enough to tell him about his scar? He'd found out anyway. Remembering his decision to make this year different, Harry blurted out, "I had a nightmare last night." Both men looked surprised. Harry stared at his hands. It sounded so childish when he said it out loud. The headmaster tilted his head up and considered Harry through his little glasses. "Was it a vision?" he asked. Harry shook his head. Maybe it was more like a nightmare, a replay of past events. All jumbled together horribly. It could have been Voldemort playing havoc with my mind. I don't know. I was angry when I went to bed. It could have been my fault. Or I wonder if all this time, Voldemort just shut down the connection between us and now he's planning to reopen it. I woke up the whole dorm. Slowly, the headmaster asked, "And did your scar bother you at the time?" Harry nodded. "We can work on occlumency this afternoon, Harry. Anything else on your mind? How did your first DA meeting go last night?" Dumbledore asked. "We had a pretty good turnout, except for the Slytherins," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at Harry with a very serious expression. "You wish more Slytherins were involved in your club. Why, may I ask?" Like the Sorting Hat said, it's time for all of us to come together. It has to start somewhere. I don't know what else I can do to help. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Dumbledore said, "You know that a number of the students in Slytherin are the children of known Death Eaters. While I'll keep an open mind about all the students at Hogwarts, you should be careful. I'm not questioning their loyalties at this time. They have yet to choose their path. But I intend to keep a close watch on their activities." Harry didn't speak. He was wondering what his life at Hogwarts would have been like if he'd been sorted into Slytherin. Snape would have been his head of house. He'd have to sleep in the same room as Malfoy. Thinking aloud he asked, "What about those students who have to live with the children of Death Eaters? What are their lives like?" Dumbledore gave a small smile, his eyes twinkling again. "You've surprised me once again, Harry. I think you are right to consider finding a way to include the Slytherins in the DA. We'll all have to think of opportunities for bringing people together from various houses." Quote. The dark circles under Harry's eyes looked pronounced. He seemed to have too many burdens on his young shoulders. Dumbledore said, "I suggest that you take the afternoon off from your studies. You look like you could use the rest. I'll inform Professor Flitwick of your absence from Charms. We'll meet for your tutorial at 4. Harry found the understanding look in the headmaster's eye calming. Nodding his agreement, he left for lunch. Tears filled his eyes and a lump came to his throat, thinking about how happy Sirius would have been today. Life was so unfair to his godfather. While part of him was thrilled that Pettigrew would now be brought to justice, Sirius' death made the news bittersweet. The Great Hall was full by the time Harry arrived. Ron had saved him a seat that happily put him across the table from Ginny and Hermione. "Thanks, Ron," Harry said, letting out a heavy sigh. Hermione said, "What is it, Harry? Rough morning. Let me guess, the Slytherins had defense class." She looked over at her friend with a self-satisfied look on her face. Harry put aside his sad thoughts and answered with a small smile, "You're right, of course, Hermione. They had defense this morning, but it didn't go particularly badly. I've just had some startling and important news, but I can't tell you here. It's too crowded. Let's go outside." Ginny said, "I hope you can tell me, too, Harry. I want to know all your secrets." Then she gave a little laugh. Despite his fatigue, he grinned at her, his eyes sparkling. She smiled back at him, turning his insides to jelly. He was too sleep-deprived and emotional to resist. His eyes searched her face as he reached across the table to take her hand. In the process, he knocked over a full pitcher of pumpkin juice. Everyone around them gasped and dabbed at the river of juice with their napkins. Ginny jumped back and away. Ron laughed heartily and slapped Harry on the back. Smooth, very smooth. Chuckling and shaking his head, he wondered if he would ever get his friend together with his sister if her mere presence did weird things to his motor control. Too busy apologizing to everyone in sight, Harry didn't take offense at his friend's amusement. Hermione uttered a drying spell, then a cleansing spell and order was restored. Realizing that he didn't have much time before lunch was over, Harry rose and said, "I've waited long enough. You have to come outside with me." Ron jumped up with him and led the group out of the Great Hall. As the four of them crossed the entryway to step outside the main entrance to Hogwarts, three figures stepped out of the shadows from the dungeons. "Where are you going, Scarhead? I want a word with you," Malfoy said with his usual sneer and drawl. "Make an appointment, Malfoy. Office hours are every morning at 11. Harry thought a small reminder that he was on the staff might help Draco remember his manners. "What I have to say won't take long. Stay away from Sophie Moon. She's a pureblood. She doesn't want anything to do with the likes of you." Draco spat the words as though his contempt for Harry was difficult to contain. Harry remembered Sophie from the night before at the DA meeting, but couldn't imagine why Draco thought he was interested in her. Was he jealous? He answered sincerely, "Malfoy, if she's your girlfriend, you have nothing to worry about from me." We barely spoke. This sent Malfoy into sneering overdrive. "My girlfriend. As if I'd have anything to do with her. I'm just telling you to leave the Slytherins alone. Don't the other students in your house have a right to make their own decisions, Malfoy? What right do you have to dictate to them? Or to us? You can't tell other people what to do." Hermione was indignant. Crabbe and Goyle were heading back down the stairs to the dungeon after losing their staring match with Ron and Ginny. Ron was much taller and intimidating than they'd ever be. And Ginny, well, they remembered her. Seeing his goons had fled, Malfoy pointed his finger at Harry and said, "This isn't over," before joining them. The Gryffindors were relieved to see him go. "I didn't even think about her being from Slytherin." "Not that it would have mattered," said Harry. Hermione added, "She must be the only sixth-year Slytherin who came to the DA meeting. It was so crowded that I didn't notice her. Now that the dramatics are over, we better get to class." "Sorry, Harry, we don't have time to hear your news." Ginny was moving toward the staircase, which was crowded with students heading to their afternoon lessons. Reaching out to clasp her hand, Harry pleaded, "Wait, this is really interesting news. It's worth a few house points. Please, step outside for 30 seconds and listen to this." "This better be good, Harry," said Hermione. She earned more house points than anyone else. She didn't like losing them. Once they were outside, he pulled everyone close, and said, "We have to keep this quiet right now," but the order caught Peter Pettigrew. He grinned as he watched their faces react. They were stunned. "Harry, you must be so glad." Ginny cried and pulled him into her arms for a celebratory hug. "Scabbers!" cried Ron, joining the hug. Hermione grimaced at Ron before making the group hug complete. When they all let go, she linked arms with Harry, and said, "Will he stand trial? Maybe you'll get a chance to confront him." Harry's expression changed. "Dumbledore offered. I turned it down. Remember him pleading in the Shrieking Shack? It's useless to talk to him. He's too far gone. Even after we spared his life, he brought Voldemort back and killed Cedric Diggory for him." Everyone was silent for a moment. Harry broke the stillness. "But I'm glad he was caught. Maybe this will clear Sirius' name." He left it there, running his hand through his hair. He was suddenly feeling exhausted again, thinking about how it was too late for Sirius to be free, too late to move in together and have a nice life. His friends all looked concerned as they realized some of what Pettigrew's capture really meant. Ron spoke for everyone when he said, "We'll have to celebrate in memory of Sirius on Cedric. It's a good day for justice." He clasped his hand onto Harry's shoulder. Eyes shining with unshed tears, Harry smiled at him and said, "That's what Moody said. I'm going upstairs to rest and contact Remus. Dumbledore told me he'd let Flitwick know. We can talk later." But Harry didn't get to rest after all. When they walked back into the entryway, Professor Dumbledore greeted them. The twinkle had disappeared from his eyes. "Harry, you're needed at Grimmauld Place right away. We can flow from my office." "Can we come, too, Professor?" asked Ginny. She and Harry unconsciously took a step closer to each other. Dumbledore looked surprised as he looked into her hopeful face. "Your concern is touching, but I don't think that is a good idea. You all have your lessons this afternoon. Harry will return by this evening and I'm sure he'll explain everything in great detail." As they watched Harry hurry away with Dumbledore, Ginny sighed and said, "I hate being left out." Ron and Hermione exchanged knowing looks. "So, what's the emergency?" Harry asked the headmaster, wishing that his friends had been able to come with them. Dumbledore said. Remus Lupin has decided to barricade himself inside the room with Peter Pettigrew. While we could probably overpower him, we thought it better to attempt to reason with him. We have no time to waste. A host of feelings swarmed through Harry all at once. Remorse, anger, grief and guilt, ending with worry for his new guardian. He remembered how he felt third year when he first confronted Sirius. He'd found out then that things are seldom how they seem. One thing he was sure about, Pettigrew was pathetic. Whatever the outcome of the afternoon for Pettigrew, he wanted Remus to come away from this situation unhurt. He'd been through enough. If he took his revenge out on Peter, he could spend the rest of his life in Azkaban with no Wolfsbane potion to lessen his misery. Knowing that if he didn't keep his cool, Dumbledore might leave him behind, Harry tried to calm his emotions. Years of practice with the Dursleys served him well. His face became a mask of calm as he spoke deliberately into his two-way mirror. Remus didn't answer. Harry put the mirror away and followed the headmaster to his office. The kitchen at Grimmauld Place was full of Order members. Kingsley Shacklebolt nodded in greeting as Dumbledore and Harry hurried through the room, up the stairs and toward the first-floor bedroom where the drama was unfolding. A distraught Tonks was at the door trying to speak with Remus. Her cheeks were stained with tears. Harry gave her a small smile. An understanding passed between the two of them. She didn't want Remus hurt any more than Harry did. Silently, she stepped aside so Harry could take a turn at the door. "Remus, let me in. I have as much right to talk to Pettigrew as you do," Harry said forcefully, praying that Remus was just talking on the other side of the door. After a moment of silence, the door opened with a quiet click. Harry passed over the threshold. As Dumbledore and Tonks made to follow Harry through the door, a loud growl startled them. The wild-eyed and angry face of Remus Lupin greeted them with a savage snarl. "Stay out, I'm not finished yet," he shouted as he pulled Harry the rest of the way into the room and slammed the door, recasting a spell that Harry thought might be an anti-intruder ward. The room was a wreck. Torn bedding and broken crockery littered the floor. Peter was sitting in a chair in the center of the room bound and gagged. His beady eyes looked frantic. His face and arms were covered with bruises and small abrasions. Wizarding photos lay on the floor around him. Remus looked terrible. His hands were bleeding and swollen. His shirt sleeve was torn and his left forearm bore a large, blistering burn from contact with Pettigrew's silver hand. It had only been a few days since the full moon. That always made the old werewolf tired, but he looked beyond exhaustion. He paced menacingly behind Peter, staring at the back of his prisoner's head in a dark and desperate way. Wand in hand, he asked, "What shall we do to him, Harry? Death is too good for him. What shall we do to him, Harry? Death is too good for him." The question hung in the air between the angry werewolf and the young wizard. Harry wasn't frightened by this outburst. Remus would never hurt him. Harry also knew the headmaster could get in any time he wanted. Now he would find out if Dumbledore really did trust him to handle things. The two remained motionless for a moment while Harry took in the ragged, wretched appearance of his new guardian. Pain and grief showed in his eyes. His face seemed alive with anger. His jaw was set and his nostrils flared. In a low-pitched, deadly calm voice, Harry asked, "Do you really think he's worth it, Remus?" Before he could answer, Peter Pettigrew distracted them by making a muffled sound. It might have been a scream without the gag that tightly bound his mouth. With an open hand, Lupin smacked him across his head and yelled, "Shut up." The muffled noises didn't stop as the strength of Lupin's blow rocked the chair holding Pettigrew. As the chair lost its balance, Harry made Lupin's wand fly to him and stepped between him and the quivering mass bound to the chair. Unable to check the force of his next blow, which he was already swinging toward Peter before he fell, Remus struck Harry's face instead. "Gah, oh bloody hell," said Harry as the sting of the blow coursed through him. "Harry-o, no fut have I done?" Chu was aiming for Peter. "Let me see," said Remus, his expression shifting from vengeful rage to remorse. The overturned prisoner lay unheeded on the floor. Harry shut his eyes tight to stop tears from falling and covered his face with his hand. Recovering slightly, he said, "Oh, well, it'll be all right." It hurt like hell, but he wanted to calm the situation. Their brief scuffle excited the interest of the people waiting in the hall. Harry, Remus, let me in, you have to come in there, Tonks shouted through the door while rattling the handle. Several other excited garbled voices could be heard talking outside. Raising his eyebrows in question, Harry looked at Remus, who was still visibly distraught. Remus shook his head. Harry shouted, "We're all right, Tonks. It's fine. We just need a little more time alone." Still ignoring Pettigrew, who was bound to the chair on the floor, Harry sat down on the bed. Distressed, but quieter, Remus joined him and said, "Let me take a look at that." He lifted Harry's hand off his cheek so he could take a look. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." His earlier wild-eyed expression was replaced by concern for his godson as his focus shifted from Pettigrew to Harry. "I should hope not." Harry held his hand toward Pettigrew and set him upright without comment. With another hand motion and a whispered spell, he silenced the prisoner. He still held Remus' wand in his other hand. "Stop that, Harry," Remus scolded. "Give me back my wand. I won't have you getting into trouble over him. You shouldn't be doing magic away from school anyway. You have to be more careful." While he sounded agitated again, his face only showed anxiety. Harry gave him a small smile. Grinning made his cheek hurt, but he didn't mind. He was too relieved to see Remus, anger replaced with worry. Pointing his hand palm up toward the back of Pettigrew, Harry said, "You're lecturing me about being careful. That's what I was going to say to you. I don't want you to get into trouble because of him. Who cares about him? I came here because of you. You don't seem quite yourself, Remus." Dropping his head to his chest, Remus didn't answer. They'd been through a similar scene 2 years before in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius had been the crazed one then. Searching for the right words, Harry said in a quiet voice, "You came here today because I don't want to lose you. Pettigrew's a waste of time." Lifting his face to Harry's, Remus growled, "He's a murderer, Harry." Caught by the pain in the older man's eyes, Harry didn't look away. "I know what he is," he answered darkly. As the two men continued to stare at each other, Harry added in a hollow voice, "I watched him kill Cedric Diggory." Remus, anger reignited. "That's right. If you'd let Sirius and I kill him the first time, he never would have had the chance. Don't stop me now. He doesn't deserve any mercy." Harry shouted back, "Don't you think I know that? I know it's my fault he escaped last time, that Cedric would be alive if I hadn't, but that still doesn't make it right. You don't have to become like him." Anger and guilt bolted through Harry at the thought of all the crimes that could be lain at Pettigrew's feet. Fueled by the very real fear of losing Remus over this, anger swelled within Harry until the air in the room began to crackle. Both of them were on their feet again. A feral look on his face, the werewolf within him close to the surface, Lupin said, "It doesn't matter anymore, Harry. Let me do this every full moonal of this time. I have fought the temptation to tear someone apart. Now I can put it good use." Harry stood in front of him. "You're not a murderer." "He is," he shouted. It did the trick, shocking Remus out of his rage. Seeing him relax slightly, Harry moved away. He began to pick up the photographs scattered around the room. Most showed the school-age marauders smiling happily. Obviously, Remus had been trying to make a point by showing them to Peter before Harry arrived. Relieved that Remus was looking more like the mild-mannered Professor Lupin, Harry said, "Pettigrew already knows that he missed out on living a nice life. Perhaps that's punishment enough. He knows he had it great for a while, friends who would do anything for him, good times." Remus stood staring at the back of his former friend's head again. All traces of anger had been replaced by sadness. Handing him the stack of photos, Harry continued, "He knows he threw it all away for nothing, for a life that's worse than death. Serving Voldemort is a horrible way to live. If he's still capable of feeling anything, he's probably glad he's been caught." The photo on the top of the stack showed the marauders in happier times. They looked about the same age as Harry. James and Sirius both wore cocky grins. Remus was trying to suppress his laughter, and Peter wore a shy, happy smile. Remus fingered the edge of the photo for a moment, then said quietly, "I can't forgive him. He wouldn't understand it if you did." Harry waved his hand dismissively at Pettigrew as he spoke. Looking mournfully at Harry, Remus said, "He took it all away from me, Harry, Sirius, James, Lily, even you. You had to live with those muggles. You missed out on so much, all because of this little rat. He pointed his wand at Pettigrew again. Tears began to fall unchecked down Remus' face. Putting his hand over Remus' wand hand, Harry gently lowered it so the wand was pointed at the floor. Yes and no. Yes, he did all of those things and he should be punished for it, and no, you and I still have a nice life. People care about both of us. We have each other and we have loads of friends and, like I said, people who matter. He paused for a moment. Speaking quietly and clearly, he said, "You matter to me, Remus." At this, Remus broke out of his melancholy. Tears still shining in his eyes, he stared into Harry's determined face and simply nodded. Seeing his guardian relax, Harry added with a small smile, "There's a nice-looking aura on the other side of that door who obviously doesn't want anything bad to happen in here today. I'd say you matter to her, too." Remus smirked and said, "Are you saying that the best revenge is to have a nice life?" Harry nodded. "Well, all right, something like that. I'm saying that we both have a lot of good things to spend our time doing. Pettigrew's life is over. It's his turn to go to Azkaban, not yours." Remus punched Harry's shoulder. "You're so grown up sometimes, Harry." "I'm not sure that's a compliment." Harry smiled. And you really have to quit punching me." Remus laughed softly and nodded. "Can we let the others in now?" Harry asked as he moved toward the door. "Wait, isn't there anything you'd like to say to him, Harry? I've been in here for quite a while telling him how much he hurt everyone with his betrayal. He hurt you the worst. Don't you want to punch him just once? A punch won't bring back Sirius or Cedric. It won't give me a childhood spent with loving parents. Sirius said the right thing to him back in the Shrieking Shack. He should have died all those years ago. Even after that, he went and resurrected Voldemort. Can't you see what a lost cause he is? A punch would only hurt my hand." Harry opened the door to let in the others. Tonks ran straight to Remus, and threw her arms around him. Harry smirked at his friend's surprised look. The twinkle was back in the headmaster's eyes, as he looked at Harry with pride. Harry had the feeling that he knew everything that had just happened, even though he hadn't been in the room. Dumbledore asked, "Shall we ask the prisoner a few questions before we turn him over to the Ministry, Harry? This can take the place of your afternoon lesson." Harry was confused. Despite the emotionally draining scene with Remus and Peter, his interest was roused. Did Dumbledore mean that he should try to use legilimency on him? He was hardly proficient at it. Harry nodded in agreement. "What shall we ask, Professor?" Dumbledore ran a healing charm over Harry's bruised cheek as Kingsley Shacklebolt removed Pettigrew's gag with a wave of his wand. 3 oars that Harry didn't recognize surrounded the prisoner, their wands pointed at his heart. Obviously in charge of the interrogation, Shacklebolt said, "Why don't you begin, Harry? Anything you'd like to know?" Harry moved to sit in front of Pettigrew so he could maintain eye contact. So quietly that no one could hear him, Harry removed the silencing spell and said, "Legilimens." Then he asked, "Where is Voldemort?" Pettigrew gasped and tried to look away, but Harry persisted. "Look at me, Peter. Where is Voldemort?" "He's in a castle in Spain," Wormtail said, looking oddly relieved. "I'll tell you anything you want to know, Harry. I haven't forgotten that you saved me before. That's twice I owe you. Could you wipe my forehead for me?" His brow was glistening with sweat. The few hairs he stretched over his bald spot were plastered to his head. His beady eyes looked at Harry eagerly, as though he expected something from him. That eager look made Harry's stomach lurch. Ignoring Peter's request, he turned to Dumbledore and said quietly, "He's lying. The castle where Voldemort is living seems more like it's somewhere rainy like England. I can't be sure." "Wano, it isn't. I wouldn't make things UUP." Pettigrew sputtered. Dumbledore gave Harry an appraising look. "Impressive, Harry. Please continue. Do you think you could stand to stay and verify his statements while Kingsley and the others interrogate him?" Harry looked over at Remus, who still had his arm around Tonks. "Maybe, but I think I should take Remus away from here, Professor. He's had enough." "Who's the guardian here, Harry?" Remus asked lightly, but he wasn't opposed to leaving. Dumbledore turned to Tonks and said, "Nymphadora, would you mind taking Remus to the drawing room? Harry will join you shortly." As they left, Alistair Moody entered the room. Harry spent the next half-hour staring into the soulless, beady eyes of the man who betrayed his parents to Voldemort, who killed Cedric Diggory in cold blood and who cut off his own hand to bring back the most evil dark wizard of their time. He had to put thoughts of those crimes out of his mind in order to concentrate. Almost motionless, Harry sat a few feet away from the prisoner, maintaining eye contact during the questioning. The Legilimens spell worked easily on Wormtail's weak mind. Not only was Harry able to tell when he was lying, but he could sometimes sense the truth as well. Pettigrew interrupted the questioning frequently with requests and questions of his own. "Just untie my hands for me, Harry. My nose itches, maybe you could just scratch it a little for me." Only the intimidating presence of the Aurors kept Pettigrew from whining non-stop. His pleas fell on deaf ears. Harry stayed completely focused on the Legilimens spell. It was when Shacklebolt asked, "Who works for Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic?" that Harry's intrusion into Pettigrew's mind yielded a stronger image. This wasn't a feeling or a reaction to the question. This was a memory. Without warning, Harry sprang from his seat and severed Pettigrew's artificial hand with a shouted spell and a swift hand motion. The silver prosthesis fell to the floor with a loud thud. Before anyone else had a chance to react, a high cold laugh echoed through Harry's mind. "Don't touch it," yelled Harry, grabbing his scar. "There's a spell on it." He threw up an invisible shield and moved away, not taking his eyes off the hand. Dumbledore, Moody, Shacklebolt and the other Aurors cast their own shield charms, leaving Pettigrew the only one who was unprotected. The eerie laugh became the cold voice of Voldemort in Harry's mind. "I know where you are, Potter. You won't escape me so easily this time." Harry closed his eyes and focused, trying to clear his mind and block Voldemort while still maintaining his shield. The pain in his scar was blinding him. He felt the mind block go up and the pain in his forehead eased. He reopened his eyes. While Harry had been forcing Voldemort out of his mind, the silver hand had dissolved into a gray mist that clouded around him, obscuring him from view. So far, it hadn't penetrated the barrier of Harry's shield. Moody shouted, "Evanesco!" and "Finite Incantatem." Neither spell worked. Instead of disappearing, the gray mist began to glow until red and orange flames flared. Harry found himself surrounded by flames. His shield held, but the heat was uncomfortable. Concentrating all his energy on maintaining the invisible barrier that was keeping the flames away, Harry heard an echo of that eerie laugh return. Everyone except Harry and Wormtail shouted a spell to douse the fire. Like water poured on a grease fire, the flames scattered and became more intense. Dumbledore stepped forward and shouted, "Container." A dark, clear globe appeared in his hand. The flames were pulled into the sphere as if absorbed by an invisible force. The globe shone brightly for a moment before Dumbledore uttered a banishing spell that Harry didn't recognize. Looking relieved as he came back into view, Harry quietly muttered, "Thanks." But he didn't lower either the shield in his mind or the invisible one protecting him from any magic in the room. Dumbledore was considering him carefully. Shacklebolt came out from behind an armoire and asked, "What was that about?" Harry answered, "In a flash I saw it in his mind. Voldemort charmed his hand to trap me. If I'd touched Pettigrew, or moved close enough for him to touch me, it would have become a portkey transporting both of us to Voldemort." Harry's words were strong, but his smile was shaky and his face was pale. In a light tone, he said, "It's just as well that I didn't punch him." Not commenting on Harry's use of wandless magic to remove Pettigrew's hand and throw up his shield. Professor Moody growled, "Time for you to get out of here, Potter. We'll handle things now, just go." Harry walked out the door without a backward glance. Pettigrew was crying now. The stump of his hand had long since healed. Losing the prosthetic silver hand had not caused him any physical pain. But he'd known his purpose was to capture Harry. He'd failed. If he ever escaped Azkaban, there would be no return to his master. His life was over. It really had all been for nothing. Remus stopped pacing when Harry entered the drawing room. Tonks sat up on the couch. Remus said, "Finally. What took so long? I thought I heard shouting." At the reassuring sight of his guardian, Harry smiled and said, "They had loads to ask him. I guess they think the Ministry won't try to uncover the truth anyway. It was all a trap. Pettigrew was sent to kidnap me. He sank into a chair near Tonks and put his head in his hands. At first Tonks was excited by the drama of it all. She jumped up and exclaimed excitedly, "What? I wondered why Pettigrew was so easy to catch. I just thought the Death Eaters were slipping or short-handed or something. After all, we captured so many of them at the Ministry last June. Of course it was a trap. They were practically waiting for us outside." She seemed almost happy at the revelation. The other two remained quiet. From the exhausted expressions on Remus and Harry's faces, she realized they'd had a different reaction to the afternoon's activities. Remus took the place on the couch that Tonks had vacated. He looked at Harry's bowed head and prompted, "What do you mean? How was it a trap?" Harry let his head fall back against the high-backed chair and took a deep breath. His eyes were focused on the ceiling. Letting out a long slow breath, he said, I could see it in his mind. "Voldemort sent Pettigrew to collect me." Harry explained what happened in the room after he severed Peter's fake hand. "Dumbledore's an amazing wizard. It's lucky he stayed in the room with you," Remus said. Then he gasped softly as he realized how he had encouraged Harry to punch Peter just once. Seeing him pale, Harry said, "I know. It's a good thing that I didn't want to touch him. I'd probably be dead by now." He didn't want to think about it. "Don't say things like that, Harry. There's always more than one way to work things out." Remus tried to reassure Harry. Not wanting to think about Voldemort anymore, Harry looked at Remus. His cuts had been healed and a soft white cloth with some sort of purple goo had been applied to the burn on his forearm. "Are you all right?" he asked. Leaning toward Harry and putting his hand on his shoulder, Remus said, "I think we're both more than all right. Thanks for everything you said up there." Harry shrugged as Remus let go of his shoulder, rumpled his messy black hair and asked, "When did you learn legilimency, Harry?" Harry thought for a moment before answering. "I don't know how to do true legilimency, not like Snape. I can't actually read anyone's thoughts, but I don't really think it's much different than occlumency. It's the same skills. You can't learn one without developing the ability to do the other. I've only sensed emotions and ideas that are on the surface beforehand. I think I can tell when someone's lying to me. Anyway, Professor Dumbledore is a much better teacher than Snape." Tonks snorted and said, "Well, there's a shocker." She noticed that Harry at least gave her a small smile in response. Both Remus and Harry looked exhausted. "Who's hungry?" she asked with enthusiasm. Before either of them could answer, Professor Dumbledore entered the room. Despite his age, he exuded strength and power. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Peter Pettigrew is gone, as are the other two Death Eaters we captured. The Aurors have taken them to the Ministry." "Will he stand trial, Professor?" Harry asked. "That is our hope. We shall have to wait and see how the Ministry responds. At least we were able to question all three men first," Dumbledore answered. His eyes were full of kindness as he spoke. "For a kidnapping plot, this one seems poorly planned. How did Voldemort even know that I would be near enough to Pettigrew to touch him?" Harry asked. Tilting his head back, Dumbledore studied his pupil. Harry looked tired, but determined, as if he wasn't going to stop asking questions until he heard an answer that made sense to him. Dumbledore said, "I believe that their plan took some calculated risks. From what we know of him, we might assume that Mr. Pettigrew was a loyal Death Eater with limited magical talent. His usefulness to Voldemort would be his knowledge of you and your friends gained from his years spent as your friend Ron's household pet. Once he'd told all he knew of those years, what else did he have to offer?" The two Death Eaters captured with Mr. Pettigrew were new recruits. Remus looked thoughtful. "So you're saying all three men were expendable?" That made sense. "But why did they think I would be involved?" Harry persisted. Remus answered for him. "It's a long-standing tradition in wizard courts to allow the victims of a crime to confront the perpetrator. Of course, it's usually after a trial and conviction." He looked guiltily at Harry. Smiling at the look, Harry said, "I think you've already had your turn to confront him, Remus. Don't feel bad. I seem to remember Sirius trying to strangle me in order to go after Pettigrew in the Shrieking Shack. Today was just." Harry's voice trailed off. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "So the real plan was for Peter to capture me in open court, during a trial with all the higher-ups in the wizarding world watching helplessly as Voldemort struck me down right under their noses." Dumbledore nodded. That appears to be the case. The Ministry would think they were doing the right thing, bringing Pettigrew to justice, and Voldemort would use that against them. Harry looked grim, his lips drawn in a thin line. Dumbledore answered, "It seems very likely." Tom Riddle always did have a flair for dramatics. Looking carefully at Harry, he continued, "We'll have to wait to see if this really is a good day for justice. I need to speak with some people at the Ministry, make sure that some things are attended to. Will you be all right here until I return, Harry?" Harry was confused. Was the headmaster just concerned for him, or was he suggesting that he go to the Ministry with him? His forehead furrowed. He answered, "I'm fine, he'd like to stay here. If it's all right. Are you worried that there will be another attempt to kidnap Harry? Should he go straight back to Hogwarts?" Remus asked bluntly. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore said, "I do not think we have to worry about another attempt tonight. In any case, they will not be able to get into Grimmauld Place. All the same protections are still in place. Today's events are an indication that Voldemort is actively working on plans to capture Harry. We do not know any more details. We may need to consider other safety measures." Turning to Harry, he said, "Your occlumency skills seem to be equal to today's test. Is there anything you wish to tell me?" Harry smiled at the familiar question and said, "Yes, there is something you should know. I had to force Voldemort out of my mind twice after severing Pettigrew's hand. But, as you say, I was equal to the test. I was able to close off my mind, even while trying to hold the shield charm. Thanks for the rescue, Professor." After Dumbledore left for the Ministry, Harry ate dinner at Grimmauld Place with Tonks and Remus. Returning to the house wasn't as grim as Harry had thought it would be. He could still envision Sirius everywhere he looked, but he wasn't as sad as he'd thought he'd be. Perhaps because the day was so full of purpose. Seeing Harry lost in thought, Remus asked, "Is something bothering you?" Shaking his head, Harry answered, "Not really, just thinking about what this day would have meant to Sirius. If Pettigrew is brought to justice, then Sirius had something to do with it. He never gave up, even in Azkaban." Remus agreed. He came after Peter at Hogwarts when the odds of catching him were next to none. With a sigh and a small smile, Harry continued, "Sirius always held on to whatever hope the future offered, even when there wasn't much to go on. There's a lesson to be learned from the way Sirius lived. He never stopped trying, and he never let people down if he could help it. And he had as much fun as he could," Remus said with an affectionate smile. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.